Immortal Cultivation family. My comprehension ability can be stored dest video experiment para intretenimiento y no infringe derechos de autor en iles. Los derechos de la novela y la imaginación del autor original. No reclamamos propiedad. No te gusta respira y queers escuchar est fanfic completo horror. Suscria bet en nuestro Patreon. Donde encontrarás los mejores fanfics. Chapter 326. Mission accomplished. Seeing that Master Minghuang used his life-threatening secret method to break free from the suppression of the Star Sword Dao diagram, and rushed towards him, Chen Daoxuan's face did not show any fear. Because he was no longer restricted by the Zhuanghuang heaven-suppressing tower, he could teleport again. Master Minghuang had not rushed to Chen Daoxuan, but he teleported and disappeared again. Seeing this, Master Minghuang endured the pain of the immortal true meaning of his physical body being stripped away, and the pain of his nascent soul being burned, and turned around and fled. Want to escape? Chen Daoxuan raised his eyebrows slightly, sneered, and then stretched out his palm, and clenched it hard, and a space barrier suddenly appeared in front of Master Minghuang. Get out of here! Master Minghuang roared, punched the space barrier, and smashed it to pieces. But this punch also made Master Minghuang's figure suddenly pause, and the escape light was forced to stop. Suddenly, Master Minghuang realized that he was in a desperate situation. It was not possible to fight or escape. He turned his head, staring at Chen Daoxuan fiercely with his bloodshot eyes, but he still said, "Fellow Daoist, you have great means. I admit defeat. Just let me go. I'm willing to hand over the Zenanguan Immortal City. How about it?" Who knows that Chen Daoxuan shook his head and said calmly, "Fellow Daoist, you can fight if you want, and stop if you want. There is no such easy thing in this world." Hearing this, the face of the true Lord Minghuang suddenly changed, and he returned to his fierce and ferocious appearance, saying, "Fellow Daoist is just in the upper hand. If it continues, it is still unknown who will win. Although I don't know what price you paid for using this pure yang fairy weapon, I don't believe you can hold on." Hearing this, Chen Daoxuan said nothing, and continued to inject a stream of magic power into the Star Sword Dao diagram. The speed of the disintegration of the true Lord Minghuang's body suddenly accelerated. Damn it. Damn it. The true Lord Minghuang was furious, and no longer said nonsense, turned around and fled. Chen Daoxuan followed him from a distance, using space barriers to block his figure from time to time. Originally, Chen Daoxuan wanted to use the Liangai sword formation to fight against Zhenjin Minghuang, but he found that he had greatly underestimated the power of the Star Sword diagram. With this pure yang immortal weapon, there was no need for the Liangai sword formation. Zhenjin Minghuang could not resist the suppression power of the Star Sword diagram alone. Although the Star Sword diagram consumed a lot of mana, with the speed at which Zhenjin Minghuang's body collapsed, he would definitely fall before Chen Daoxuan's mana was exhausted. This was also the reason why the other party begged for mercy just now. Gradually, the speed at which Zhenjin Minghuang's spiritual armor and physical body collapsed became faster and faster. About half a cup of tea later, the spiritual charm on Zhenjin Minghuang's black spiritual armor suddenly dissipated, and then this 5th level middle grade spiritual armor turned into dots of light and completely collapsed and disappeared. No. Seeing the collapse of the protective spiritual armor, Zhenjin Minghuang's eyes showed a touch of despair. After the spiritual armor collapsed, the defense of Master Minghuang suddenly dropped a level. Although Master Minghuang had integrated the immortal will into the depths of his body, in terms of physical cultivation, he was much stronger than Jizuhu, who was killed by Chen Daoxuan. But this strong body collapsed and dissipated in just a few dozen breaths under the suppression of the Star Sword Dao diagram. "I'm the elder of the Qinghui Taoist sect. You can't kill me. If you kill me, the Zhuan King Taoist Alliance will never let you go. Dao Iao, spare my life. I will agree to anything you want, but I only ask you to spare my life. Bastard, I won't let you go, even if I become a ghost." Ah. Threatening, begging, and cursing, Master Minghuang abandoned the dignity and face of a Yuanying master in just a few dozen breaths, just to be able to survive. But Chen Daoxuan remained unmoved, and was determined to kill him. He dared not let an enemy in the late Yuanying stage run away. Even if he himself was not afraid of the revenge of this late Yuanying Zhenjin, the Chen family behind him could not stand the attention of a late Yuanying cultivator. Since he had offended him, he had to completely eradicate him. After killing Mingliang Zhenjin, there would be no obstacles to recovering Zenon Pass. Once Zenon Pass was taken, he would be able to free up his hands to fulfill the 1-year appointment with the Master of Zhenhe Palace. Die. In the void, Mingliang Zhenjin's body was almost shrouded by a cloud of black mist. These black mists were all the immortal true meanings that he had integrated into his body after breaking through the Yuanying stage. Chen Daoxuan didn't know whether there were any hidden calculations left by the other party in these immortal true meanings, so he simply didn't collect them. He directly operated the Star Sword Dao diagram to crush and destroy them all. As all the immortal true meanings were stripped away, Mingliang Zhenjin's body collapsed almost in an instant. Swoosh. A purple stream of light flashed and disappeared at the place where Mingliang Zhenjin's body collapsed. Heh, it's come to this point, and you still want to escape? Chen Daoxuan sneered. The next moment, a 3-inch tall purple man crashed headfirst into the space barrier set up by Chen Daoxuan. The purple man turned his head, and his features were exactly the same as those of Mingliang Zhenjin. He was Mingliang Zhenjin's nascent soul. The nascent soul stared at Chen Daoxuan viciously, then knelt down on the spot and said sadly, Dao, please show mercy. I have spent more than 1,700 years practicing to this day. I hope Dao will spare my life for the sake of my hard work in seeking the Tao. As he spoke, he kowtowed like pounding garlic. Immediately, Master Mingliang seemed to remember something, raised his head and said, if you don't mind, I'm willing to swear the oath of the great Dao and respect you as my master. Oh, yes, I can also lurk in the Qinghui Taoist sect as a hidden man, to get information for you, my master. Hearing that Master Mingliang was willing to serve him as his master, Chen Daoxuan didn't care too much, but when he heard that Master Mingliang was willing to be a hidden man and get information for him in the Qinghui Taoist sect, Chen Daoxuan couldn't help but be moved. Master Mingliang was an old monster who had practiced for more than 1,700 years. His eyes were so sharp that he immediately saw that Chen Daoxuan was moved. Seeing this, he was ecstatic in his heart, but he didn't show it on his face. Instead, he swore directly, I, Master Mingliang, hereby swear the oath of the great Dao, and am willing to serve this fellow Taoist as my master. If you betray me, let Master Mingliang be bombarded by thunder and die. Boom. A burst of muffled thunder sounded, and the oath of the great Dao was actually fulfilled. Master. After swearing the oath of the great Dao, True Lord Mingliang immediately lowered his eyebrows and called Chen Daoxuan master. Seeing that True Lord Mingliang was so flexible, Chen Daoxuan's heart moved, but he said, since you are willing to serve me as your master, then let me ask you, is there any treasure in the Qinghui Taoist sect that can repair the soul? Treasures to repair the soul? True Lord Mingliang was slightly stunned, but he was extremely shocked in his heart. Tai divine water is the most confidential matter of the Qinghui Taoist sect. In the entire sect, only cultivators above the middle stage of the nascent soul have heard of it. Even he, a cultivator in the late stage of the nascent soul, only knew that a drop of Tai divine water would be bred in the sect in the near future, but he didn't even know the specific date. How did this person know it? True Lord Mingliang couldn't help but think that there must be spies from the Kainiu and Sword sect in the sect, and they are of a very high status. But at the moment, he couldn't even protect himself, so how could he care about any sect spies? Thinking of this, Master Mingliang blurted out all the information he knew. Tai divine water, Chen Daoxuan muttered. Now, he finally knew what the 1-year agreement that the Master of Zhenhe Palace said meant. It turned out to be the treasure bred by the Tai Immortal Pond of Qinghui Taoist sect, Tai divine water. This treasure can cleanse the soul of Yuanying cultivators and greatly help Yuanying cultivators break through to the Yuanshan stage. No wonder Master Qin said that it depends on my luck. I'm afraid that even Master Qin is not sure about snatching Tai divine water from the old nest of Qinghui Taoist sect. Thinking of this, Chen Daoxuan's eyes flickered, and all kinds of calculations came to his mind. Master Mingliang saw Chen Daoxuan in deep thought, and flew to his side pitifully, waiting for Chen Daoxuan's decision. In the previous fight, Master Ming Huang not only used the 7 souls burning soul method to burn Yuan Ying, but also his physical body was destroyed, and Yuan Ying was exposed outside the physical body. At this moment, he was already shaky and his consciousness was about to sink. But Master Ming Huang still tried to keep his spirits up, because he knew that he could only survive the hands of the terrifying Jinden Zenran in front of him if he showed enough value. Master Ming Huang never thought that one day he would fall into the hands of a Jinden Zenran. After a moment of silence, Chen Daoxuan turned his head and looked at Master Ming Huang, saying, "If I ask you to go back to the sect to steal the Tai divine water, are you sure?" Hearing this, Master Ming Huang looked embarrassed. He cupped his hands and said bitterly, "Master, the Tai divine water is the most precious treasure of our Qinghui Taoist sect. Even with my status in the sect, it is difficult for me to touch it, let alone now." Chen Daoxuan looked at Master Ming Huang's physical body being destroyed, and his nascent soul's spiritual light being greatly damaged, and nodded. "You are still honest. Master has a keen eye, how dare I hide it? What a pity." Chen Daoxuan shook his head. "I wonder what the master regrets." Chen Daoxuan looked indifferent, then stretched out his hand and grabbed the nascent soul of the true Lord Ming Huang in his hand. Suddenly, the law of space suddenly erupted, directly strangling the nascent soul of the true Lord Ming Huang into pieces. Afterwards, the nascent soul turned into a little bit of spiritual light and dissipated between heaven and earth. Until his death, the true Lord Ming Huang couldn't believe why he was so obedient, but the giant and true Lord in front of him would kill him. Doesn't the other party know how much benefit a servant in the late nascent soul can bring to him? It's a pity. A servant who can bend and stretch. I really don't have the blessing. I can only let you die." Chen Daoxuan murmured as he looked at the nascent soul that dissipated in his hand. Although the true Lord Ming Huang made the oath of the Great Dao, this oath of the Great Dao is not unsolvable. At least Chen Daoxuan knows a way to break the oath of the Great Dao by reincarnating the soldiers. As a Yuan Ying cultivator, Zhenjin Ming Huang's body was destroyed. Even if Chen Daoxuan spared his life, he would either take over someone else's body or take the path of reincarnation. Once the other party took the path of reincarnation, the oath of the Great Dao he made at this moment would be a piece of shit. Moreover, Chen Daoxuan was sure that if the other party reincarnated through the Bingji, he would definitely cheat him before the Bingji. Therefore, Chen Daoxuan naturally had to grind the other party to ashes and leave him no chance. There are countless examples of cultivators with higher cultivation capsizing in the gutter in the world of Immortal Cultivation, not to mention that he, a giant cultivator, was facing a cultivator in the late Yuan Ying period, about thousands of miles away. Fairy Kai Yao and others looked at Chen Daoxuan and Zhenjin Ming Huang, one chasing and the other fleeing, and flew directly out of their spiritual sense detection range, and did not dare to follow them to check. Because the power that Chen Daoxuan had just exploded when he used the Star Sword Dao diagram was too terrifying. Seeing Chen Daoxuan use the Star Sword Dao diagram, Fairy Kai Yao actually had the illusion of facing a junior master. But how is this possible? Although his junior uncle was a mid-nascent soul cultivator before, he is a top-level true lord. The so-called top true lord is not randomly divided, but a strict strength division made by the nascent soul cultivators, based on their personal cultivation, Dao realm, secret methods and magic tools. Although this strength division is not rigorous, it is enough to serve as an important reference for fighting each other. For example, today, true Lord Ming Huang met not Chen Daoxuan, but the master of Zhenhe Palace. I'm afraid that he would not even dare to fight, and turned around and ran away without saying a word. This is the recognition of the strength of the true Lord of the nascent soul. In terms of his own strength, although Chen Daoxuan can also be classified as a nascent soul level, it is still difficult to match true Lord Ming Huang. He was able to kill true Lord Ming Huang this time, all thanks to the Pure Yang Immortal Artifact, the Star Sword Dao diagram. Although the power of the Star Sword Dao diagram is far inferior to that of the Pure Yang Immortal Artifact that bursts out with all its strength, it is far more powerful than the 5th level or even 6th level magic tools. Only in this way can the Star Sword map reverse the gap in strength between him and true Lord Ming Huang and help him kill the other party. Young master, what should we do now? The only giant and mid-stage cultivator beside Fairy Kaiyao asked. Hearing this, Fairy Kaiyao shook her head and said, I don't know either. Let's wait until fellow Daoist Chen comes back. Do you think he will win? Fairy Kaiyao was slightly shocked when she heard this. Unconsciously, she actually thought that Chen Daoxuan would win against a true lord in the late Yuanying stage. If this word was spread out, people would probably think he was crazy. Even true Lord Shenju, who was known as the invincible giant on stage, did not dare to say that he could win against a late Yuanying cultivator. Could it be that he, Chen Daoxuan, is stronger than true Lord Shenju back then? That was a peerless fierce man who, relying on his own strength, caused chaos in several states of the Huangxing Sea. Unconsciously, Chen Daoxuan has grown to this point. Fairy Kaiyao still remembers the time when Chen Daoxuan accompanied her to trap the true man Shenju who was hiding in the space of the immortal residence. How many years have passed since then? Thinking of this, Fairy Kaiyao couldn't help but look dazed. Young sect master. Seeing Fairy Kaiyao distracted, the giant and mid-stage cultivator beside her couldn't help but call softly. It's okay. Fairy Kaiyao smiled after coming back to her senses and then looked in the direction where Chen Daoxuan disappeared. I think he will win. Young sect master has a sharp eye. Chen Daoxuan? Hearing this familiar voice, Fairy Kaiyao turned around excitedly, only to see the space in front of her being torn apart, and a figure walked out of the torn space gap. Seeing the man in white in front of her, Fairy Kaiyao couldn't help but feel like crying. Who could know how the calm Fairy Kaiyao was in her heart when she watched Chen Daoxuan fight with true Lord Minghuan for less than an incense stick of time. You won. Chen Daoxuan nodded and said with a smile, fortunately, I have accomplished my mission. Chapter 327 Great Harvest. Zenon Army Camp. Xiaomu Bei, Chen Fusheng and others looked at the escape light of Chen Daoxuan and others flying towards them, and their faces suddenly showed ecstasy. Back. Who is back? Master Chen. Master Chen is back. In the camp, joyful voices came one after another. Master Chen won. Yes, we won. We won. There is hope to recapture Zenon Pass. There is hope to recapture Zenon Pass. Ha 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 ha. I knew that Master Chen would definitely win. In the temporary immortal residence of the commander of the Zenon army, all the cultivators gathered together. At this moment, the cultivators who can stand here have a cultivation base of at least the late Purple Mansion. Of course, there are exceptions, such as Chen Fusheng, who only has a cultivation base of the Middle Purple Mansion. However, although Chen Fusheng's cultivation base is not high, his strength is not inferior to Xiaomu Bei. Chen Daoxuan turned his palm to suppress Jizuhu, which not only made Chen Daoxuan famous in Huangxinghe, but also made Chen Fusheng, the younger generation of the Chen family sword cultivator, famous in Kangzhou. At this time, all eyes were focused on the white figure in the main seat. Although Kaiyao was the commander-in-chief of the Zenon army, with the power of this battle, Fairy Kaiyao refused to let Chen Daoxuan sit below her, and insisted on letting Chen Daoxuan sit on the main seat. The other giant and Zenran, facing Fairy Kaiyao's humility, all showed a matter-of-fact look. After all, the idea that the strong are respected in the world of immortal cultivation is deeply rooted in the hearts of the people. Only the strongest can sit in a high position. Generally speaking, whether it is a family or a sect, most of them are like this. Even if the clan leader and the sect master are not the strongest in the family or sect, they are definitely among the best. Otherwise, as the leader of a force, if his own strength is not strong, he can't suppress the situation at all. The reason why the Kaiyao sword sect cannot be united is also related to the fact that the sect master Fei Chengsu does not have the strength to crush everything. If Fei Chengsu is a Yuan Shandaochen, elders like Yu Yin would not dare to waste a word in front of her. At this moment, although the commander of the Zenon army was still Fairy Kaiyao, everyone, including Fairy Kaiyao herself, looked at Chen Daoxuan with respect. Everyone, please sit down. Seeing everyone looking at him, Chen Daoxuan waved his hand and said with a casual expression, "Thank you, Immortal." Everyone looked at each other, then bowed, and then sat down one after another. Seeing the cultivators sitting down, Chen Daoxuan smiled and said, "This time, Zenon Pass has a Yuanying stage true lord secretly guarding it. We did not expect it, but fortunately the crisis has been resolved, and it is imperative to recapture Zenon Pass." Hearing this, everyone's eyes were full of eager eyes. The Yuanying true lord was defeated by Chen Zhenren. At this time, how could the enemy army stop their Zenon army? Seeing everyone full of confidence, Chen Daoxuan coughed and said, "Of course, although the enemy is gone, we still have to take a long-term plan to take over Zenon Pass." Hearing this, Fairy Kaiyao, who was sitting to the lower left of Chen Daoxuan, nodded and said, "Fellow Daoist Chen is right. Although the Yuanying's engine of Zenon Pass has been removed, Zenon Pass itself still has a 6th level defense formation. This formation is guarded by a peak Jinden cultivator, and it is not easy to break." Hearing this, all the Jinden cultivators in the Immortal Mansion nodded. What Fairy Kaiyao said was exactly what they were worried about. A 9th level Jinden cultivator relied on the advantage of the spirit vein to preside over the 6th level defense formation, which was indeed not so easy to break. This level of defense formation would be a headache, even if the Yuanying's engine came. Seeing everyone frowning, Chen Daoxuan continued, "Don't worry, the 6th level defense formation presided over by the 9th level Jinden cultivator can only block the attack of one Yuanying's engine at most. Even if there are multiple Jinden cultivators presiding over the formation in Zenon Pass, we also have the War Fairy boat to borrow strength, plus my Zenon army soldiers can form a formation to attack, and I personally take action. Breaking this formation should be a piece of cake." When everyone heard that Chen Daoxuan took action personally, they immediately remembered that the person in front of them had defeated a Yuanying's engine. Moreover, the Yuanying's engine that Chen Daoxuan defeated was also a late Yuanying cultivator. With him joining the attack on the Zenon Pass formation, breaking this formation is indeed just around the corner. Thinking of this, everyone's face turned from gloomy to sunny. On the side, Fairy Kaiyao seemed to have thought of something, took out a jade bottle from the storage ring, and handed it to Chen Daoxuan. Chen Daoxuan took the jade bottle flying towards him, and looked at the other party in confusion. Fairy Kaiyao saw the doubt in Chen Daoxuan's eyes and explained, "This is a 10,000 years spiritual milk. It was given to me by Master before he left to restore my mana. Please don't dislike it, fellow Daoist Chen." 10,000 years spiritual milk? Chen Daoxuan's eyes lit up when he heard the name. Unlike the Qi recovering pills and Yuan recovering pills used by low-level cultivators, the 10,000 years spiritual milk is a natural treasure that restores mana. This treasure is divided into 3 grades according to its age: the Millennium Spiritual Milk, the 10,000 years Spiritual Milk, and the 100,000 years Spiritual Milk, which are used to quickly restore mana for cultivators in the Golden Core stage, the Infant stage, and the Soul stage. You know, in the process of fighting, the party with abundant mana can take a huge advantage in a stalemate, which shows how precious this treasure is. Chen Daoxuan took the jade bottle, thanked him, and put it in his storage ring. He was not hypocritical. At this time, the most important thing for everyone was to recover Zenon Pass. In the process of his fight with Master Ming Liang, his mana was greatly depleted. Not only was the mana in his Danshan Qi Si exhausted, but the mana stored in the Power Spirit armor was also running low. The Star Sword Dao diagram is powerful, but it cannot be used as a conventional means. This treasure consumes too much mana. If Master Ming Liang's body was stronger today, or if he had a 5th level upper grade spirit armor to protect his body, Chen Daoxuan might not be able to outlast him. The result of not being able to outlast him is that Chen Daoxuan will be defeated and flee. With the Star Sword Dao diagram, it is basically impossible for the opponent to kill Chen Daoxuan. Not to mention Master Ming Liang. Even if it is a top master, it is extremely difficult to kill Chen Daoxuan if he is not good at the law of space. The Star Sword Dao diagram suppresses and teleports to escape. Chen Daoxuan basically fights when he wants to fight and escapes when he wants to escape. Even if his current law of space is not strong enough and the distance of teleportation is limited, he still has the treasure of the Mi Dust banner in his hand, which can instantly escape as far as 100,000 miles away. a distance of 100,000 miles. Even the top Yuanying's engine's consciousness cannot cover such a long distance. In other words, Chen Daoxuan now has the confidence to save his life in the hands of the top engine. You know, he is only at the first level of giant cultivation. The next day, with the 10,000-year-old Zongling milk as a backing, Chen Daoxuan, whose mana has fully recovered, stood in front of Zhenanguan again. This time, he did not lure the enemy out of the pass. Nonsense. Meng Huang's engine fell in his hands. At this moment, as long as Yunji Zhenren is not stupid, he will never go out of the pass to die. For the enemy troops at Zhenanguan, there is only one way to defend Zhenanguan, and wait for reinforcement. But the cultivators at Zhenanguan don't know that the reinforcement they are waiting for may never come. Attack. In the sky, Fairy Kaiyao was wearing spiritual armor and a red cloak. With her beautiful face, she looked heroic. As this order was issued, on a huge white fairy boat, a series of array patterns suddenly lit up. Then, the spiritual energy gathered by the formation pattern became more and more dense, and a thunderball slowly condensed at the front of the immortal boat. Chen Daoxuan looked at the immortal boat and silently calculated the time it would take to condense the attack. It took a full 30 breaths. The power of the thunderball accumulated to the peak, and suddenly exploded, turning into a thunderlight column, bombarding the 6th level formation of Zenon Pass. Boom. The fierce thunderlight column bombarded the 6th level defense formation of Zenon Pass, bombarding the formation light curtain with ripples. I don't know if the attack of this war immortal boat is too fierce, or the defense formation of Zenon Pass is not as strong as everyone imagined. Chen Daoxuan only felt that the formation light curtain in front of him became weaker. How is this possible? Chen Daoxuan's face was full of disbelief. Although the attack of this war immortal boat is strong, according to his estimation, it is at most between the attack strength of the early and middle Yuanying cultivators. It is impossible for a single attack to weaken the 6th level defense formation of Zenon Pass. Unless Chen Daoxuan thought of something, he would directly summon the Chengiying sword and slash at Zenon Pass. Fairy Kaiyao also discovered that something was wrong with Zenon Pass at this moment. Her beautiful eyes showed excitement, and she shouted, "Keep attacking, don't stop. Everyone else, follow me." As soon as the voice fell, Fairy Kaiyao followed Chen Daoxuan and launched an attack on the defense formation of Zenon Pass. More than 1 million cultivators of the Zenon army attacked together, and the light curtain of the defense formation of Zenon Pass only shook for a while, and then it broke like a bubble. How can it be so easy? Too easy. How is this possible? Not only Chen Daoxuan, but other giant and cultivators also dared not believe what they saw. This formation was too easy to crack, so simple that everyone was a little unbelievable. You know, this is a 6th level defense formation. If the 6th level defense formation is presided over by Yuanying's engine, even if the top's engine attacks, the opponent will not be afraid at all. This shows the horror of this formation. The Carnean Sword Sex Protective Formation, the Kayang Kanyan Yang Locking Void Formation, is essentially just a giant formation composed of a series of 6th order formations. Although the defense of this formation is definitely stronger than the 6th order formation of Zenon Pass, it will definitely not exceed the defense limit of the 6th order formation. This level of formation was actually broken by the Zenon army in one joint attack. Although it is unbelievable, the fact is the fact. As the Zenon Pass formation was broken, the Zenon army rushed towards the enemy in the city gate. Millions of cultivators fought, and the entire battlefield was dark. But the result was not a stalemate as Chen Daoxuan expected, but a one-sided massacre. The reason is very simple. On the Zenon army side, there is Chen Daoxuan, a strong man comparable to the late nascent soul, and 7 Jinden Zenren, while on the Zuan King Dao League side, there are only 5 Jinden Zenren stationed in the city. Chen Daoxuan did not need to slaughter the enemy's low-level monks. He only needed to cover the whole place with his spiritual sense and remove those hard-to-crack bones. For example, the enemy's Jinden Zenren, the genius Zifu monks with amazing combat power, etc. His spiritual sense could easily cover more than 2,300 miles. The entire Zenon Pass, including its 2 satellite cities, was covered by Chen Daoxuan's spiritual sense. Wherever there was resistance, Chen Daoxuan's flying sword would appear there. The surgical precision strike instantly disintegrated the enemy's resistance. Once the psychological defense collapsed, it was a one-sided massacre. The monks of Zhu and King Daolig rushed to the front, fearing that they would fall behind their colleagues and be killed by the monks of Zenon army. Once this situation of scrambling to escape was formed, even if the superior generals shouted to kill the fleeing people, it would not stop the defeat of Zhu and King Daolig. Not to mention that once Chen Daoxuan found the general supervising the battle in the enemy army, he would directly fly his sword to greet him and kill the enemy general. A massacre like war lasted for a whole day and night, and the shouting and killing gradually stopped. When the Zenon army took over the defense of Zenon Fairy City and cleared out the scattered resistance monks in the city gate, Chen Daoxuan and the Zenon army leaders were already standing in the largest fairy palace in Zenon Fairy City. This fairy palace was originally the place where Zhen Huangzhenjin practiced. At this moment, it became the temporary headquarters of the Zenon army. Inside the fairy palace, Chen Daoxuan looked at the middle stage giant and cultivator in front of him, who was full of rebelliousness, and said in surprise, "You mean, Yan Jiu escaped yesterday, when I was fighting Ming Huangzhenjin?" Hearing this, the middle stage giant and cultivator looked even more angry and shouted, "Yan Jiu is greedy for life and afraid of death. The sect master will definitely not let him go. And you, don't be happy too early." He knelt on the ground and glanced at everyone and said coldly, "Daolig will definitely avenge us." This middle stage giant and cultivator was none other than the first person to fight Chen Daoxuan when he challenged him yesterday. "What's your name?" Chen Daoxuan looked at him. The giant and cultivator didn't want to say anything more, but when he met Chen Daoxuan's eyes, he suddenly felt weak in his heart and muttered, "I'm Yu Shuilan. You can kill me or cut me up as you like." It is a name that sounds quite scholarly, and the person is also quite tough. Chen Daoxuan nodded, turned to look at Fairy Kai Yao and said, "Since this Taoist fellow asked so, then let's kill him." "Alright." Fairy Kai Yao nodded, then swung her sword and slashed, completely obliterating the physical body of Yu Zhenren. Until his death, Yu Zhenren stared with his eyes wide open, looking unbelievable. It took Fairy Kai Yao several breaths to completely obliterate the physical body and golden elixir of Yu Zhenren, killing the last enemy Zhenren in Zenon Fairy City. 4 of the 5 golden elixir cultivators in this city died and 1 escaped. The Zenon army won a great victory. Not only did not a single golden elixir cultivator lose a single life, even the purple mansion cultivators were only slightly injured. Fairy Kai Yao knew in her heart that this glorious victory was almost entirely due to Chen Daoxuan. "Next, this is up to you." Chen Daoxuan turned his head and happened to meet Fairy Kai Yao's beautiful eyes looking up at him. Fairy Kai Yao blushed and then said seriously, "Don't worry, the remaining things are to count the captives in the harvest and report the good news to the sect. I can handle it." Speaking of reporting the good news to the sect, not only Fairy Kai Yao, but also the other giant and Zhenren who were traveling with her were all smiling. Although they did not contribute much in this battle to recapture Zenon Pass, they also contributed a lot. Not only that, compared with the rewards from Kainio and Sword Sect after recapture of Zenon Pass, the harvest in this city is the real big deal. It should be clear that Zenon Pass is a large immortal city with more than 1 million soldiers stationed. How many logistics and shops should there be in this city to serve these soldiers? These are all shining spirit stones. Maybe for the top Zenjin who is determined to break through the Yuanshan period, spirit stones are nothing. But for them, the early and middle giant and cultivators, the wealth of an entire immortal city is enough to make them excited and crazy. Chapter 328 3 Treasures. In the Immortal Palace. Seeing Zenon Pass Immortal City being taken, everyone was excited. The only giant and mid-stage cultivator stood up, first looked at Chen Daoxuan, then bowed to Fairy Kai Yao and said, "General, this battle is a complete victory. The next spoils of war." Hearing this, Fairy Kai Yao looked at everyone and smiled. According to the rules of the sect, 30% of the spoils of war shall be handed over, and the rest shall belong to the soldiers who participated in the war. Hearing this promise, everyone's faces became more excited. Chen Daoxuan was not very interested in these spoils of war. The Guanhei immortal city of the Chen family earned a huge amount of spiritual stones every day. With the cooperation between Guanhe Immortal City and Yuanshan Immortal City, the daily profits of the Chen family increased day by day. Now, even Chen Daoxuan himself did not know how many spiritual stones the Chen family could earn every day. Compared with the spoils of war seized from Zenon Pass Immortal City, Chen Daoxuan was more interested in the storage ring from the hands of Mingliang's engine. The storage ring of a late nascent soul cultivator may not be as profitable as the one sold in Zenon Pass, but it must contain some extremely precious treasures that are hard to buy with spiritual stones. Before, Chen Daoxuan was so focused on breaking through Zenon Pass that he didn't have time to count them. Now that Zenon Pass has been taken, he finally has the leisure to check the storage ring. Thinking of this, Chen Daoxuan bowed to everyone and said, "You can discuss the distribution of the spoils. I have to go into seclusion for a few days." Hearing that Chen Daoxuan suddenly wanted to go into seclusion, Fairy Kai Yao thought that he was injured in the fight with True Lord Mingliang. Her pretty face suddenly tightened, and she took a few steps forward and said, "Are you okay?" "I'm fine." Chen Daoxuan smiled and shook his head, then took out a storage ring. "I'm dealing with spoils like you." Seeing the storage ring on Chen Daoxuan's finger, everyone reacted. Although they were extremely jealous, they all knew that this storage ring left by the True Lord was not something they could get their hands on. No wonder Chen Zhenren looked down on the spoils of Zenanguan Immortal City. Everyone thought so. Chen Daoxuan casually found a quiet room in the Immortal Palace. Then he found a set of 3rd level formation flags from the storage bag, simply arranged a set of 3rd level protective formations, and then sat cross-legged on the futon with peace of mind, checking the storage ring. This storage ring was left by Mingliang's engine. Although Mingliang's engine's soul was much stronger than Chen Daoxuan's, the soul imprint he left on this storage ring was also stronger than that of a giant and cultivator. But with the death of Mingliang's engine, the soul imprint on the storage ring has become vague. Chen Daoxuan only used his consciousness to flush it slightly, and then the soul imprint on the storage ring was completely cleared. Seeing that the soul imprint was cleared, Chen Daoxuan's face was happy, and he immediately opened the storage ring. Compared with the storage ring he carried, the storage ring worn by Mingliang's engine had an internal space 3 times larger. Of course, the size of the storage space was not the focus of Chen Daoxuan's attention. What he was most concerned about was the treasures in the storage ring. The storage ring of Master Mingliang can be roughly divided into 4 types. The first type is the sundries used by Master Mingliang in his daily practice. After Chen Daoxuan scanned these things with his divine sense, he put them aside. The second type is spirit stones. Even Yuanian cultivators can't avoid spending spirit stones, so it's not strange for Yuanian cultivators to store spirit stones in their storage rings. But isn't this too much spirit stones? Chen Daoxuan frowned. This storage ring is almost full of spirit stones. At least 90% of the space is filled with spirit stones. He only scanned it roughly with his divine sense and found that this storage ring contains at least more than 10 billion spirit stones. Although these spirit stones are also a considerable fortune for Yuanian cultivators, is Chen Daoxuan someone who lacks spirit stones? Seeing that the storage ring of the True Lord Mingliang was filled with spiritual stones, it was impossible for Chen Daoxuan to say that he was not disappointed. But soon, he adjusted his mood. He checked the third kind of treasure, which was the magic weapon. This was the treasure that Chen Daoxuan valued the most. The 5th level magic weapon used by the True Lord Yuanying was very precious. Usually, even if the cultivator had enough spiritual stones, he might not be able to buy it. In the Wangxing Sea, there were only 2 sources of 5th level magic weapons. The first was made by a 5th level refiner. As far as Chen Daoxuan knew, there were only 2 5th level refiners in the entire Wangxing Sea. One was the True Lord Yuanshan, and the other was the master of the refining hall of the Carnean sword sect, Hu Yanqi, and neither of these 2 was short of spiritual stones. It was conceivable how difficult it would be to ask them to help refine the 5th level magic weapon. Ordinary True Lord Yuanying really didn't have such a big face. Even if Chen Daoxuan had some friendship with these 2 people, he was embarrassed to just pay spiritual stones and let them help refine the 5th level magic weapon. Apart from the 5th level refiners refining 5th level magic tools, there is only one way for Yuaning's engine to obtain 5th level magic tools, which is to use the power of good fortune to advance. This method is much more reliable than asking the 5th level refiners to take action, and every Yuaning cultivator can do it. However, treasures like the power of good fortune require a lot of time and energy from Yuaning cultivators to extract from spirit stones. This is the reason why many Yuaning cultivators have no more than 2 5th level magic tools on their bodies. Chen Daoxuan's Chengiying sword was able to be promoted to the 5th level middle grade, firstly because of the cleansing of the power of good fortune, and secondly, because his Dao realm was improved, which allowed Chengiying's sword to be promoted. Found it. After searching for a while, Chen Daoxuan finally found the Dao domain magic tool used by Minghuang's engine, before in the huge storage ring, Xuanhuang's ancient tower. Strictly speaking, this is an earth attribute magic tool, which is not only inconsistent with the Dao law that Minghuang's engine comprehended, but also inconsistent with the space law mastered by Chen Daoxuan. The earth attribute is quite suitable for Fusion's thick earth sword intent. Chen Daoxuan muttered, and then put the treasure away. The Xuanhuang's ancient tower is still too high for Chen Fusion. I'm afraid that this magic weapon will drain his magic power before he can activate it. Besides, this tower is a Taoist magic weapon, and its function is to increase the power of the Taoist realm. Chen Fusion has not entered the Taoist realm at the moment, so he will not be able to use this treasure in a short time. After putting away the Xuanhuang's ancient tower, Chen Daoxuan picked out 3 4th grade high quality magic weapons. However, Chen Daoxuan no longer took the 4th grade magic weapons seriously. He just took a quick look and then casually put them into his storage ring. After looking at the magic weapons, Chen Daoxuan focused his attention on the last treasure, the elixir. The elixir of Master Minghuang was specially placed on a shelf in the storage ring. This shelf is very large. At first glance, it is filled with jade bottles. It is estimated that there are at least hundreds of jade bottles on the shelf, and each jade bottle occupies a square of the shelf. Seeing these high-level elixirs, Chen Daoxuan became slightly interested. So far, the only treasure that Chen Daoxuan found in the storage ring of the true Lord Minghuang that he was interested in was the Xuanhuang's ancient tower, a 5th level top grade Dao domain artifact. Although the Xuanhuang's ancient tower did not play a big role when the true Lord Minghuang used it, it was because the Xingqian sword Dao diagram in Chen Daoxuan's hand was too powerful. If not, with the increase in the Dao domain caused by this tower, Chen Daoxuan would be like a bug stuck in a spider web, and it would be very difficult to even use the escape light, let alone teleport. At present, these high-level elixirs in the storage ring are the second thing that Chen Daoxuan is interested in. Like high-level artifacts, it becomes very difficult to buy elixirs with spirit stones when they reach the 4th or even 5th level. For example, the most famous 4th level elixir is the Jinden. This kind of treasure that helps cultivators to form a golden pill cannot be purchased with spirit stones alone. The golden pill used by Zhao Mingheao, the head of the Kang's Zhao family, was purchased by the Zhao family from a Yuaning's engine of the Kainyuan sword sect with the help of a favor. As for the 5th level elixir, that is of great use to Yuaning's engine, it is even more difficult to buy with spirit stones, unless it is the power of good fortune. Otherwise, Ordinary's engine is not willing to trade these precious treasures with spirit stones. Looking at the jade bottles on the shelf, Chen Daoxuan looked at them one by one with eager eyes. Jade medallion, purple mansion pill, rejuvenation pill. One by one, the spiritual pills above the 3rd level were taken out from the sealed jade bottle by Chen Daoxuan like opening a treasure chest. Golden pill. Chen Daoxuan's face lit up when he opened a 4th level spiritual pill. Golden pill. The 4th level spiritual pill golden pill is a very precious treasure even for the Chen family. After all, this item can help purple mansion cultivators condense golden elixir. Although the later golden elixir thunder tribulation still depends on the cultivators themselves, this elixir can still increase the cultivator's probability of condensing elixir by 30%. For almost any purple mansion cultivator, this item is a treasure that determines the fate of the Tao. After all, in the world of immortal cultivation, there are very few cultivators like Chen Daoxuan who can break through to the golden elixir stage without any elixir. Chen Daoxuan was greatly encouraged by opening the treasure box and opening a golden elixir. He opened the treasure box more excitedly. Soon, Chen Daoxuan took out high-level elixir after high-level elixir. 80% of these elixir were 3rd level elixir, and the remaining 20% were 4th level elixir. As for the 5th level elixir, Chen Daoxuan did not find any. 5th level elixir is really precious. Chen Daoxuan sighed as he took out the elixir from the jade bottle. That's right. If there really was a 5th level elixir that could help Master Ming Liang, he would have taken it long ago. There was no way it would be placed on the shelf of the storage ring. Thinking of this, Chen Daoxuan couldn't help but feel a little depressed. Originally, he thought that the storage ring of a late nascent soul cultivator would have some treasures that would surprise him, but he found that the treasures of Master Ming Liang were not as good as the treasures Chen Daoxuan had, let alone compared with those in the Chen family's warehouse. You are so poor, and you still have the nerve to call yourself a master, Chen Daoxuan complained. Although he complained in his heart, Chen Daoxuan's unboxing was not slow at all. 3rd level elixir, 3rd level elixir, 3rd level elixir. As the 3rd level elixir was taken out one by one, Chen Daoxuan's originally excited and expectant expression became calm again. Until pregnancy pill. A purple elixir the size of a glass bead with lines like fetal lines on the surface appeared in front of Chen Daoxuan. It was the treasure that helped giant and cultivators break through to the nascent soul stage. Pregnancy pill. As soon as the pregnant infant pill came out of the jade bottle, it rushed forward, trying to break through the air. However, this quiet room was not only covered by a 3rd level protective formation, but also shrouded in a space cage. The pregnant infant pill hit the space barrier and was instantly bounced back. Chen Daoxuan quickly raised his hand and took the restless pregnant infant pill into his palm. The smile on his face could no longer be suppressed. The pregnant infant pill was of great use even to him. Although with his current Dao realm, it was almost a sure thing to break through to the nascent soul stage in the future. It would be a good thing to increase the probability of breaking through the nascent soul stage. He happily put the pregnant infant pill into the storage ring, and Chen Daoxuan's enthusiasm for unboxing suddenly became strong again. But next, there was no surprise waiting for him. All of them were 3rd level or 4th level elixirs. The last one. Chen Daoxuan casually opened the seal of the jade bottle, but found that the jade bottle did not contain elixirs. This is the power of good fortune? Chen Daoxuan's eyes widened. After a closer look, it was indeed the power of good fortune. He had once obtained 200 drops of the power of good fortune during his trip to the true immortal origin realm. The Chengiying sword in his hand was upgraded to the 5th grade middle grade with the power of good fortune. But now, the 200 drops of the power of good fortune had already been squandered by him. Although Chen Daoxuan was strong, his soul strength was not enough for him to extract the illusory power of good fortune from the spirit stone. In fact, even if Chen Daoxuan could extract it, he couldn't wait at the rate of 1 drop a year. Too slow. Chen Daoxuan looked at the power of good fortune in the jade bottle, counted carefully, and found that there were 67 drops in total. 67 drops. Could it be that the true Lord Ming Liang was sitting in Zen and Pass and specially extracted it when he had nothing to do? Chen Daoxuan murmured. Then he thought of the body armor of the true Lord Ming Liang, which was only the 5th grade middle grade, and he was more certain of this guess. Want to upgrade the spiritual armor to the 5th grade upper grade? Thinking of this, Chen Daoxuan couldn't help but feel a little fortunate. Fortunately, the other party didn't have time to use these good fortune forces to upgrade the spiritual armor grade. Otherwise the outcome of this fight between the two sides might be rewritten. After counting the storage ring of the true Lord Ming Liang, for Chen Daoxuan, a total of 3 treasures can catch his eye. The first is the 5th grade upper grade Dao domain magic weapon Zhuan Huang's ancient tower. The second is the 5th grade upper grade spiritual pill, the pregnant infant pill. The third is 67 drops of good fortune force. Of these 3 treasures, let's not talk about the pregnant infant pill for now, which he can't use for the time being. The Zhuan Huang's ancient tower and the 67 drops of good fortune force can quickly improve his strength. Needless to say, the 67 drops of good fortune force can enhance his strength in a short period of time, whether it is to improve the silk grain sword intent or the space law. As for the Zhuanghuang's ancient tower, it can also increase Chen Daoxuan's strength. It seems that the Zhuanghuang's ancient tower seems to conflict with the Star Sword Dao diagram. After all, the Star Sword Dao diagram also has a suppressing effect, which overlaps with the function of the Zhuanghuang's ancient tower, to increase the Dao domain. But using the Star Sword Dao diagram consumes too much energy for Chen Daoxuan. In this battle with the true Lord Minghuang, Chen Daoxuan seemed to have won very quickly, killing a true Lord Yuan Ying in half a cup of tea. But at the same time, his mana consumption also reached the bottom. In other words, if the true Lord Minghuang could hold on for another half a cup of tea, it might be Chen Daoxuan who was defeated. The Zhuanghuang's ancient tower is a low-profile version of the Star Sword Dao diagram. In terms of suppressing power, it is far inferior to the Star Sword Dao diagram, but at the same time, it consumes much less mana. Compared with the two, this tower is more suitable for use in conventional fighting. Chapter 329 Breakthrough. Zenon Immortal City. 3 days have passed since the capture of this city gate. During these 3 days, Zenon Pass went from being noisy to being dead silent. The once bustling Immortal City has become extremely depressed due to the battle between Kainiu and Sword Sect and Zuan King Dao League. The shops on both sides of the streets of the Immortal City were either destroyed or closed, with no people at all. These shops were all opened by the cultivators under the Zuan King Dao League. Now that the Immortal City has been broken, these cultivators will not be sentenced to death, but they will inevitably have all their property confiscated. Some beautiful female cultivators will be abducted on the spot by the Zenon army soldiers as trophies. In this cruel world of immortal cultivation, the moral standards of cultivators are not as high as in the civilized society of the previous life, and there is no saying that civilians cannot be massacred. Once the enemy is defeated, whether it is a military cultivator or an ordinary cultivator, the best fate is to become a prisoner. More cultivators did not even have the chance to become prisoners, and were killed on the spot. Just like the fate of those Kangzhou monks when Zenon Pass fell, most of them were slaughtered, and only a very small number became prisoners. This small scene was nothing in the more than 400 years of the Chuan Kingdom War. In the quiet room of the Immortal Palace, Chen Daoxuan sat cross-legged on the futon, and everything that happened in Zenon Immortal City seemed to have nothing to do with him. At this moment, he was concentrating on the changes in the Danshan Key Sea. To be precise, it was the changes on the Star Sword Dao map in the Danshan Key Sea. On the Star Sword Dao map, 2 stars, one large and one small, were dotted. They were the 2 stars formed after Chen Daoxuan's space law and silk grain sword intent were manifested. But now, the stars transformed by silk grain sword intent were beating violently. This beating was not that silk grain sword intent was about to be promoted to silk grain law, but a different kind of transformation. If someone who was proficient in water sword intent saw this scene, he would find that Chen Daoxuan's silk grain sword intent was transforming into water sword intent. As a branch sword intent of the water sword intent, the potential of the silk grain sword intent is limited, and it can only be promoted to the 6th world realm of the Great Dao at most. If you want to continue to be promoted, you must transform the silk grain sword intent into the water sword intent. But it is not a simple matter to transform from a branch sword intent to a complete water sword intent. Chen Daoxuan went astray in the past. If he wants to force a change now, the price he pays must be much more difficult than those who have never set foot on the road of swordsmanship. But fortunately, the most important thing to comprehend the sword intent is comprehension. And what Chen Daoxuan lacks the least is comprehension. In the sea of consciousness, the comprehension star that looks like a giant celestial body slowly rotates. As the comprehension star rotates, a little bit of dust-like matter detaches from the comprehension star and disappears. As the comprehension star is consumed, Chen Daoxuan's comprehension also soars. Chen Daoxuan discovered that, since the Hongmeng Enlightenment Sutra broke through to the 3rd level, not only has a derivative function been added, but the comprehension function has also undergone another transformation. In the 2nd level of Hongmeng Enlightenment Sutra, there is an additional preaching function, and the enlightenment function has evolved from the original 10 times of enlightenment to 30 times of enlightenment, which is a huge improvement. In the third level of Hongmeng Enlightenment Sutra, Chen Daoxuan's enlightenment function is no longer limited to a certain number of times of enlightenment. He found that his enlightenment can be adjusted and controlled at will. Theoretically, there is as many times of enlightenment as you want, and there is no upper limit. But as the enlightenment multiples increase, the consumption of enlightenment stars will also increase sharply. Chen Daoxuan tried it. Once more than 100 times of enlightenment is used, this enlightenment star with a diameter of hundreds of miles will be consumed at a terrifying speed. With 100 times of enlightenment, he estimated that at most 3 days, this enlightenment star formed, by absorbing a large amount of chaotic energy from the true immortal source realm, will be consumed. If the enlightenment used is less than 100 times, the speed of consuming enlightenment stars will suddenly decrease, and there will be no change at all. Right now, Chen Daoxuan used the doubling of his comprehension, and it just reached 101 times, because he found that when his comprehension broke through 100 times, he seemed to enter a special state that was difficult to explain. The barriers that were difficult to comprehend and understand in the past became simple and easy to understand in an instant with more than 100 times the comprehension. Just like his silk rain sword intent. As a branch of the water sword intent, once a cultivator sets foot on the silk rain sword intent, the price he pays, if he wants to embark on the water sword intent, will be much greater. According to the records of the cunning and sword sex classics, if you want to turn from the silk rain sword intent, the extreme cold sword intent and other branch sword intents to the water sword intent, you need to comprehend several more branch sword intents, and comprehend them to an extremely high level. Then, based on these several branch sword intents of the water sword intent, you can merge them into one to comprehend the water sword intent. This method, just by listening to it, makes people feel scalp tingling. Chen Daoxuan had originally intended to use this method to reverse his silk rain sword intention, but after his comprehension surpassed 100 times, he found that it was not necessary to go through so much trouble. He could glimpse a trace of the water sword intention of the same realm through the silk rain sword intention of the Dao realm. For other cultivators, it was like a fairy tale, but for Chen Daoxuan, who had 100 times more comprehension at this moment, it was as easy as a flick of his finger. On the star sword Dao diagram, as the stars transformed by the silk rain sword intention beat violently, the originally light blue silk rain sword intention stars finally transformed into a clear water blue water sword intention. It's done. In the quiet room, Chen Daoxuan suddenly opened his eyes, his face full of surprise. In the Danshan Key C, the star sword Dao diagram covered the top. On the star map, a space star that was as bright as a diamond stood in the center, and next to the space star was a water blue water star. These two stars were transformed by both the space law and the water sword intention, and also by the Chenggying sword and the Fixu sword. Seeing that the water sword intent had been completed, Chen Daoxuan was overjoyed and opened his mouth to spit it out. He spit out a water blue star. As soon as the water blue star appeared, it turned into a light blue flying sword and slowly rotated around Chen Daoxuan. Looking at the Fixu sword that had been with him since he started practicing, Chen Daoxuan couldn't help but gently stroke its sword body. After the Fixu sword was integrated into Chen Daoxuan's mind, its spirituality soared again. Even if Chen Daoxuan did not actively control it with his mind, it could respond to Chen Daoxuan's mind according to his mind. The so-called telepathy is just like this. After comforting the Fixu sword, Chen Daoxuan took out a jade bottle from the storage ring, which was a jade bottle containing 67 drops of the power of creation. It was Chen Daoxuan's original idea to promote the silk rain sword intent to the silk rain law. But before implementing it, Chen Daoxuan was thinking about whether he could transform the silk rain sword intent into the water sword intent with a wider path and greater potential. If it were any other cultivator, it would be more difficult to transform silk rain sword intent into water sword intent in a short period of time than for someone who has not yet comprehended sword intent to comprehend water sword intent. But with more than 100 times of comprehension blessing, Chen Daoxuan turned the impossible into possible. Of course, in addition to 100 times of comprehension blessing, Chen Daoxuan also repeatedly observed the changes in the laws when the giant axe master performed the sky axe. Because among the laws that the other party comprehended, there is the water law. After many observations, plus the trace of water sword intent that Chen Daoxuan glimpsed through silk grain sword intent, the two reflected. Chen Daoxuan reversed the wrong path that he had embarked on in one fell swoop. Now that the water sword intent has been formed, Chen Daoxuan can no longer wait and directly thinks of using the power of creation to forcibly promote the water sword intent to the water law, so that his water sword Dao can also enter the law realm. Only when a cultivator enters the law realm can he be considered to have the combat power of the true lord level. Swish, swish, swish. The power of creation dripped onto the pale blue Fiksu sword and soon merged into the sword body. As the power of creation merged into it, Chen Daoxuan's mind, which was integrated into it, could clearly sense that the Fiksu sword was rapidly transforming. This transformation was different from the previous transformation of the silk grain sword intent into the water sword intent. It was a higher degree of transition. Chen Daoxuan's space sword intent had already entered the law realm, and he was very familiar with this transition. It was the manifestation of the water sword intent moving towards the law realm. As time passed by little, the Fiksu sword sometimes turned into a flying sword and sometimes turned into a water blue star. The only thing that remained unchanged was that its aura was getting stronger little by little. After turning into a water blue star, its size was also getting bigger little by little. Boom. A roar exploded in Chen Daoxuan's sea of consciousness and sea of ki at the same time. He knew that this was the sound of the soul shaking. When the space sword intent entered the law realm, there was also such a change. Sure enough, after the roar, the water blue star in front of Chen Daoxuan was dozens of times larger than at the beginning. Enjoy. Chen Daoxuan summoned the star sword Dao diagram and retracted his water sword intention again. At this moment, on the star sword Dao diagram, the water star was about 1/3 the size of the space star, and compared with the previous tiny scene, it was like a world of difference. Seeing this, Chen Daoxuan simply called out the space law and the water law in succession. As the diamond-like space star and the water blue water star appeared in front of him, his mind moved, and the two stars turned into two flying swords. It was Chen Daoxuan's natal flying sword, the Chengying sword and the Fiksu sword. As the two flying swords merged with the space law and the water law, the sword bodies of the Chengying sword and the Fiksu sword began to undergo different changes. In the past, the sword body of the Fiksu sword was silver white, and the Chengying sword was silver gray. Now, the Fiksu sword has turned light blue, and the Chengying sword has turned transparent like a diamond. Chen Daoxuan knew that this was because the immortal sword had been integrated into the law, and the law gradually changed the physical properties of the flying sword. This is the domineering part of the star sword Dao diagram. The law and the immortal sword have a relationship of mutual influence and mutual enhancement. Since the two merged into one, they have become this kind of relationship. Even Chen Daoxuan noticed that after the water sword intent transformed into the water law, the star sword Dao diagram began to strengthen again. The magnitude of this enhancement was not as strong as when the space sword intent transformed into the space law, but it was at least strengthened by about a quarter. Sure enough, the more laws the star sword Dao diagram has, the stronger it will become. The diagram nourishes the sword, and the sword nourishes the diagram, so this is what it means. Chen Daoxuan said silently. The next moment, he performed the Liangai sword formation, wanting to use the power of the formation to fuse the space and water laws again. After his mind was integrated into the silk grain sword intent and the space law, Chen Daoxuan tried to fuse them with the Liangai sword formation. But the gap between the silk grain sword intent and the space law is too big. Even if there is a mind in the Liangai sword formation, which can forcibly merge the two, the increase that can be brought is extremely limited. Although Chen Daoxuan does not know how strong the high-level realm of the space law is after comprehending the space strangling, the Liangai sword formation merges the space law and the silk grain sword intent, and at most only increases the power of the middle stage of the space law by 30%. This increase is indeed known as the fusion of negative laws, which increases the power sharply. Among them, there is a reason that the degree of fusion is not deep enough, but Chen Daoxuan feels that the bigger factor is that the gap between the silk grain sword intent and the space law is too large. These two, one is as bright as the sun, and the other is as tiny as a star, are not at the same level at all. It is already a blessing to force the fusion, to increase the power by 30%. This is also the reason why Chen Daoxuan did not use the Liangai sword formation immediately when he was fighting against the enemy Mingliang's engine. The increase of 30% power in the middle stage of the space law is still too far to compete with the cultivators with the cultivation level of the late nascent soul and the high stage of the fire law. Not to mention that the physical body of the true Lord Mingliang is strong, at least 2 realms higher than Chen Daoxuan's physical cultivation. After considering various things, Chen Daoxuan directly used his strongest trump card, the Star Sword Dao diagram. It was this decisiveness that saved his life. Otherwise, if he really used the spatial law of the middle stage of the Law realm, combined with the Silk Rain sword intention of the high stage of the Dao realm, to form the Liangai sword formation, to fight against the true Lord Mingliang, I'm afraid that Chen Daoxuan would be smashed into powder by the iron fist of the true Lord Mingliang in the first place. Because although Chen Daoxuan's Dao realm is not much worse than that of the true Lord Mingliang, the gap in the basic cultivation of the two sides is too big, and being beaten to death by a punch is already a more euphemistic statement. In the quiet room, the spatial law and the water law, under the bond of the Liangai sword formation, gradually merged into one. The water blue fairy sword and the transparent fairy sword continued to rotate and merge, and the spatial law and the water law were madly entangled together. Chen Daoxuan felt that, compared to the giant axe master he saw in the true immortal origin realm, his current behavior of integrating the laws was a little tricky, but the effect was exactly the same. The only difference was that his array power was not strong enough, and the number of laws and realm were not enough. The array power was not strong because his array realm was limited, and the number of laws and realm were not enough because he had limited understanding of the avenue. But these were things that could be improved in the future, and Chen Daoxuan was not in a hurry. Is this the result of the two-element sword array integrating the space law and the water law? Looking at the two strange immortal swords in front of him that were completely integrated and exuded a terrifying power, Chen Daoxuan trembled. In front of him, this strange immortal sword was quietly suspended. On the immortal sword, the two laws were entangled, merged, separated, and entangled, presenting an extremely unstable state. Around the immortal sword, the space was like a rag, torn into dark holes. You know, at this moment, the space in the quiet room was reinforced and suppressed by the Star Sword Dao diagram, and it was not comparable to the unreinforced space outside. Even so, the space was easily torn into pieces. Seeing this, Chen Daoxuan did not dare to try again and quickly removed the bond of the formation power. As the Liangai sword formation was removed, the spatial law and the water law were like two mutually repelling magnets, and they separated directly. With this sword, I'm afraid that the original Mingliang's engine would not be able to withstand it. Chen Daoxuan stroked the two blue and transparent fairy swords and murmured. Chapter 330 Bold Idea. Creaky. Push open the door of the quiet room and remove the protective formation. The dazzling sunlight shone on Chen Daoxuan's handsome face, making him squint slightly. With a sweep of his spiritual sense, Chen Daoxuan identified the direction. His figure blurred for a moment and disappeared in an instant. In a hall, 10,000 Xinghe monks were gathered together with serious faces. In the hall, not only the 7 highest level Giant and Zenran were there, but also the powerful generals of each army were all present. Suddenly, Chen Daoxuan's figure appeared in the hall, causing a whole crowd of exclamations. Master Chen! Master Chen is here! As soon as Chen Daoxuan appeared, greetings came one after another, which shows how high his status is in the minds of the Zenran army monks. Fairy Kaiyao, who was sitting in the main seat, saw Chen Daoxuan and stood up immediately, her pretty face full of surprise. Fellow Daoist Chen, you are out of retreat. Yes. Chen Daoxuan smiled and bowed to everyone. Finally, he stopped his gaze on Fairy Kaiyao and said with a smile, I just came out of retreat and met you discussing matters. What's going on? Has anything big happened in the past few days? Hearing this, the smile on Fairy Kaiyao's pretty face faded, and she nodded solemnly and said, something big has happened. Oh. Chen Daoxuan raised his eyebrows slightly. Thousands of miles away from Zenon Pass, the Qinghui Taoist sect, unlike the Kainiuan Sword sect, which stands on an island and is surrounded by a large and small cave world defense formation, The kingly Taoist sect stands in the continuous mountains. Looking down from the sky, the kingly Taoist sect is surrounded by 9 immortal veins. After hundreds of thousands of years of blessing by the formations of the ancestors, the 9 immortal veins have been set up by countless protective formations by the monks of the kingly Taoist sect. In terms of defense, the defense formation of the kingly Taoist sect is only better than the defense formation of the Cunning sword sect. In the kingly Taoist sect, on a vast sea-like fairy pond, figures are sitting cross-legged in the misty water vapor. If you look closely, you will find that the power emanating from these figures has all reached the nascent soul stage. Boom. A surging wave surged out from the depths of the fairy pond. A man wearing a silver-white Taoist robe and with a somewhat feminine face suddenly opened his eyes. As the feminine man opened his eyes, the rest of the people were startled, and their nascent soul-level consciousness probed over. Sect Master? The feminine man raised his head, looked in the direction of Chuan country, and frowned. Red Dragon True Lord is dead. What? Impossible. Red Dragon True Lord is a top-level True Lord. Who can kill him? Could it be that the ancient Taoist Lord took action? At this time, everyone guarding the Tai fairy pond opened their eyes and could no longer sit still. True Lord Kaijiao was a top True Lord in the kingly Taoist sect, and he was much stronger than Ming Huang. Now that everyone suddenly heard that True Lord Kaijiao had fallen, it was no less than the death of a palace master level strongman in Cunning sword sect. How could the sect not be shocked? This was a major event that affected the foundation of the sect. Seeing everyone's doubts, the feminine man's face became even uglier, and he said in a deep voice, it was True Lord Lin Wu and the Palace Master of Shadow Palace of Cunning Sword Sect who personally took action. True Lord Lin Wu personally led the army to attack the Red Dragon Fairy City, and the Palace Master of Shadow Palace took the opportunity to launch a sneak attack, and the Red Dragon fell. Despicable. The Cunning Sword Sect is the most shameless. Lin Wu and the Palace Master of Shadow Palace are two beasts. For a time, many Yuanying True Lords on Tai Immortal Pond were filled with indignation. Although most people were furious when they first heard the news, there were also calm people who frowned and thought, Master, Lin Wu's engine has been stationed in Lin Wu Immortal City for hundreds of years. He has always been in confrontation with Maizu and King Dao League, and has never launched a large-scale attack. Will they suddenly launch such a large-scale attack? The feminine master of Kingly Dao sect pondered for a moment and nodded. Elder Yun's consideration makes sense. Although Cunning sword sect has fought with Maizu and King Dao League for hundreds of years, there have never been many Yuanying level wars, let alone the top Zenjin personally taking part. The news of Tai Divine Water in our sect must have been leaked. Everyone looked at each other, not knowing what to do. The meaning of the Master of Kingly Dao sect was very clear. There was a traitor in the sect, and it was among the people present. These words undoubtedly made everyone look at each other with a little subtle change. At this time, a late Yuanying cultivator stood up and said, Master, everyone, now is not the time to look for spies in the sect. The Red Dragon Fairy City is the greatest fortress built by our Zhu and King Dao League in Chuan country. Once the Red Dragon Fairy City is broken, the army of Cunning Sword Sect can attack the small fairy cities of our Kingly Dao Sect at will. The garrisons of other fairy cities cannot stop the combination of Lin Wu's engine and the Lord of the Shadow Palace. Elder he is right. The most important thing now is to stop Lin Wu's engine. Just as everyone was arguing, another message came. Seeing this, everyone turned their eyes to the Master of Kingly Dao Sect. The Master of Kingly Dao Sect, who had a feminine face, took out the communication jade talisman in front of everyone. But then, his face turned as hen. Master? Seeing the face of their own master, everyone had a bad premonition in their hearts. Zenon Pass has been breached, and True Lord Ming Huan died in battle. Within one day, the news of the death of the two True Lords was reported back to the sect, shrouding the entire Kingly Taoist sect in a bleak atmosphere. The next moment, the leader of the Kingly Taoist sect stood up and ordered, pass on my decree. Order, all Yuanying True Lords in the sect to gather here, and rush to the major immortal cities of Chuan Kingdom. Hearing this order, almost all Yuanying True Lords bowed with a serious face and said, I will follow the sect leader's decree. After an incense stick, a series of escaping lights, either driving a spirit boat or flying alone, flew out of the kingly Taoist sect's defense formation, and flew towards Chuan Kingdom. As the Yuanying True Lords who came to help left, the number of Yuanying True Lords staying above Tei Immortal Pond suddenly decreased by 90%. Sect Master. Elder Yun glanced at the sect master of Kingly Dao sect, bowed slightly, and said hesitantly, "Could this be a plan by Carnean Sword sect to lure the tiger away from the mountain?" The sect master of Kingly Dao sect nodded. "I have also thought about what Elder Yun is worried about, but the fairy city of Chuan Kingdom must not be lost." He turned and looked at Elder Yun. "Although Tei Divine Water can help Yuanying cultivators break through the Yuanshan stage, it is not absolute. If my Kingly Dao sect puts all its bets on this treasure, once Chuan Kingdom is lost, Carnean Sword sect invades my sect's homeland, and I fail to break through the Yuanshan stage. Have you ever thought about the situation of my Kingly Dao sect at that time?" This. Elder Yun frowned and said nothing. After a long while, he nodded. "Sect master has considered it very well, but I'm worried that Carnean Sword sect will send people to raid my sect." "Raid?" The sect master of Kingly Dao sect suddenly showed confidence on his face and smiled. "I'm looking forward to Carnean Sword sect really daring to send people to take the opportunity to attack us." Hearing this, Elder Yun glanced at the unfathomable sect master and then stopped talking. In any case, even if the Kingly Taoist sect sent nearly 100 Yuanying Zenjin, there are still more than 10 Yuanying Zenjin guarding the Tei Immortal Pond in the sect, including the sect master himself. In addition to the Kingly Taoist sect's protective formation, if the Carnean Sword sect wants to send people to attack, it must at least send dozens of Yuanying Zenjin to attack together, so that there is a glimmer of hope to break through the Kingly Taoist sect. And now, how can the Carnean Sword sect still have dozens of Yuanying level combat forces? The Zuan King Taoist Alliance dare not say that they know all the information about the Yuanying Zenjin of the Carnean Sword sect, but they still have an approximate number in their minds. Don't look at the fact that there are more than 100 Yuanying Zenjin in the Carnean Sword sect, but the territory of the Carnean Sword sect is also extremely vast. A part of the Yuanying Zenjin must be left to guard the Wangxing Sea, and the passage to the True Demon Realm must also be left to guard the Yuanying Zenjin. At this moment, Carnean Sword sect is attacking Chuan Kingdom with all its strength. Most of their nascent soul fighting forces probably transferred to the front line of Chuan Kingdom. In addition, the sect of Carnean Sword sect always has to leave a few nascent soul cultivators to guard. With this calculation, how can Carnean Sword sect spare dozens of nascent soul cultivators to attack Kingly Taoist sect? And sending a few nascent soul True Lords, even if they are top True Lords, is no different from sending them to die. Kingly Taoist sect is naturally not afraid. Not to mention that the leader of Kingly Taoist sect is amazingly powerful. With him in charge of the sect and Tei Divine Water can be guaranteed to be safe. Having said that, the leader of Kingly Taoist sect still ordered, "Elder He, I'm here. Let your people check carefully the movements of all the nascent soul cultivators of Carnean Sword sect in the near future. I obey your command." Elder He bowed his hands in response. Seeing Elder He about to leave, the leader of the Kingly Taoist sect said again, "Also, remember to have your people cause some trouble to the base camp of the Carnean Sword sect." Elder He felt the look in the eyes of the leader in front of him, and his heart trembled. He immediately nodded and said, "Yes, leader." Zenon Pass. In the main hall, after listening to the narration of Fairy Kaiyao, Chen Daoxuan's heart was suddenly filled with turbulent waves. "Are you saying that the Carnean Sword sect is launching a full-scale attack on Chuan Kingdom?" "Yes." Fairy Kaiyao nodded. "Not only that, Lin Wu's engine has already captured the Red Dragon Fairy City." Hiss. Hearing this news, Chen Daoxuan was shocked. The Red Dragon Fairy City is the fairy city where the Red Dragon Fairy sits. As the top Zenjin of the Zuan King Taoist Alliance, the status of the Red Dragon True Lord is like the 7 whole masters of the Carnean Sword sect. Zenjins of this level have actually fallen. Although Chen Daoxuan didn't know how the Carnean Sword sect did it, it was obvious that the Carnean Sword sect was determined to attack Chuan Kingdom with all its strength. As for the purpose of Carnean Sword sect doing this, everyone present was not clear, but Chen Daoxuan had a vague guess. It was probably to create an opportunity for the Lord of Zhenhe Palace. However, Could the Lord of Zhenhe Palace alone break through the Qinghui Taoist sect with a large number of Yuan Ying's engine? No matter how you look at it, this move is a bit like seeking death. However, Chen Daoxuan couldn't help but think that once Tai Divine Water was bred, and Zuan King Dao League gave birth to a Yuan Shen Daochen, Kan Yuan Sword sect would eventually die. The difference between dying early and dying late. No wonder Kan Yuan Sword sect is desperate. Is Sect Master Fei so confident in the strength of Palace Master Qin? Chen Daoxuan said secretly. Immediately, his heart sank. No, Kan Yuan Sword sect must not fall, at least not now. As a time traveler, Chen Daoxuan's loyalty to Kan Yuan Sword sect is almost zero. But after all, the Chen family has taken root in Wangxinghe. Once the war spreads to Wangxinghe, the Chen family will definitely not be able to stay out of it. Considering his record in retaking Zenan Pass, the Qinghui Taoist sect must have regarded him as a thorn in their eyes. Once the Kan Yuan Sword sect falls, the first unlucky one might be his Chen family. Chen Daoxuan was very clear about this. He did not expect that he could kill a late-stage Yuan cultivator of the Qinghui Taoist sect and the two sides could still shake hands and make peace. The only way now was to help the master of the Zhenhe Palace to successfully raid the Qinghui Taoist sect. This was not only for Uncle 13, but also for the Chen family. Once Wangxinghe fell, the end of the Chen family would definitely not be much better. Thinking of this, the relaxed mood after retaking Zenan Pass became heavy again. Not only Chen Daoxuan, but everyone in the hall had a heavy face. War always makes people feel heavy. But the war between the Kan Yuan Sword sect and the Zuan King Taoist alliance is no longer something that anyone can stop. The two sides have been fighting for thousands of years and have long forged a blood feud. Unless the other side falls completely, this hatred will never be eliminated. Everyone. Chen Daoxuan suddenly spoke. When everyone saw the big man talking, they all turned their eyes to him. Although Zenan Pass has been taken, now my Wangxinghe is attacking Chuan Kingdom on all fronts, so my Zenan army naturally cannot hold this city. Hearing this, Fairy Kaiyao on the side became anxious, and she immediately sent a voice message. Fellow Daoist Chen, Master only asked us to hold this city, and not to advance rashly. Fairy, please be at ease. Chen Daoxuan sent a voice message back, and continued, therefore, I suggest that I go to the enemy occupied area alone to get information. Young clan leader, no. The others did not speak, and Chen Fusheng immediately stood up to object. Master Chen, think twice. Yes, by taking Zenan Pass, our strategic goal has been achieved, and Master has no need to advance rashly. Everyone dissuaded him. Fairy Kaiyao looked at Chen Daoxuan with complicated eyes, and was deeply moved. Kan Yuan Sword sect's full-scale attack on Chuan Kingdom is undoubtedly a gamble on the sect's fortune. Once this battle fails, Kan Yuan Sword sect will not be unable to recover, but will definitely go downhill. As the young master of Kan Yuan Sword sect, how could he not be moved when he saw an outsider like Chen Daoxuan risking his life for Kan Yuan Sword sect? Not to mention Chen Daoxuan, an outsider, even among the disciples of Kan Yuan Sword sect. How many people could do what Chen Daoxuan did in a life and death crisis? Thinking of this, Fairy Kaiyao could hardly suppress her affection for Chen Daoxuan. She hurriedly stepped forward and said, Chen Daoxuan, I'll go with you. This time, he directly called Chen Daoxuan by his name, not Chen Daoyao. Chen Daoxuan did not notice this subtle change, turned his head to look at Fairy Kaiyao, and smiled. I appreciate the good intentions of the young master, but it will be more flexible for me to go alone to investigate. Hearing this, Fairy Kaiyao immediately heard the implication of Chen Daoxuan. Yes, Chen Daoxuan is extremely powerful. Although he only has the Jinden cultivation, his strength is comparable to that of Yuan Ying's engine. With her strength, even if she follows Chen Daoxuan, she will only be a burden. Thinking of this, Fairy Kaiyao no longer insisted and nodded. Then you should be careful in everything. Yes. Chen Daoxuan nodded, then glanced at everyone, and disappeared in the hall in a flash. The space law reached the middle stage of the law realm, and he comprehended space transmission. As long as Chen Daoxuan did not commit suicide, and fell into the formation set up by the enemy in advance, even if several top Zenjin joined forces, it would be difficult to take him down. Seeing that the situation was not good, Chen Daoxuan teleported and then waved the Me Dust banner and immediately fled more than 100,000 miles away. No matter which top Zenjin saw him, he would have a headache. Si estas escuchando esta novela en canal distinto a mundo fanfic novelas. Significa que descargaran y sabiran sinus fuso ten invitamos cordialmente a visitar nuestro canal. Mundo fanfic novelas ali encontrarás la versión original de esta historia y podrás explorar muchas otras novelas de diversos géneros. Te esperamos para sumergirte en mundo de novelas increíbles. Chapter 331 Infiltration. Chen Daoxuan's figure appeared again. He was already in front of Juxu Fairy City, southeast of Zenon Pass. Juxu Fairy City, also known as Juxu Pass, is a fairy pass 30,000 miles away from Zenon Pass. This fairy city was built by Zhuan King Dao League, and is the front line of Zhuan King Dao League's defense of Wangxinghai. Crossing this fairy city, you will completely enter the area actually controlled by Zhuan King Dao League. Today, Chuan Kingdom is divided into two by the defense line, built by Kainyuan Sword Sect and Zhuan King Dao League. Half is under the control of Kainyuan Sword Sect, and the other half is actually occupied by Zhuan King Dao League. But whether it is Zhuanyang Sect or Qingli Dao Sect, the country where their sects are located, is not in Chuan Kingdom, but elsewhere. Standing thousands of miles away from Juxu Pass, Chen Daoxuan's spiritual sense swept across the towering walls of the fairy city. Juxu Fairy City is, as its name suggests, a city covered in silver. This fairy city is located on an ice-attributed spiritual vein, and is covered by ice and snow all year round. Although he did not enter the fairy city, from 1,000 miles away, Chen Daoxuan still sensed the presence of several nascent soul cultivators in the fairy city. However, compared with the true Lord Mingliang of Zenon Pass, the cultivation of these three nascent soul cultivators was not high, and the one with the highest cultivation was only in the middle stage of the nascent soul. Of course, Chen Daoxuan would not judge a cultivator's strength based on his cultivation alone. After thinking about it, he did not rush into Juxu Pass, but disappeared instantly. Inside Juxu Pass, the nascent soul cultivator with the highest cultivation suddenly opened his eyes, and his consciousness swept across the entire fairy city. Who is spying on Juxu City? He raised his head and looked in the direction of Zenon Pass. Is it you, Chen Daoxuan? The news that Chen Daoxuan killed the true Lord Mingliang had spread throughout the Zhuan King Dao League in just a few days. A giant and early stage cultivator killed a true lord in the late stage of the nascent soul. This news was too explosive. In just a few days, it had become known to everyone in the nascent soul cultivator circle of the Zhuan King Dao League. True Lord Mingliang is not a weak Yuanying cultivator, he is a real Yuanying late stage cultivator. Although True Lord Mingliang may not be as strong as the top True Lord, his strength is definitely more than 90% of Yuanying cultivators. Even such an existence still fell in the hands of Chen Daoxuan. Now, the Yuanying cultivators of Zhuan King Dao League are all saying that this giant and Zenran named Chen Daoxuan is probably stronger than the so-called invincible Zenran. From ancient times to now, no one has ever heard of such a fierce giant and cultivator. Chen Daoxuan's figure appeared again, and he had crossed Juxu Pass thousands of miles away and completely entered the territory of Zhuan King Dao League. When he arrived at the enemy's territory, Chen Daoxuan no longer teleported openly, but used the breath-retaining technique to restrain his own breath. It was seen that his breath was weakening all the way from the early stage of Jinden, the late stage of Zifu, the middle stage of Zifu, the early stage of Zifu. The breath he exposed to the outside world lasted until the middle stage of foundation building, and then it barely stopped. The cultivation level of the middle stage of foundation building is very common in the world of immortal cultivation, and it won't be disturbed by some ignorant little scumbags. Just right. Chen Daoxuan thought secretly. Immediately, he controlled his facial bones and muscles and moved quickly. After about 10 breaths, Chen Daoxuan's face had changed into another look, and even his height had increased by 3 points. His appearance, figure, and aura had all changed. Now, even if Chen Fusheng stood in front of him, he would not dare to recognize that this person was his young patriarch. Of course, although Chen Daoxuan was proficient in the art of concealing his breath, Cultivators with stronger spirits than him could still find flaws after getting close. Therefore, Chen Daoxuan had better stay away from Yuan Ying's engine at ordinary times. However, Yuan Ying's engine is not a cabbage. Although all Yuan Ying's engines of Zhuan King Dao League add up to hundreds, there are not so many Yuan Ying cultivators scattered in Chuan country in the country where their sect is located. In the major immortal cities of Chuan country, only the larger immortal cities have Yuan Ying's engines sitting in charge. In an ordinary fairy city, at most there are only a few Jiandan monks. Chen Daoxuan dare not say about the Yuan Ying monk, but no matter how many Jiandan monks come, they are just serving food in front of him. It must be said that Chen Daoxuan, a monk with amazing strength, is shameless and runs to the hinterland of Zhuan King Dao League to cause damage, which will definitely involve a lot of energy of Zhuan King Dao League. If there are not enough Yuan Ying monks sent to encircle and suppress him, it will be a waste. If there are too many people sent, Chen Daoxuan will run away again. Chen Daoxuan himself feels a headache when thinking about it, let alone Zhuan King Dao League. Now, Zhuan King Dao League is still unaware that such a troublesome existence has infiltrated its hinterland. Speaking of going to the enemy's hinterland alone to make trouble, Chen Daoxuan is not without experience. When he single-handedly killed the world monster in the Great Yuan Monster Kingdom of the True Monster Realm, he caused the Yuan Ying monks to chase him. It's just that at that time, his cultivation and strength were too weak. After only doing it once, he never dared to send his real body there again. Although the forces he is facing now are much stronger than the Great Yuan Demon Kingdom, his own strength is also many times stronger than that time. Chen Daoxuan has only two purposes for this trip. First, to create chaos. Second, to improve strength. To achieve these two goals, hunting down the lone Yuan Ying's engine is the best choice. Of course, Yuan Ying cultivators are not cabbages. Although Chen Daoxuan is strong, he is not clear about the strength and trump cards of the Yuan Ying's engine he is facing. If he rashly attacks a strange Yuan Ying's engine, he may capsize in the gutter. Therefore, he must investigate the information of this Yuan Ying's engine as much as possible before taking action. On the one hand, it is to find out the strength of this Yuan Ying's engine, and on the other hand, it is to find out whether this Yuan Ying's engine has a bulging pocket. Although Ming Huang's engine is not weak in strength, he is really not rich among the cultivators of the same level. The three most valuable things on the other part his body are only a 5th level top grade magic weapon, 67 drops of fortune power, and a pregnancy pill. With this little wealth, Chen Daoxuan even suspected that he had been robbed before, which was totally inconsistent with the identity of Ming Huang's engine, a late-stage Yuan Ying cultivator. In the following days, Chen Daoxuan began to move towards the direction of King Li Dao sect, using the escape light little by little. Along the way, he met many other cultivators, but most of them were key refining cultivators. After all, in the world of immortal cultivation, key refining cultivators are the most numerous. When those key refining cultivators saw his escape light, they all avoided him from afar, fearing that they would upset their predecessors. As for the foundation building cultivators with the same cultivation level, none of them took the initiative to come forward to trouble Chen Daoxuan. Seeing this, Chen Daoxuan nodded with satisfaction. It seems that controlling the cultivation level to the middle stage of foundation building is a correct decision. Chen Daoxuan thought to himself. Along the way, Chen Daoxuan made many inquiries and finally selected the first target person. The first target he selected was a middle stage Yuan Ying cultivator named Jin Yuan's engine. The reason why Chen Daoxuan chose him as the first target was that Jin Yuan's engine's cultivation was not high, only in the middle stage of the nascent soul. On the other hand, he was rich. Jin Yuan's engine was a logistics director who was in charge of the resources of the front line of Zhuan King Dao League. Jin Yuan's Iron Cheng. Although this Zion Cheng was large, it was responsible for all the resource supply of the 4 Zion Chengs on the front line of Zhuan King Dao League. As the only ruler of Jin Yuan's Zion Cheng, it is conceivable how much he had secretly made over the years. Jin Yuan's engine was from Zhuan sect. Although Zhuan King Dao League was as close as a family, it was still different from King Li Dao sect. Over the years, Jin Yuan's engine had secretly extracted a lot of oil and water from the resources of King Li Dao sect. The target was found, and the next step was how to approach the target. As a cultivator in the nascent soul stage, it was not easy for Jinyuan's engine to get close to him. This matter still needed to be planned. Chen Daoxuan thought to himself. As the immortal city where the Yuanying's engine sits, Jinyuan Xianqing governs an area of more than 100,000 miles. Within this area of more than 100,000 miles, countless family cultivators and independent cultivators rely on Jinyuan's engine. In addition, Jinyuan's engine is responsible for the allocation of resources on the front line, which makes the number of people who ask him for help even more numerous. The Shen family is an inconspicuous foundation-building family in the jurisdiction of Jinyuan Xianqing. To say that the Shen family is inconspicuous is only relative to high-level cultivators. In fact, the Shen family is very famous among the foundation-building families, because the Shen family is good at alchemy, and is the most famous alchemy family in the nearby 1,000-mile radius. On this day, less than 100 miles away from the Shen family's residence, two escape lights rushed forward one after the other. In front, a giant and middle-stage Zenran was furious. As he ran, the man said anxiously, "I don't know you, Daoist friend. Why are you forcing me? HMPH. Hand over the pregnancy pill, and I'll spare your life." The black-robed monk behind him spoke loudly, without any intention of covering up. The giant and monk in front was so angry. "I don't know what you are talking about." Still talking tough. Chen Daoxuan raised his eyebrows, and the light of escape suddenly accelerated. A flash of sword light quickly submerged the giant and real person in front. No. The giant and monk left with despair in his eyes. Until his death, he didn't know why he was targeted by this strange monk of the same level, and he didn't know the reason for the pregnancy pill that the other party kept talking about. After killing the giant and Zenran, Chen Daoxuan directly grabbed the other's body and checked it. His face suddenly turned as hen. "There is nothing. Do you think that, if you hide the pregnancy pill, I can't find it?" Chen Daoxuan performed the spiritual fire secret technique with a look of resentment on his face, and burned the body of the giant and Zenran in front of him. Before leaving, he looked at a group of people dozens of miles away with a cold look, and then turned into a light, and disappeared on the spot. Dozens of miles away, the head of the Shen family brought a group of elders and descendants of the clan. They were almost scared out of their wits by Chen Daoxuan's look before he left. For a long time, the head of the Shen family came back to his senses. He immediately ordered everyone in the clan, "Hurry, go and have a look." Yes, when high-level cultivators fight, it is not ruled out that there will be leftovers that will be discarded by the other party at will. There are many people who have the same idea as the head of the Shen family. Dozens of miles away, with the light of the foundation-building cultivator, it will arrive in the blink of an eye. There were many people who had the same idea as the Shen family, and they were all foundation-building cultivators. It was because the battle between the giant and Zenran broke out too quickly, otherwise there would be Purple Mansion cultivators who would come to pick up the leak. When the cultivators met, they did not say hello to each other, and all used their spiritual senses to carefully search the path that the two giant and Zenran flew over when they were fighting. Shen Gibei's spiritual sense swept across an object, and he immediately had an idea, just like drinking ice water on a hot summer day. Storage ring? Shen Gibei's heart was thumping. As a descendant of the Shen family, he knew very well that only cultivators above the Purple Mansion stage could equip storage rings, which were high-level storage instruments. So, Shen Gibei swallowed hard, and then quietly put away the storage ring. Shen Gibei thought that no one saw this action, but in fact, his action had long been seen by the head of the Shen family, Shen Maoking. After a search, everyone naturally found nothing. The cultivators looked at each other, those who knew each other bowed, and those who didn't know each other disappeared in a flash. The battle between the giant and cultivators, and one of them died, would definitely cause a big stir near Jinyuan Xianqing. The head of the Shen family, Shen Maoking, also returned to the clanland with a group of clan members. The Shen clanland is located on a second-level spiritual vein. As a well-known alchemy family, the Shen family has more than one spiritual vein, but the spiritual vein in the clanland is of the best quality. Usually, the clan leader and the clan members with better qualifications practice here. After returning to the clanland, Shen Maoking immediately activated the defense formation. Clan leader, what are you doing? An elder of the family was confused. The other elders also looked at Shen Maoking in surprise, as if waiting for an explanation from the other party. Shen Maoking did not reply, but looked at Shen Gibei in the crowd. Seeing Shen Maoking looking at him, Shen Gibei's face suddenly turned pale. Clan leader. Shen Gibei lowered his head, not daring to look Shen Maoking in the face. Take it out. Shen Maoking stretched out his hand. Hearing this, Shen Gibei's heart was beating like a drum, and he was panting like an ox. After a long time, he reluctantly took out a storage ring from his bosom. Storage ring. Gibei, where did you get this thing? Could it be just now? Immediately, a family elder guessed the origin of this thing. Shen Gibei lowered his head and said nothing. Shen Maoking waved his sleeves, took the storage ring from Shen Gibei's hand, and sighed. Do you know how much disaster will be brought to the family if this thing is hidden? Clan leader, I was wrong. Shen Gibei lowered his head and said in despair, get up. Shen Maoking shook his head and then looked at the elders. Elders, although this thing has fallen into the hands of my Shen family, it is hard to predict whether it will be a blessing or a disaster. When everyone heard Shen Maoking's words, they all nodded seriously. They were not the ignorant young men like Shen Gibei. How could they get their hands on a treasure that the giant and cultivators risked their lives to fight for? Especially since they faintly heard that the treasure they were fighting for was a treasure like the Uni pill. This made them feel that this thing was hot. At this time, a foundation building elder stood out from the crowd and said with a folded hand, Patriarch, the only way now is to present this treasure to the Jin family. That's right. Old 5 has a point. This treasure is indeed not something we can get our hands on. Everyone agreed. Seeing this, Shen Maoking nodded and said, that's the only way. Since the 5th elder proposed it, then this matter will be handed over to you. Be sure to contact the people of the Jin family as soon as possible. Remember, it's best to let me personally present this treasure to the head of the Jin family. Hearing this, the 5th elder hesitated for a moment, but still nodded and said, yes, Patriarch. Go. Shen Maoking waved his hand. Everyone bowed and left. Before leaving, they dragged the distraught Shen Gibei with them. Shen Maoking saw everyone walking away and immediately closed the cave formation. Walking into the depths of the cave, he saw a head of the Shen family who looked exactly like him, lying unconscious on the bed. A small formation surrounded the jade bed. From the outside, the jade bed was empty. In front of the jade bed, a black-robed monk was guarding here. He was the one who had chased the giant monk before. When the black-robed clone saw Chen Daoxuan, he jumped into black light and entered Chen Daoxuan's Danshan Qi. A water blue fairy sword also entered Chen Daoxuan's Danshan Qi with him. It was with this Fixu sword that the black-robed clone could kill the giant Zenran with the cultivation of the purple mansion stage. Otherwise, Chen Daoxuan's black-robed clone alone might not be the opponent of the giant monk. Chapter 332 You are Chen Daoxuan. Janian Immortal City. Shen Family Land. A beam of light streaked across the sky and landed in the meeting hall of the Shen Family Land. In the hall, the elders of the Shen family and the clan leader Shen Maoking were already waiting together. Seeing the light falling, everyone, including Shen Maoking, stood up and looked at the newcomer. Old 5, how is it? 5th brother, what did the Jin family say? Yes, 5th brother. In the hall, everyone gathered around and asked questions. The 5th elder of the Shen family looked around at everyone, and finally his eyes fell on the clan leader Shen Maoking, and nodded and said, I used my connections to meet a purple mansion elder of the Jin family. The other party said that the Jin family patriarch's birthday will be in a month, and our Shen family can go to offer treasures to the Jin family patriarch at that time. Great. Old 5, I knew you had a way. Everyone was immediately delighted when they heard the 5th elder's words. Shen Maoking also smiled and nodded. Old 5, you did a good job. Oh, by the way, these are the spirit stones that the family gave me to do things, and there are still some left. Taking the storage bag handed over by the 5th elder, Shen Maoking weighed it, then handed it back, saying, Old 5, you have done this great thing for the family, you can keep these remaining spirit stones. The 5th elder glanced at everyone and found that everyone was looking at him with a smile on their faces. Then he bowed to everyone and happily accepted the storage bag. He also knew in his heart that if the Chen family could really get close to the Jin family, they would soar to the sky in the future. In comparison, the spirit stones sent out were nothing at all. You know, behind the Jin family stands the Yuanying cultivator Jinyuan Zhenjin. Although Jinyuan Zhenjin belongs to the Zhuanyang sect and cannot open up a cultivation family outside, the Jin family was founded by the descendants of Jinyuan Zhenjin after all. In the sphere of influence of Jinyuan Zhencheng, which immortal cultivation family or individual cultivator dares not to give face to the Jin family? Even the Jin family's clan land is located in Jinyuan Zhencheng and is protected by Jinyuan Zhenjin. This shows how much Jinyuan Zhenjin values the Jin family. Once the Shen family relies on the Jin family, its status in the neighborhood will at least rise by several levels. Those big families that once looked down on the Shen family will probably have to curry favor with the Shen family in the future. In addition to the improvement in status, the greater impact on the Shen family is the benefits. You know, Jinyuan Zhenjin is the person in charge of the supply of resources to several immortal cities on the front line of the Zhuangqingdao League and the Yunguo Kingdom. He is in a high position and has great power. As the chief officer of logistics and military supplies, even if Jinyuan Zhenjin leaks a little bit of money from his fingernails, it will be enough for the Shen family to eat. And with the protection of the Jin family, the Shen family does not have to worry about outsiders coveting these benefits. Compared with the disposable precious treasures such as the pregnancy pill, the benefits of being able to get them safely are the most practical for the Shen family. The senior members of the Shen family knew this very well. This is why the elders of the family did not object when Shen Maoking proposed to give the pregnancy pill to the Jin family. 1 month later, at the Shen family's land, Shen Maoking coughed softly after seeing the Shen family members tidy up their appearance. When everyone heard the cough, they all looked at Shen Maoking. Seeing everyone looking at him, Shen Maoking said, "This trip to the Jin family's land is a great opportunity for our Shen family. All elders must remember to restrain the GUI generation of the family and not lose their manners in front of the Jin family." "Yes, clan leader." Everyone bowed in unison. Seeing that everyone was in high spirits, Shen Maoking nodded and waved his hand. "Let's go." The next moment, a series of escape lights shot up into the sky and flew towards the direction of Jinyuan Immortal City. The Shen family is only a few thousand miles away from Jinyuan Immortal City. With the escape speed of a cultivator and the foundation building period, it will take less than half a day to arrive. The Shen family set out at night and arrived at Jinyuan Zhencheng before noon. As a supply base for the 4 Zhenchengs on the front line, Jinyuan Zhencheng occupies a small area, but its location is very important. More importantly, there are 3 large Zhenchengs within a distance of less than 100,000 miles from Jinyuan Zhencheng, and all of them are guarded by Yuanying Zhenjin. With the speed of Yuanying cultivators, it really won't take long to reach a distance of 100,000 miles. Therefore, Chen Daoxuan's assassination this time must be unexpected. It is best to kill with one strike, and not give Jinyuan Zhenjin a chance to escape and seek help. As for the strong attack, Chen Daoxuan has thought about it, but Jinyuan Zhencheng has a 6th level defense formation. With Jinyuan Zhenjin's cultivation in the middle stage of Yuanying, Chen Daoxuan's desire to break through the 6th level defense formation presided over by the opponent is undoubtedly a foolish dream. If the attack fails, Jinyuan Zhenjin only needs to ask for help from Yuanying cultivators in other immortal cities, and Chen Daoxuan will be surrounded by Yuanying cultivators of Zhuangqingdao League. By then, he will be the one to flee. More importantly, Chen Daoxuan will expose his whereabouts. Who knows if the Yuanying Zhenjin of Zhuangqingdao League has any secret method to mark people. Once Chen Daoxuan's whereabouts are located by them, he will be in a dangerous situation in the territory of Zhuangqingdao League. Even if Chen Daoxuan's teleportation is powerful, he can't withstand the enemy knowing his location at any time and sending a large group of strong men to hunt him down. He came to the territory of Zhuangqingdao League to cause damage and attract the attention of King Li Dao sect, so as to create opportunities for the master of Zhenhe Palace not to come here to die. In front of the gate of Jinyuan Zhencheng, the Shen family members dropped their escape lights and lined up outside the city gate honestly. At the city gate, the defense formation of genuine immortal city has been activated. The soldiers who came and went on patrol were all wearing spiritual armor, and they looked ready for battle. Clan leader, this genuine city seems to be much more strict. An elder whispered in Shen Maoking's ear. Hearing this, Shen Maoking nodded and said, it is indeed much more strict, but there is nothing we can do about it. The thieves from Wangxinghe are attacking our Chuan kingdom. Now the war is raging on the front line. We must be more strict here. Alas, this damn Wangxinghe barbarian cultivator. The elder sighed and stopped talking. After waiting for about half an hour, the Shen family finally arrived. Who are you? What are you doing in the city? At the city gate, a foundation building cultivator wearing spiritual armor looked Shen Maoking up and down and asked. I'm Shen Maoking, the clan leader of the Shen family in Ziyuanliang Mountain. I have come here to attend the birthday banquet of the ancestor of the Jin family, Shen Maoking said, and took out an invitation and handed it over. It was the invitation to the birthday banquet of the ancestor of the Jin family. Seeing this invitation, the foundation building cultivator who had stepped forward to question him relaxed a little. Returning the invitation, the foundation building cultivator in spiritual armor waved his hand and said, go in, remember not to cause trouble in the city. Thank you. Shen Maoking bowed, and then led the Shen family to enter the genuine immortal city. Entering genuine immortal city, the Shen family had no time to stroll around, and took the treading cloud beast cart, rushing all the way to the Jin family's land. As a fairy city with a Yuanying's engine sitting in the genuine immortal city, it naturally has a forbidden air formation. With the highest cultivation level of the Shen family, the people in the foundation building stage, they certainly cannot fly in the air. Although they cannot fly in the air, the speed of the treading cloud beast cart is not slow. It only took them an hour to rush to the Jin family's land. At this time, it was already noon. In the Jin family's land, guests had been coming one after another to celebrate the birthday of the Jin family's ancestor. As a 9th level giant and cultivator, the Jin family ancestor, although he has a high level of cultivation, is a person who likes to show off and show off. In order to please him, the Jin family held a birthday banquet for the ancestor this time, which will take a full month. Before entering the Jin family's territory, Chen Daoxuan even heard a cultivator complaining on the road. This Jin family ancestor is really too much. How can he hold a birthday banquet every year? He is happy to hold a birthday banquet every year, and we small families can't afford to give gifts. Alas, say less. Suddenly, the cloud-stepping beast car shook slightly. Chen Daoxuan lifted the curtain of the beast car, and a continuous palace group appeared in front of Chen Daoxuan. Patriarch, we are here. Yes. Shen Maoking nodded, put his hands behind his back to look at the luxurious palace group in front of him, and waved his hand. Notify the clan members to get off the car. Yes, Patriarch. Next, each family gave gifts and sang birthday greetings. After a set of procedures, everyone entered the palace complex where the Jin family received guests. It must be said that as the largest family within a radius of dozens of miles in Jinyuan Xiancheng, the Jin family is much more grand than their Chen family. At least Chen Daoxuan has never seen any cultivator in the family hold such a grand birthday banquet, let alone hold it every year. Shaking his head, Chen Daoxuan followed the large group and entered the banquet hall. The Jin family arranged guests of different cultivation levels in different palaces according to the level of cultivation of the cultivators. Chen Daoxuan showed a foundation building stage cultivation level, so naturally he was in the palace, where the foundation building cultivators were. However, before entering the foundation building palace, Chen Daoxuan took advantage of everyone's inattention, and released his black-robed clone. Compared with Chen Daoxuan himself, the black-robed clone has reached the purple mansion stage and looks like he is not easy to mess with. The Jin family monk who was receiving the reception saw this purple mansion senior, hesitated for a moment, and hurried forward to greet him. Senior, this is the palace, where the foundation building monks eat. Your palace is over here. As he said that, the Jin family monk who was receiving the reception made a gesture of invitation. The black-robed clone still had a cold face and nodded. Seeing this, the Jin family monk who came to receive him breathed a sigh of relief. Although he had the support of the Jin family, he would still feel nervous when dealing with these high-level monks. Putting down the black-robed clone, Chen Daoxuan breathed a sigh of relief, and the expression on his face immediately became relaxed. Seeing that the head of the Shen family was in a good mood, the fifth elder on the side smiled and said, "Patriarch, wait a moment, I'll be back soon." Hearing this, Chen Daoxuan nodded and smiled. Go. About an incense stick later, the fifth elder led a purple mansion monk from the Jin family over. Seeing the fifth elder of the Shen family being humble in front of this purple mansion monk from the Jin family, Chen Daoxuan smiled even happier. "Are you the head of the Shen family?" Chen Daoxuan bowed his hands and said calmly, "Senior, it is me." Seeing that Chen Daoxuan still showed a humble and unyielding look when he saw him, the purple mansion cultivator nodded and said, "I heard that your Shen family has a great gift to give to my Jin family, and you must meet my Jin family's ancestor in person. Is this true?" "It is true." Chen Daoxuan nodded. Hearing this, the purple mansion cultivator of the Jin family threatened, "If the so-called treasure you took out pollutes the eyes of the ancestor, are you ready to accept the wrath of my ancestor?" "Senior, don't worry, since I insist on presenting this treasure to the Jin ancestor in person, I'm naturally confident." Seeing that Chen Daoxuan was so confident, the purple mansion cultivator nodded and said no more. Of course, the reason why he agreed to introduce the head of the Shen family to meet the Jin ancestor was that he heard that a Jinden Zenran had fallen near the Shen family's land not long ago. This incident caused quite a stir near Jinyuan Xiancheng. After all, Jinden Zenran is the strongest existence in the area of hundreds of thousands of miles, except for Jinyuan Zhenjin. The death of a Jinden Zenran will definitely cause a big shock. Moreover, the ancestor of the Jin family even went to the vicinity of the Shen family to investigate in person afterwards. According to rumors from many sources, the Jin family learned that the two Jinden Zenran seemed to have clashed over a pregnancy pill. In this way, it makes sense that the two Jinden cultivators fought to the death. Not long after that, the Shen family suddenly sent someone to present a gift to the Jin family. The purple mansion cultivator who was responsible for receiving the 5 elders of the Shen family at that time thought of the pregnancy pill at the first time. Knowing that this matter was of great importance, the purple mansion cultivator did not dare to neglect it and immediately reported the matter to the ancestor. The ancestor considered it again and again and decided to let the Shen family secretly present this treasure when they attended his birthday banquet 1 month later. The reason why the ancestor of the Jin family was so sneaky was because he was considering the powerful casual cultivator who killed the Jinden cultivator. If such a ruthless person knew that his pregnancy pill was intercepted by the ancestor of the Jin family, who knows what crazy actions he would do. The ancestor of the Jin family has been in the world of immortal cultivation for so long. Of course he would not think that he is arrogant just because he has the support of his grandfather, Jinyuan Zhenjin. Outsiders all say that the ancestor of the Jin family is ambitious, but in fact, the ancestor of the Jin family is not only extremely talented, but also very cautious. This can be seen from the fact that he knew that the Shen family had the pregnancy pill, but he could not bear to take it back as soon as possible. Chen Daoxuan followed behind this purple mansion cultivator, walked around for more than an hour, and finally met the rumored ancestor of the Jin family in a palace. The ancestor of the Jin family looks very young and is similar to Chen Daoxuan. His cultivation has reached the 9th level of the golden elixir, which is much higher than Chen Daoxuan's cultivation in the early stage of the golden elixir. Junior Shen Maoking, meet the ancestor of the Jin family. Seeing the ancestor of the Jin family, Chen Daoxuan quickly bowed. The ancestor of the Jin family nodded and then waved to the purple mansion cultivator beside Chen Daoxuan and said, "You go out first." "Yes, ancestor." Watching the purple mansion cultivator of the family leave, the ancestor of the Jin family looked at Chen Daoxuan and sighed. "Daoao's courage, I really admire it very much." He paused. "That's right, with Daoao's strength, it's not surprising that you dare to do this. Am I right, Chen Daoxuan, Chen Daoao?" Hearing this, Chen Daoxuan's heart was shocked, but his face showed a bewildered look, and he murmured, "I don't know what you mean by this, senior." Chapter 333 Bloodline Seed. When the Jin family ancestor heard Chen Daoxuan's question, he did not mean to explain. He just smiled and looked at Chen Daoxuan calmly. A silent atmosphere was brewing in the hall. The tension on Chen Daoxuan's face gradually subsided. He looked at the Jin family ancestor coldly and said, "How did you know that I'm not the head of the Shen family?" Hearing this doubt, the Jin family ancestor laughed even more happily. "I was not sure at first." A battle between giant and cultivators broke out near the Shen family, and one of them died in the battle. Although this matter was abrupt, it is not uncommon in the cultivation world to fight for treasures. He paused. "The only thing that makes me doubt is that you just saw me." "I saw you?" Chen Daoxuan frowned. "Yes, you see me." The Jin family ancestor looked at Chen Daoxuan. "Although you just pretended to be very nervous, I didn't see any fear in your eyes." How could a foundation building cultivator not have fear in his eyes when he first met a giant in Zenran? Chen Daoxuan was silent for a long time, and then he said helplessly, "Is it because of this that you doubt my identity?" "Well," the Jin family ancestor nodded, "it's always right to doubt boldly, but your subsequent performance made me really sure that you are not Shen Maoking." "Oh." Chen Daoxuan looked at him with interest. "I clearly showed such doubts about your identity. If it was the real Shen Maoking, he would have been lying on the ground explaining and begging for mercy, instead of refuting me. You are too confident in front of me, and you don't look like a foundation building cultivator at all." The Jin family ancestor smiled faintly. Seeing the other party's appearance, Chen Daoxuan simply sat down in front of him, and looked at the Jin family ancestor in front of him seriously for the first time. The Jin family ancestor had a handsome face, wearing a light purple Taoist robe embroidered with gold edges, sitting cross-legged on a cushion, made of spiritual jade, looking like he had everything under control. Chen Daoxuan was sizing him up, and Jin Shenying was also sizing Chen Daoxuan up. Chen Daoxuan's identity was exposed, so he simply stopped pretending, and revealed his true face. Feeling the abundant vitality in Chen Daoxuan, Jin Shenying sighed. "Do you know, your name, Chen Daoxuan, has long spread throughout the high-level leaders of the Zuanqing Taoist League. I really didn't expect that you were not hiding behind the Kainiuan sword sect at this moment, and you dared to set foot in the heartland of the Zuanqing Taoist League. Don't you know that once your whereabouts are exposed, the Zuanqing Taoist League will send countless nascent soul cultivators to hunt you down? Since I dare to come, I naturally will not be afraid of the hunt by the Zuanqing Taoist League." Chen Daoxuan paused. "But aren't you afraid that I will kill you? Or do you think that you can deal with me with your strength and wait for your grandfather to come to help?" "My grandfather?" Jin Shenying shook his head, with a hint of mockery on his face. "Yes, he will save me, but it's not for me, but for himself." Chen Daoxuan seemed to hear the deep resentment in Jin Shenying's tone, and looked at him. "Do you have a grudge against your grandfather?" "Haha, it's not a grudge. I have been practicing for more than 300 years. During this period, I have enjoyed the practice resources. Even the direct disciples of Zuaniyang sect would be jealous. And these practice resources were all provided by my grandfather. It's just that he did all this not for me, but for himself." As he said, Jin Shenying opened his Taoist robe and exposed his chest. I saw a complex blood-colored pattern in a circular shape, deeply imprinted on Jin Shenying's chest. "Blood slave contract." Chen Daoxuan looked at Jin Shenying's chest and was shocked. The so-called blood slave contract is a very evil slave contract. The object of this slave contract is not an outsider, but one's own direct blood descendant. Seeing the blood slave contract on Jin Shenying's chest, Chen Daoxuan instantly knew the cause and effect. In the cultivation world, after reaching the nascent soul stage, a cultivator gradually has the possibility of possessing another person's body. However, although possessing another person's body can theoretically allow a cultivator to live a new life, it will cause the cultivator's soul and the body of the possessed person to repel each other. In order to solve this problem, a cultivator has developed a method to allow his direct descendants to become the object of his possession. This method requires that the possessed person be cultivated by the cultivator using secret methods from infancy, so that his body and the cultivator's soul become more and more compatible. When the cultivator's lifespan is almost over, the cultivator will possess this carefully cultivated body and let him live a new life. As a giant and stage cultivator, Chen Daoxuan has naturally heard of this famous evil secret method, but it is the first time he has seen it with his own eyes. As a family cultivator, Chen Daoxuan hates this practice of tarnishing family affection and blood. Treat your bloodline as a seed, fertilize and cultivate it, and when the time is right, pick the fruit of this seed, and the blood slave contract is a means to control this bloodline seed. However, the blood slave contract can control the life and death of the slave, but it cannot control the slave's thoughts. In this regard, the blood slave contract is still not as good as the soul seal of the beast taming sect. Sure enough, when Chen Daoxuan saw the blood pattern on Jin Shenying's chest, he immediately understood in his heart that this Jin Shenying wanted genuine Zenjin to die more than he did. Thinking of this, Chen Daoxuan couldn't help but lower his guard against him. You want to kill your grandfather? Of course. Jin Shenying's eyes were red. Every day I dream of killing this old man with my own hands. It's just that it's too difficult to break through the nascent soul stage. After my cultivation level was promoted to the 9th level of the golden core, the old thief Jinyuan cut off my resource supply. Without the pregnant infant pill and the immortal true meaning, my chances of breaking through the nascent soul stage are very slim. In order to prevent me from escaping, he even ordered me not to step out of the range of his spiritual consciousness. In the eyes of outsiders, I, Jin Shenying, a dignified giant and stage real person, am afraid of death, and dare not set foot outside the Jinyuan immortal city. Ha ha ha. At the end, Jin Shenying laughed wildly. Looking at the somewhat neurotic giant and real person in front of him, Chen Daoxuan was speechless for a long time. As an elder, the 13th uncle that Chen Daoxuan met was a respectable elder who would rather sacrifice himself to earn a glimmer of hope for the younger generation of the family. However, the so-called grandfather of Jin Shenying regarded him as a tool for him to seize his body. At this moment, Chen Daoxuan couldn't help but feel some sympathy for the person in front of him. Except for Jin Shenying himself, the outside world probably thought that he was born into a good family as the grandson of Jinyuan Zenjin. Since you also want to kill your grandfather, we can cooperate, Chen Daoxuan suggested. Jin Shenying stopped laughing when he heard this. He looked at Chen Daoxuan and shook his head and said, there is no chance. Do you know how many Yuanying Zenjins there are in Jinyuan Xiancheng now? Why, isn't there only one Yuanying cultivator in Jinyuan Xiancheng, Jinyuan Zenjin? 1. Jin Shenying smiled and shook his head, stretched out 4 fingers and said, there are 4 Yuanying Zenjins in Jinyuan Xiancheng now. In addition to my grandfather, there is also a late Yuanying cultivator and 2 mid Yuanying cultivators. What? Chen Daoxuan was shocked. Hearing this news, he couldn't help but feel a little scared. If the plan was carried out smoothly, he would be attacked by 3 Yuanying Zenjins at the same time when he attacked Jinyuan Zenjin. This would be too dangerous for Chen Daoxuan. 1 Yuanying late stage, 3 Yuanying middle stage, a total of 4 Yuanying cultivators. Moreover, Chen Daoxuan is not clear about the specific strength of these 4 Yuanying late stage cultivators. Even if the strongest among them is about the same strength as the true Lord Minghuang, it is difficult for Chen Daoxuan to get a good deal from the other party. Although Chen Daoxuan has promoted the water sword intention to the law realm, reaching the initial stage of the water law, and can also use the Liangai sword formation to initially integrate the water law and the space law, so that the power of the law will surge. But no matter how much the power surges, whether the fused law can match the late Yuanying cultivator is still a matter of debate. Chen Daoxuan's most powerful means is still the pure Yang Fairy artifact, the Star Sword map. But the Star Sword map has a disadvantage, that is, it cannot be used for a long time. He was able to defeat the true Lord Minghuang at the beginning, and the right time, place, and people are indispensable, but it was only a narrow victory. If there is no Star Sword map, Chen Daoxuan is not a match for the true Lord Minghuang with his own strength. Even if he can use the Liangai sword formation now, Chen Daoxuan is not very sure. After all, how could he know the power of the fused law without any actual combat experience? Now, the opportunity for actual combat has come, but the difficulty is too great. 4 Yuanying Zenjin came at once, which made Chen Daoxuan feel a little unprepared. Seeing Chen Daoxuan's frown, Jin Chenying said, I can only help you trick my grandfather here, but you must kill him within 3 breaths. 3 breaths? Chen Daoxuan shook his head. With the strength of a Yuanying cultivator, I only have 1 chance to strike with a sword at most, and the other 3 Yuanying cultivators can arrive in an instant. Hearing this, Jin Chenying's brows also frowned. After a long time, he sighed and said, if it doesn't work, you can leave the city. I haven't seen you today, and you haven't seen me. Hearing this, Chen Daoxuan didn't say anything. At this moment, he was also a little discouraged in his heart. For Yuanying's engine, this difficulty is a bit too great. So many Yuanying cultivators rushed to the front line, which also proved from the side that the strategy of Yuan Sword Sect had worked. Zuan King Daomeng was drawing on the Yuanying level combat forces left behind in the sect. However, in this way, the difficulty of Chen Daoxuan sabotage suddenly soared by more than 1 level. Originally, Chen Daoxuan could not say that he could easily capture a Yuanying mid-stage cultivator, but he was also confident. But now, 4 Yuanying's engine came at once, and Chen Daoxuan had to consider running away. Even if he could use the Star Sword Dao map to fight with the 4 Yuanying cultivators for a short time, he would not be able to last long. Over time, defeat was a matter of time. Moreover, Chen Daoxuan did not know what methods these 4 Yuanying's engine had. If the other party had a method to restrict his escape, he might really die here. After a while, Chen Daoxuan looked up at Jin Chenying and asked, do you know where your grandfather's treasure is? Hearing this, Jin Chenying was stunned. He had seen people who valued wealth over life, but he had never seen someone who valued wealth over life like this. Seeing that Jin Chenying didn't say anything, Chen Daoxuan hurriedly said, Dao, please don't misunderstand me. What I mean is, do you know where your grandfather's power of creation is stored? Is there a difference between the two? Jin Chenying looked at Chen Daoxuan, quite speechless. But after thinking about it, he nodded and said, although I don't know the exact location of my grandfather's treasure room, I can roughly guess where it is. Where? Chen Daoxuan's eyes lit up. Qian Immortal Palace, my grandfather's dojo. Jin Chenying sneered. The old thief Jin Yuan is greedy and suspicious by nature. He doesn't trust anyone at all. His treasures will not be placed anywhere, except in the dojo where he is in charge. Hearing this, Chen Daoxuan frowned. Do you know the location of the other 3 Yuanying cultivators? I don't know. Jin Chenying shook his head, but they are definitely not in my grandfather's Qian Palace. Why are you so sure? Because my grandfather is from the Zuanyang sect, and the 3 true lords who came to secretly support him are from the Qingwei Taoist sect. Hearing this, Chen Daoxuan's heart moved. This news is really too important. What Chen Daoxuan is most worried about is that the 4 Yuanying cultivators will gather in one place. Now that the 4 Yuanying cultivators are divided into 2 places, it will undoubtedly be much easier for Chen Daoxuan to deal with them next. Thinking of this, Chen Daoxuan opened his mouth and spit out a water blue fairy sword, which was Chen Daoxuan's fixed sword. The law is manifested. Jin Chenying was shocked when he saw Chen Daoxuan's method. Chen Daoxuan was able to kill the true Lord Mingliang, and his Dao realm must have reached the realm of law. Everyone knew this, but Chen Daoxuan could manifest the law into the appearance of a fairy sword, which was simply unheard of. But Jin Chenying's perception would not be wrong. Although the fixed sword in front of him had the appearance of a fairy sword, it was actually a water law. Jin Chenying was shocked when he saw this scene. Chen Daoxuan's move was no less effective than the Dao Stele. If Chen Daoxuan placed this sword in the clan all the time, it would be like having a Dao Stele, providing the clan members with enlightenment all the time. This would be of great help to the clan cultivators in comprehending the Dao. Jin Chenying was the ancestor of the Jin family after all. Although he hated the true Lord Jin Yuan very much, he was no different from other clan ancestors in his attitude towards his clan members. This was also the mentality that a normal clan ancestor should have towards the clan cultivators. The mentality of Jin Yuan's engine, who regards his descendants as tools, is abnormal and perverted. Without saying a word, Chen Daoxuan directly stabbed the fixed sword into Jin Chenying's Danshan Qi. Seeing the flying sword enter his body, Jin Chenying's face did not change at all. Although Chen Daoxuan agreed to cooperate with him, at least there must be insurance, which both parties knew very well. Suspending the Fixu sword in Jin Shenying's body, Chen Daoxuan nodded and said, let's go to the Qian Immortal Mansion together. Okay. Jin Shenying felt the terrifying water law in the Danshan Qi and nodded. The immortal sword transformed by this water law is more threatening than the blood slave contract on his chest. If he deceived Chen Daoxuan only needed to think about it, and his Fixu sword would instantly crush Jin Shenying's golden elixir into pieces. Chapter 334, True Lord Treasure. Two beams of light landed at the Qian Immortal Mansion at the same time. As the Taoist temple of the True Lord, the Qian Immortal Mansion occupies a much larger area than the Jin family's land. Although the Qian Immortal Mansion is called the Immortal Mansion, in fact, this Taoist temple occupies nearly 1/10 of the entire Jinyuan Immortal City. Really generous. Chen Daoxuan stood in front of the Immortal Mansion and mocked. Jin Shenying, who was standing beside him, also sneered, this old thief loves to enjoy himself the most. He is not only greedy for money, but also likes women. However, in recent years, his lifespan is approaching, and he often retreats in the Immortal Mansion to cultivate himself, but rarely goes out to make trouble. Hearing this, Chen Daoxuan nodded. It is no secret that the true Lord Jinyuan likes women within hundreds of thousands of miles of the Jinyuan Immortal City. In the past, there were often immortal cultivation families who presented beautiful maids to the true Lord Jinyuan. However, in recent years, the true Lord Jinyuan has rarely come forward to collect beautiful maids, so Chen Daoxuan has not thought about this. While talking, the two quickly walked into the Qian Immortal Mansion. Sure enough, all the maids that Chen Daoxuan met along the way in this fairy palace were young women. Although these women were not highly cultivated, they all had one thing in common: beautiful appearance. Seeing these beautiful maids, Chen Daoxuan could not help but sigh that the rumors were true. Your Highness. Your Highness. Along the way, the maids in the fairy palace all bowed and saluted when they met Jin Shenying, showing considerable respect. As if seeing Chen Daoxuan's doubts, Jin Shenying explained, for this old thief, as long as I don't run away or die, he can accommodate me in any matter. In the eyes of outsiders, I'm the heir of this Qian fairy palace and even this Jinyuan fairy city, but in fact, Jin Shenying sneered repeatedly. The two walked in the fairy palace for about half an hour, before they finally reached the core area of the fairy palace. At this time, a graceful and charming female cultivator in purple clothes walked towards Chen Daoxuan and the others with an elegant gait. Behind the purple-clothed woman, there was also a group of beautiful maids. This is one of the old villain's favorite concubines. Hearing this, Chen Daoxuan nodded in understanding. The beautiful purple-clothed female cultivator first looked at Chen Daoxuan, then turned her gaze to Jin Shenying, frowning and said, Your Highness, the true Lord has always disliked you bringing outsiders here. Who is this? Does it have anything to do with you? Jin Shenying said coldly, have you forgotten your right entity? A mere concubine dares to question me? Feeling the terrifying power of Jin Shenying, the beautiful purple-clothed female cultivator's momentum suddenly dwindled. Her mouth flattened, and she said aggrievedly, Your Highness, I dare not. As she said this, she looked at Jin Shenying with her big watery eyes. Chen Daoxuan, who was standing aside and watching this scene, couldn't help but imagine dozens of minutes of restricted level plots in his mind. It seems that what Jin Shenying said, that the true Lord Jinyuan was more indulgent towards him, is true. Seeing the beautiful purple-clothed female cultivator surrender, Jin Shenying gave up and said in a cold voice, Zealing, let me ask you, is the ancestor still in seclusion? Hearing this, the beautiful female cultivator named Zealing nodded. In the past few years, the ancestor has been in seclusion. Okay, I know, you can leave. Yes. Zealing looked at Chen Daoxuan again, bowed to the two of them, and left sideways. Watching Zealing and others leave, Jin Shenying continued, this is a beautiful maid given to the ancestor by a Jiandan family in the sphere of influence of Jinyuan Xiancheng. Although this woman's cultivation is not high, her means are not weak. In less than 10 years, the old thief has given her full authority to manage this fairy palace. Hearing this, Chen Daoxuan shook his head. For cultivators of my generation, our own strength is everything. That's right. Jin Chenying nodded in deep agreement. If he had not been weak, he would have fallen out with Jin Yuan's engine long ago. How could he call him the ancestor all day long, even though he knew that he was the target of Jin Yuan's engine's possession? Thinking of this, he could not help but look at Chen Daoxuan with envy. If he had the strength of the person in front of him, how could Jin Yuan's engine possess his body? On the other side, although Ziling left Chen Daoxuan and the others, her consciousness had been secretly paying attention to Chen Daoxuan and the others. Logically speaking, with her cultivation level of only the 9th level of the Purple Mansion, she would definitely be discovered if she secretly observed Chen Daoxuan and Jin Chenying, the two giant Zenren. But Ziling practiced a secret technique of consciousness. Although this secret technique of consciousness cannot launch consciousness attacks, it can make consciousness detection extremely secretive. Even if the other party's cultivation level is one level higher than hers, they will not discover Ziling's detection. HMM. Chen Daoxuan frowned and paused slightly. Seeing Chen Daoxuan suddenly stop, Jin Chenying's heart tightened, and he hurriedly asked, "What's wrong?" "Nothing." Chen Daoxuan shook his head. Although he was confused, Chen Daoxuan was unwilling to explain, and Jin Chenying, who was in a weak position, could not ask more. The two of them took many turns and finally stopped in front of a palace. This should be the treasure room of the old thief. Jin Chenying pointed to the palace in front of him. Hearing this, Chen Daoxuan frowned. "Have you been here?" "No." Jin Chenying shook his head. "However, according to my secret in the Chen Immortal Mansion, the old thief always behaves very mysteriously every time he comes here. It is very likely that this is his treasure room." Hearing this, Chen Daoxuan looked at the palace in front of him seriously. This palace does not occupy a large area, but it is covered by a 5th level formation, and this 5th level formation is still in the open state. Seeing this, Chen Daoxuan had a headache, and turned to look at Jin Chenying and said, "Do you have a way to enter the palace?" The 5th level formation without anyone in charge could not stop Chen Daoxuan. But the problem is that once he forcibly breaks the formation, it will inevitably cause a huge commotion. At that time, the alarmed Jin Yuan's engine will definitely come here directly. Chen Daoxuan's idea of using Jin Yuan's engine's treasure to improve his strength will also fail. Jin Chenying shook his head. "No." Hearing this answer, Chen Daoxuan couldn't help but feel a little worried. Jin Chenying stopped talking. He had already brought him to Jin Yuan's engine's treasure room according to Chen Daoxuan's suggestion. As for whether he could open this treasure room, he couldn't guarantee it. Seeing that Chen Daoxuan didn't speak, Jin Chenying was also a little discouraged. Using the hand of the person in front of him to get rid of Jin Yuan's engine is the best way for him to get rid of Jin Yuan's engine's control, but at the moment, it seems that Chen Daoxuan will also find it difficult to compete with 4 Yuan's engine at the same time. Chen Daoxuan said nothing, and circled around this palace several times. Finally, he determined that the formation outside the palace in front of him was a 5th level lower grade defense formation. Being able to lay down a 5th order defensive formation in such a small area is no less difficult than the 6th order defensive formation that covers the entire Jin Yuan Immortal City. Chen Daoxuan's formation realm is 1 level higher than his weapon refining level, reaching the 4th order upper grade, not too far from a 5th order formation master. Thinking of this, Chen Daoxuan simply sat in the air, staring at the formation in front of him. Seeing Chen Daoxuan sitting here to crack the formation, Jin Chenying couldn't help but shout in his heart that he was too reckless. Comprehending in the battle, what's the difference between this and the Arabian Nights? Seeing Jin Chenying anxious like an ant on a hot pot, Chen Daoxuan sent a voice message. "Daoao, instead of worrying, why don't you help me get rid of the servants of Chen Immortal Mansion, and don't let outsiders disturb me?" Hearing this, Jin Chenying struggled. After a long while, he took a deep breath and nodded. "Okay. Since you have confidence, I will bet everything on you." Chen Daoxuan glanced at him, turned his head and stopped talking. Jin Chenying was also a decisive person. After making a decision, he left here immediately and sent the servants of the Chen Immortal Mansion away for Chen Daoxuan. As for Jin Yuan's engine, who was in seclusion, he was not in control of him. After Jin Chenying left, Chen Daoxuan was the only one sitting cross-legged within a few miles. It seemed that he was sitting here stupidly, but in fact, the enlightenment stars in Chen Daoxuan's sea of consciousness were spinning wildly at this moment. His enlightenment was also soaring wildly at this moment. 10 times enlightenment, 30 times enlightenment, 50 times enlightenment, 100 times enlightenment. After enlightenment broke through 100 times, the consumption of enlightenment stars suddenly rose to a level. Compared with the enlightenment increase within 100 times, the enlightenment exceeded 100 times, and the consumption of enlightenment stardust doubled for every doubling. With such a superposition, even if Chen Daoxuan's enlightenment star is huge, it can't withstand this consumption speed. 108 times, that's enough. Chen Daoxuan saw that the enlightenment star in the sea of consciousness space was shrinking at a speed visible to the naked eye, and he felt distressed. I have invested so much. If the treasure of Jinyuan's engine can't make up for it, it will be a big loss. The thought flashed in his mind, and Chen Daoxuan concentrated on comprehending the 5th level inferior defense formation in front of him. In the eyes of ordinary cultivators, the 5th level formation is arranged with the help of the power of heaven and earth. After the formation is completed, the formation and formation pattern are all integrated into the heaven and earth, and there is no flaw at all. But in the eyes of the formation master of the same level, the 5th level formation is not flawless. Even if Chen Daoxuan's formation realm has only reached the 4th level, with the blessing of 108 times enlightenment, he can also see the flaws of this formation. In Chen Daoxuan's eyes, the light of spirituality kept flickering. In the end, his eyes fell on the plaque of this palace. Chen Daoxuan smiled. The flaw in the formation is actually here. Chen Daoxuan stood up and stretched out his palm. In the palm, a series of mysterious formation patterns condensed. Finally, Chen Daoxuan waved his hand towards the plaque of the palace. This 5th level inferior defense formation slowly dissipated without causing any movement during the period. Seeing the formation dissipate, a flash of surprise flashed in Chen Daoxuan's eyes, and he immediately raised his legs and walked into the palace. After entering the palace, Chen Daoxuan was stunned by the scene in front of him. Compared with the storage ring of Lord Mingliang, the treasures in this palace in front of him are really dazzling. In comparison, Lord Mingliang, who is in the late nascent soul stage, is really a poor guy. Of course, it is more likely that all the wealth of Lord Mingliang is not just in a storage ring. Stepping into the palace, the first thing that comes into view is a piece of high level magic weapon. In front of the eyes, one by one, the magic weapons that are lifted up in the air by the floating formation, the spiritual light overflowing, are dazzling. At first glance, none of these magic weapons were lower than the 4th rank. Moreover, the magic weapons in front of him were of all kinds, including offensive, defensive, auxiliary, and so on. And each type of magic weapon had different styles. For example, among the offensive magic weapons, there were single-handled flying swords, sets of mother and child flying swords, sun-moon rings, seals, and so on. As Chen Daoxuan's steps went deeper, he found that the grades of the magic weapons were getting higher and higher. In the end, there were 13 5th rank magic weapons in front of him. Most of these 13 5th rank magic weapons were 5th rank low grade and 5th rank middle grade magic weapons, and there were only 3 5th rank high grade magic weapons. Among them, there were 2 5th rank high grade magic weapons in the form of flying swords. One of these 2 flying swords was a fire attributed flying sword, and the other was a gold attributed flying sword. When Chen Daoxuan saw these 2 flying swords, he was overjoyed and grabbed them. Under his manner, the 2 ownerless flying swords flew to his palm without any hindrance, and turned into 2 small swords about 3 inches long, hovering in his palm. What a treasure! Chen Daoxuan was very excited when he saw the 2 5th grade upper grade flying swords. Since his cultivation, these 2 flying swords are the highest grade flying swords he has obtained. Even the Fixu and Chengiying swords that have followed him all the way are only 5th grade lower grade and 5th grade middle grade. As for the Zhuanghuang's ancient tower, although it is a 5th grade upper grade magic weapon, it is a Dao domain magic weapon, an auxiliary magic weapon, not an offensive magic weapon, let alone a flying sword. For Chen Daoxuan, a sword cultivator, his obsession with flying swords is obviously far greater than other types of magic weapons. After playing with the flying sword for a while, Chen Daoxuan reluctantly put it into the storage ring. He also put the other 11 5th grade magic weapons and hundreds of 4th grade magic weapons into the storage ring. Until this moment, Chen Daoxuan truly felt how rich Jinyuan's engine, who had been in charge of Jinyuan's Ai and Sheng for more than 2000 years, was. 11 5th level magic tools. For an ordinary Yuanying cultivator, it would be considered good if he could have 3 or 5 5th level magic tools. Because 5th level magic tools are different from low level magic tools, this thing cannot be purchased with spiritual stones. Under normal circumstances, it takes a Yuanying cultivator to use the power of creation to refine and promote to upgrade a 4th level magic tool to the 5th level. And the power of creation is so precious that even a Yuanying cultivator has to spend a lot of time to extract it from spiritual stones. In this way, 5th level magic tools are naturally very rare. That's how Jinyuan's engine collected 13 5th level magic tools in more than 2000 years. Moreover, this is not all his wealth. Because any cultivator will definitely keep the best and most suitable magic tools for his own use, and only collect the magic tools that are useless, or have incompatible properties. This also means that Jinyuan's engine has more than 13 5th level magic tools in his hands. This old guy actually has so many 5th level magic tools. Chen Daoxuan was secretly shocked. How much has he embezzled over the years? Shaking his head, Chen Daoxuan no longer thought about it. No matter how much the other party embezzled, these things are all his at this moment. After counting the magic tools, Chen Daoxuan did not bother to check other treasures, and turned to look for the power of good fortune. He did not forget the purpose of his trip. Only by finding a large amount of good fortune can he raise his water lore and space lore to the high stage of the lore realm. Only then, he will have the confidence to face the 4 Yuanying's engine. Even if he uses the power of the Liangai sword formation and integrates the water lore and space lore of the high stage of the lore realm, he is still no match for the 4 Yuanying's engine. But running away under their siege is no problem. Chapter 335 Immortal True Body. No. Chen Daoxuan searched for a long time in the palace, where Jinyuan's engine hid the treasure, but he didn't find any trace of the power of creation. How could it be that there is no power of creation? Chen Daoxuan couldn't believe it. Not only was there no power of creation, but there was also no trace of the immortal truth that helped Yuanying cultivators improve their body cultivation in this treasure palace. There are magic tools, spiritual armor, various 4th level spiritual pills and spiritual medicines, but there is no power of creation and immortal truth. Chen Daoxuan frowned. No, there is no treasure that helps Jinyuan cultivators break through to the Yuanying stage. After searching for a long time, Chen Daoxuan found a problem. Not only are there no treasures that can improve the cultivation and strength of Yuanying cultivators, but there are also no spiritual pills such as the pregnant infant pill that help Jinyuan cultivators break through. Even here, there is no spiritual pill that can improve the cultivation of Jinyuan cultivators. It seems that Jinyuan's engine did not collect such treasures that can improve the cultivation of Jinyuan cultivators, as well as the strength and cultivation of Yuanying cultivators. But how is this possible? Chen Daoxuan frowned. Could it be that he raised his head? Jinyuan's engine already knew that Jin Shenying knew about this treasure room, and this palace was deliberately set up by Jinyuan's engine. Chen Daoxuan could imagine that if Jin Shenying really spent a lot of effort to open the defense formation of this palace, he would find that there was no treasure he wanted in this palace. That kind of loss would probably drive Jin Shenying crazy, turning him into a walking corpse without thoughts and the will to resist. I'm afraid this is what Jinyuan's engine wants. Chen Daoxuan thought to himself. However, Chen Daoxuan didn't care whether there was a pregnancy pill or not, but without the power of good fortune, Chen Daoxuan's thoughts of breaking through before the battle would all go down the drain. Is it really necessary to retreat strategically? Just when Chen Daoxuan was hesitating, he suddenly raised his head and glanced at the palace gate. Come out, Chen Daoxuan said calmly. Long before entering this palace, Chen Daoxuan felt that there was a hidden divine consciousness spying on him. But Chen Daoxuan was sure that the other party was not a Yuanying cultivator, because the threat this divine sense gave him was completely zero, and it was impossible for it to be the divine sense of a Yuanying cultivator. As soon as the voice fell, a purple figure slowly appeared at the gate of the palace. "It's you." Chen Daoxuan's eyes slightly condensed. "What a thief. You actually dared to steal the treasure of the true lord. Aren't you afraid that I will tell the true lord and grind you to ashes?" Ziling put on a condescending attitude and looked at Chen Daoxuan coldly with her charming eyes. Hearing this threat, Chen Daoxuan laughed instead of getting angry. "Fairy, don't be funny. You dare to have an affair with the grandson of the true lord Jinyuan, and dare to tell me that I stole his treasure?" Hearing Chen Daoxuan say that she had an affair with Jin Chenying, Ziling's pretty face suddenly blushed, and she was so angry that her body trembled slightly. "What a thief, you. She stretched out her green jade finger and pointed at Chen Daoxuan, unable to speak for a long time. "Since the fairy is here instead of going to Jinyuan's engine to tell the secret, I think we are on the same side. You also want to get rid of Jinyuan's engine's control. Am I right?" Chen Daoxuan looked at the other party with certainty. "You are talking nonsense." Ziling waved her sleeves fiercely. "I'm Zenjin's most beloved concubine. How can I be on the same side with you, or thief?" Fairy, why do you have to deceive yourself? If you are not on the same side with me, how can you have an affair with Jin Chenying? If you are not on the same side with me, how can you find out that outsiders stole Jinyuan's engine's treasures, but did not inform Jinyuan's engine? Chen Daoxuan asked back one after another, making Ziling open her mouth in a stammer, but unable to refute. "Even if I agree with you, how can you, a mere child and early stage cultivator, do anything to Jinyuan's engine?" Ziling looked quite lonely. She raised her head and looked at Chen Daoxuan. "If you know what's good for you, leave the treasures behind. I'll just pretend I didn't see anything." Chen Daoxuan was unmoved by what she said. Instead, he said, "From your appearance, you seem to know a lot about Jinyuan's engine's treasures." Ziling frowned and said in surprise, "You are a person who kindly advised you to let you go, but you are not grateful. Instead, you ask me if I know about Zenjin's treasures. What? You are still not satisfied after stealing so many treasures? Do you want to empty Zenjin's bottom before you stop?" Hearing this, Chen Daoxuan's eyes lit up. Sure enough, the female cultivator named Ziling in front of him really knew the real treasure of Jinyuan's engine. "Let me ask you, do you want to get rid of Jinyuan's engine's control?" Chen Daoxuan stared at her steadily. Ziling was a little impatient and glared at him. "Even if I want to get rid of the control of Jinyuan's engine, what can you, a mere child and early stage cultivator, do? Do you think you are Chen Daoxuan from Zen and Immortal City?" Hearing this, Chen Daoxuan's eyes widened. The two of them stared at each other in this palace. For a moment, Chen Daoxuan was actually a little headache about how to answer the other party. Tell her that I'm Chen Daoxuan? Isn't this rubbing the other party's IQ on the ground? After a while, Ziling sneered and said, "Why, you don't brag now?" Chen Daoxuan was quite speechless and directly stretched out his finger at her. Suddenly, an invisible space wave swept across Ziling's body, and then a layer of space barrier wrapped Ziling tightly. Seeing this scene, Ziling frowned at first, then touched the space barrier formed by the space cage, looked at Chen Daoxuan in confusion and said, "What are you doing?" Chen Daoxuan, "Nothing." Chen Daoxuan suddenly felt that it was really difficult for him to explain his strength to this female cultivator named Ziling. Because even if she defeated the opponent easily, in her cognition, isn't it natural for a Chinden cultivator to defeat a Zifu cultivator? The key to the problem is, how can he make Ziling believe that his strength is stronger than Jinyuan's engine, and can make her get rid of Jinyuan's engine's control? Seeing that Chen Daoxuan didn't speak, Ziling looked at him strangely and asked, "Why don't you speak? Your lie was exposed, and you can't speak." Chen Daoxuan, "Forget it," Ziling sighed. "Since I can cooperate with Jin Shenying, I don't mind having you as a partner in the early stage of Jinden." At this point, Ziling became serious. Jinyuan's engine's lifespan is coming to an end. He wants to take over Jin Shenying's body before his lifespan comes to an end. And I'm the key to Jinyuan's engine's breakthrough to the Yuanying stage again, after he succeeds in taking over the body. Dinglu. Chen Daoxuan immediately understood the meaning of Ziling's words. "Are you the body of Jiuan Zuanka?" "Yes." Ziling nodded bitterly. In the world of cultivating immortals, it is very common to treat beautiful female cultivators as Dinglu. If we ignore moral values, the cauldron furnace is even better than the elixir to some extent. When a cultivator takes elixir to practice, there is still elixir poison in the body, so they cannot take it frequently. Every time they take an elixir, they have to wait for a while before taking the next one. But the cauldron furnace is different. When a cultivator uses the cauldron furnace to cultivate, they follow the yin and yang path. Not to mention that this process makes people feel relaxed and happy. The key is that the sequelae of cultivation are minimal. This is also the reason why the cauldron furnace in the world of immortal cultivation is repeatedly banned. After all, high-level female cultivators also hate the cauldron furnace. Many famous pharaohs in Zion Tao, when they see male cultivators treating female cultivators as cauldron furnaces, usually draw their swords without saying a word. Even so, the trend of cauldron furnaces is still banned. Logically speaking, the supreme ruler of Wangxinghe, the leader of Cunning sword sect, is a female cultivator. There should be no female cultivators in Wangxinghe who have become cauldron furnaces, right? In fact, during the hundreds of years that Wangxinghe attacked Chuan country, countless captured female cultivators were openly used as cauldrons by Wangxinghe cultivators. When Chen Daoxuan first participated in the auction of Guanghan Prefecture's Ironcheng, he met female cultivators who were auctioned. It can be said that beauty without strength is often a sin in the world of immortal cultivation, and will be targeted by countless evil cultivators. The female cultivator named Ziling in front of him is a typical example. If ordinary cauldrons are only of great help to cultivators' cultivation, then female cultivators with the 9 yin and K body are the most effective among all cauldrons, without a doubt. Using the 9 yin and K body as a cauldron can not only quickly help cultivators improve their cultivation, but more importantly, it can also help male cultivators break through the barriers of the Great Realm. For example, the Purple Mansion stage breaks through to the Golden Core stage, and the Golden Core stage breaks through to the Nascent Soul stage. Even if the female cultivators with the 9 yin and K body have a high enough cultivation level, even if they break through from the Nascent Soul stage to the Soul stage, this kind of cauldron can be of great help. When the beautiful female cultivator named Ziling heard Chen Daoxuan reveal his identity as a 9 yin and Cha body, she not only did not feel proud, but rather felt a little resentful. If it were not for the 9 yin and Cha body, perhaps she would not have been targeted by Jinyuan Zhenjun. After hearing that Ziling had a 9 yin and Cha body, Chen Daoxuan knew that his previous guess that Jin Shenying had an improper relationship with the other party was probably unlikely, because this female cultivator in front of him would be of great help to Jinyuan Zhenjun in breaking through the Nascent Soul stage again. After taking over the body in the future, Jinyuan Zhenjun would never allow Jin Shenying to touch Ziling. Chen Daoxuan was sure that this female cultivator named Ziling must have a restriction placed by Jinyuan Zhenjun. Thinking of this, Chen Daoxuan finally understood why this female cultivator named Ziling dared to come directly to this treasure room to find him. It turned out that she was fearless. Without caring about sympathizing with the other party, Chen Daoxuan nodded. Since you agreed to cooperate, then show your sincerity in cooperation. Hearing this, Ziling looked at Chen Daoxuan deeply. I have to say that Daoao has the greatest courage and appetite I have ever seen. Thank you for the compliment. Seeing Chen Daoxuan's shameless look, Ziling said unhappily, this is where the treasure of Jinyuan Zhenjun is, but his treasure is divided into light and dark. Light and dark. Chen Daoxuan looked at her, thinking. Ziling did not keep it a secret, and walked directly to a decorative vase in the treasure room. She pinched the magic formula with her hand, and pointed at the vase. Suddenly, the vase spun around. After spinning for about hundreds of times, a light curtain appeared in front of Chen Daoxuan and Ziling. Dangshan. Chen Daoxuan secretly called Jinyuan Zhenjun cunning. Yes, it's Dangshan. Ziling nodded, and took the lead, to walk into the Dangshan. Chen Daoxuan followed her without saying a word, and walked into the Dangshan. Entering the cave, a scene of birds singing and flowers blooming came into view, giving people a sense of light after darkness. The cave set up by Jinyuan Zhenjun was not big, but it was filled with the essence of his thousands of years of accumulation. Chen Daoxuan discovered that the most abundant thing in this cave was not the power of creation, but the immortal true meaning. The immortal true meaning was a strange substance that was as black as ink. This substance was very strange. When it was scattered, it was like smoke, ethereal and uncertain. When it was gathered, it was like a diamond, weighing more than 10,000 pounds. In the cave, boxes filled with immortal true meanings filled the entire courtyard. Chen Daoxuan took a look and found that there were actually 17 boxes. He opened the treasure chests and found that each of them was densely packed with immortal true meaning aggregates that looked like mountains of black diamonds. Compared with the immortal true meaning, the power of creation stored by Jinyuan's engine was much less. Maybe in the eyes of Jinyuan's engine, the power of creation is far less precious than the immortal true meaning. After all, although the power of creation can improve the grade of magic tools, it cannot directly improve the cultivation of the cultivator. After all, for cultivators, their own cultivation and the realm of the great Dao are the foundation. Although magic tools are precious, they are only external forces in the final analysis. As long as the cultivation can be broken through, will there be any worries about not finding a suitable magic tool in the future? But for Chen Daoxuan, the preciousness of the power of creation is by no means inferior to the immortal true meaning. Even at present, it is far more than the immortal true meaning. Because he can't use the immortal true meaning at all now. With his body cultivation in the crushing skull realm, the immortal true meaning is the most violent poison in the world. As long as it is integrated into the body, it will cause his body to disintegrate completely. Treasures like the immortal true meaning can only be used a little bit by a cultivator, whose body cultivation reaches the peak of the blood drop realm. Of course, if the cultivator's Dao realm is high enough, it is not impossible to use the immortal true meaning in advance under the protection of the Dao law, but the premise is to strictly control the intake of the immortal true meaning. However, with Chen Daoxuan's body refining cultivation, no matter how high the Dao realm is, there is no way. With his physical strength, it is estimated that, after encountering the immortal true meaning, his physical body will be directly vaporized, and it will be too late to rescue. Now he even opened the treasure chest containing the immortal true meaning with the power of the law condensed by the space law, and did not dare to use mana casually. Chen Daoxuan was afraid that this thing would infect his physical body with mana. On the side, Ziling saw that Chen Daoxuan was so bold to open the treasure chest containing the immortal true meaning, and was immediately scared. Just when she wanted to scold him, she found that Chen Daoxuan was standing there safe and sound. She couldn't help but hold back the scolding. She stared at Chen Daoxuan with her beautiful eyes and said, 17 treasure chests and 3 bottles of the power of creation. These are all the treasures hidden by Jinyuan's engine. Especially these 17 treasure chests, they are enough for a cultivator in the early stage of Yuanying who has just integrated the immortal true meaning into his body, to cultivate into an immortal true body. You actually know about the immortal true body? Chen Daoxuan looked at Ziling with interest. Humph. Ziling snorted and turned her head away. Seeing that Ziling was unhappy, Chen Daoxuan immediately skipped the topic. I didn't expect that Jinyuan's engine actually trusted you so much. He thought that, after taking over Jin Shenying's body, I, a female cultivator with the body of Jiuan Zuansha, could cooperate with him in dual cultivation, to obtain the best cultivation effect. Jinyuan's engine has great ambitions and wants to impact the Yuanshan period. I can see it. Chen Daoxuan saw the various preparations of Jinyuan's engine and nodded. Chapter 336 10 Mountains. Chen Daoxuan looked through the black diamond-like immortal true meaning aggregate for a while, then closed the treasure box, threw it aside, and turned to look at the 3 bottles of creation power. He stretched out his hand and took the 3 bottles of creation power into his palm, and even his breathing became a little faster. On the side, Ziling was quite surprised to see Chen Daoxuan's actions. In her opinion, although the creation power is precious, it is far inferior to the immortal true meaning. After all, the immortal true meaning is a treasure to improve the cultivation of the cultivator's body, and the creation power is just a treasure for the promotion of magic tools, which is far from comparable to the immortal true meaning. Because for cultivators, cultivation is the foundation. Although she didn't understand, Ziling didn't ask more questions. Okay, you can go out. Chen Daoxuan waved his hand without turning his head. You. Ziling was furious. She had seen people who burned bridges after crossing them, but she had never seen anyone as anxious as Chen Daoxuan. Chen Daoxuan turned around and saw Ziling, who looked angry. He immediately understood what was going on and said with a smile, "Don't worry, Fairy Ziling. I will definitely do what I promised you. Fairy, just go out and wait. I'm here. Are you still worried that I'll run away?" Ziling heard this and thought that Chen Daoxuan's words made sense, so she nodded and said, "I'll trust you for now." After that, she flashed and left the cave. Chen Daoxuan followed closely with his consciousness. After finding that Ziling left the cave, she walked straight out of the treasure palace, and his heart relaxed slightly. At this moment, Chen Daoxuan was the only one left in this small cave. He didn't care about being reserved, and immediately opened the jade bottle. The power of creation that looked like chalcedony came into view. Chen Daoxuan swept his consciousness and found that there were a full 100 drops of the power of creation in the jade bottle. 3 bottles means 300 drops of the power of creation, which requires a Yuan Ying's engine to spend 300 years of hard work. Although these good fortune forces are not small, they are still too little for Jinyuan Zhenjun, a Yuan Ying stage cultivator who is about to die. But Chen Daoxuan thought of the 13 5th level magic tools he found in the treasure palace, and he felt relieved. You know, it takes a lot of good fortune force to cultivate a magic tool to the 5th level. Perhaps Jinyuan Zhenjun has spent most of his good fortune force. In fact, only a very small number of Yuan Ying cultivators will store a large amount of good fortune force. Generally, Yuan Ying Zhenjun will use up the good fortune force when he accumulates 50 or 60 drops to upgrade his magic tools. Yuan Ying cultivators like Jinyuan Zhenjun, who have 300 drops of good fortune force in their hands, are considered to be relatively rich among cultivators of the same level. As Ziling was surprised, although these 300 drops of good fortune force are of high value to Yuan Ying cultivators, they are not necessarily precious. After all, the power of good fortune can be extracted by any nascent soul cultivator. This thing is precious, but it is only for cultivators below the nascent soul stage. For nascent soul cultivators, unless the amount of good fortune power is very large, it is really not a precious treasure. The 3 bottles of good fortune power in Chen Daoxuan's hand are far from being very large. However, although the amount of these good fortune powers is not much, it is enough to improve my space lore or water lore again. Chen Daoxuan said in his heart with joy. He calculated that generally speaking, it takes about 50 drops of good fortune power to upgrade a 4th grade upper grade flying sword to a 5th grade lower grade. As for how much it would take to upgrade a 5th grade lower grade flying sword to a 5th grade middle grade, Chen Daoxuan really had no idea. Because his space lore was promoted from the initial stage of the lore realm to the middle stage of the lore realm, it was based on the sublimation of enlightenment after breaking through the Jinden stage, thus breaking through the realm in one fell swoop. This kind of enlightenment sublimation will only appear for a short period of time after the cultivator's cultivation breaks through a major realm. This is also the reason why many Purple Mansion cultivators have a low Dao realm, but after breaking through the Golden Core stage, their Dao realm advances by leaps and bounds. After thinking for a while, Chen Daoxuan stretched out his hand, and a 3-inch long transparent flying sword appeared in his palm. It was the immortal sword after his spatial lore was materialized, Chengiying sword. 300 drops of creation power. Should it be promoted to Fixu sword or Chengiying sword? Chen Daoxuan pondered secretly. If it is promoted to Fixu sword, Chen Daoxuan is more than 90% sure that it can be promoted to the 5th level middle grade. But if it is promoted to Chengiying sword, he dare not guarantee it. Since these 2 natal flying swords merged with the sword intent he comprehended, the creation power required to promote them has also soared. If it is promoted to an ordinary flying sword, he has never heard of such a large consumption of creation power. However, Chen Daoxuan was satisfied that the Star Sword Dao diagram could consume the power of creation and upgrade the Dao lore while upgrading the magic weapon. As for how much power of creation was consumed, he really couldn't ask for too much. The promotion of the water lore to the middle stage of the lore realm will not improve my strength much, and the water lore and the space lore are in the same realm, so it will be more difficult to merge them. Instead of doing this, it is better to concentrate all the power of creation and try to see if I can promote the space law to the high stage of the law realm. If the space law is promoted to the high stage of the law realm, I will be able to control the space strangulation, and the killing power will soar. With the help of the fusion of the water law, the power of the space law will increase even more. Thinking of this, Chen Daoxuan decided to try and upgrade to the Chengiying sword. Chen Daoxuan was not a hesitant person. Since he decided to upgrade to the Chengiying sword, Chen Daoxuan decisively opened the 3J bottles filled with the power of creation, and poured all the power of creation into the 3-inch long transparent flying sword. Soon, drops of the power of creation, like chalcedony, merged into the transparent sword body. As the power of creation merged into the Chengiying sword, the spiritual charm of the Chengiying sword, which was originally a 5th level middle grade sword, suddenly soared. In the air, a series of mysterious array patterns emerged out of thin air and merged into the Chengiying sword. The array is self-contained and integrated into the weapon. Although it was not the first time that Chen Daoxuan saw this scene, he was still shocked by this magical scene every time he saw it. Soon after the last drop of the power of creation merged into the Chengiying sword, the last array pattern also merged into the Chengiying sword. At this moment, the Chengiying sword began to tremble violently, as if something was brewing in it, and wanted to break out of its shell. Around the Chengiying sword, the space was like water ripples, rippling outward in circles. Not good. Seeing the space fluctuations that were shaking like water ripples, Chen Daoxuan secretly cried out in his heart that it was going to be bad. Sure enough, it was just as he guessed. This cave heaven could not withstand the tossing of the Chengiying sword after the embodiment of the law of space. When the other party created the third circle of spatial ripples, the entire cave began to shake, as if it would collapse completely in the next second. Seeing this scene, Chen Daoxuan didn't care about the Chengiying sword that was being promoted. He immediately put the Chengiying sword and the remaining 17 boxes of immortal truth into his pocket, and got out of this cave. Just when Chen Daoxuan stepped out of the cave, boom, a dull thunder-like explosion suddenly sounded in the treasure palace. With this explosion, the small cave where Jin Yuan's engine hid his treasure was shattered. Hoo! A thunderous roar suddenly sounded in the Chen Immortal Mansion. Hearing this roar, all the maids in the Chen Immortal Mansion knelt on the ground, trembling all over. Outside the treasure palace, Jin Chenying and Ziling were also pale. Although they were bold and reckless when they plotted against Jin Yuan's engine, they were still frightened and at a loss when they really faced the anger of a Yuanying cultivator. Jin Chenying was a little better. After all, his cultivation had reached the 9th level of Jianden, and he was only one step away from the Yuanying stage. Ziling, a 9th level cultivator of Zifu, was so frightened that she didn't even dare to breathe and was completely in a state of panic. Just when the two were in a panic, a terrifying figure appeared in front of them from a high position. If it wasn't Jin Yuan's engine, who else could it be? Jin Yuan's engine was wearing a red gold python robe, a jade crown on his head, and his face was ruddy and delicate like a baby. Judging from his physiognomy, Jin Yuan's engine and Jin Chenying were very similar. The only difference between the two was that Jin Yuan's engine had a head full of silver hair, while Jin Chenying looked very young. At this moment, Jin Yuan's engine's face was as hen. He stared at Jin Chenying and said, "You two are traitors. I value you so much in vain." Hearing this, Ziling hadn't reacted yet, but Jin Chenying was completely furious. "Haha, you value me." He looked like a madman. "With you, you are qualified to say that you value me. That's right, all the resources I have enjoyed since I was a child were provided by you, but you didn't do that for me, you did it for yourself." As he said that, Jin Chenying tore the clothes on his chest and exposed his chest. "What is this? Tell me, what is this?" Jin Chenying's face flushed. "Blood slave contract, this is what you call value." Listening to Jin Chenying's roar, Jin Yuan's engine's face remained normal, and he said coldly, "Evil thing, are you done?" Jin Chenying looked at him fiercely, panting, but he didn't dare to say anything. "You finished speaking, it's my turn to speak." Jin Yuan's engine continued, "Yes, I admit that I have the idea of taking you as the object of possession, but that's just an idea. Do you think I can only have you?" Hearing this, Jin Chenying pursed his lips and stopped talking. Of course he knew this. If he hadn't known that Master Jin Yuan had other backup plans, he would not have been doomed to die. He would have rebelled long ago. How could he have waited until today? The reason why Jin Chenying had not made up his mind to rebel was because he knew that he was not doomed to die. Seeing that Jin Chenying stopped talking, Master Jin Yuan turned to look at Ziling and said coldly, "Bitch, what about you? Why did you betray me? Am I not good enough to you? In order to follow your wishes, I have resisted touching you for so many years, and I have handed over everything in the Chen Immortal Mansion to you. Is this how you repay my trust?" When Ziling heard this, the anger in her heart completely overwhelmed her fear. Her head buzzed, and she shouted at the top of her lungs, "You're good to me. My parents didn't want me to go into this tiger's den, and they both died. You dare to say that this has nothing to do with you? You have more women in your Chen Immortal Mansion than the soldiers guarding the city. Old demon Jin Yuan, you have been notorious in Chuan country for having so many female cultivators. Do you think I don't know? Yes, you two finally said what you had been holding back in your heart today." Jin Yuan's engine sneered, "But even if you are angry, what can you do? Do you think you can escape from the palm of my hand?" Hearing this, Jin Chenying and Ziling couldn't help but feel angry. What Jin Yuan's engine said was right. Although he was about to die, he was a mid-stage nascent soul cultivator after all. Dealing with a late-stage Jiandan cultivator and a late-stage Zifu cultivator was like playing. Not all Jiandan cultivators were as perverted as Chen Daoxuan. It was the norm in the world of immortal cultivation for nascent soul cultivators to kill Jiandan cultivators like killing dogs. Seeing that the two of them were silent, Jin Yuan Zhenjun looked at Jin Chenying and snorted coldly, "This slut is an outsider after all. I can tolerate her betraying me, but you, this evil creature, are also betraying me and teaming up with outsiders to steal my treasure. You deserve to be killed." As soon as he finished speaking, Jin Yuan Zhenjun stretched out his palm and grabbed Jin Chenying. Seeing this, Jin Chenying certainly didn't want to sit and wait for death. He immediately mobilized all his magic power and prepared to fight to the death, but suddenly felt his whole body sink, as if 10 mountains were pressing on him, making him unable to move. This, Jin Chenying's heart trembled. Earth element law, tenfold mountain force. Jin Yuan Zhenjun smiled and said, "Since you recognize my method, why don't you surrender? Don't even think about it. Humph, you are stubborn." Jin Yuan Zhenjun no longer held back, and the tenfold mountain force burst out with all his strength. At this moment, the magic power in Jin Chenying's body became like leaden mercury, extremely heavy, and almost unable to operate. No matter how hard he tried to stimulate the golden elixir in his danshan, his mana would not obey. Seeing this scene, Jin Chenying finally panicked. A golden elixir cultivator lost control of his mana, and at least lost 70% to 80% of his strength. In addition, his body was also pressed by the tenfold mountain force, and could not move. He became a target, and stood in front of Jin Yuan Zhenjun in humiliation. Seeing his appearance, Jin Yuan Zhenjun seemed to be still unsatisfied, and the power of the tenfold mountain force burst out again. Bang! Jin Chenying was pressed to his knees on the jade ground outside the palace, and the broken stones splashed, cutting Ziling's pretty face with blood. Seeing that he had completely suppressed Jin Chenying, Jin Yuan Zhenjun nodded with satisfaction, and then grabbed him with his bare hands. At this moment, a sudden change occurred. I saw a flying sword rushing out from Jin Chenying's Danshan Ki Si. This flying sword appeared too abruptly, and its speed was extremely fast. Even with Jin Yuan Zhenjun's mid-nascent soul cultivation, he didn't react at such a close distance. Jin Yuan Zhenjun felt the power of this sword, and a sense of fear surged in his heart. The power of the law. He felt the power of the law on this flying sword. It was a nascent soul cultivator. A nascent soul cultivator was attacking him. Jin Yuan Zhenjun's spiritual consciousness spread wildly, and at the critical moment, a layer of spiritual armor covered the surface of his body, blocking the attack of the Fixu sword. Dang. With a loud noise, Jin Yuan Zhenjun's figure flew up and smashed one palace after another. Chapter 337, Yaoyu Palace Master. They are not dead yet. A white figure slowly walked out of the treasure palace, with a look of regret on his face. At the same time, in Jinyuan Immortal City, 3 powerful auras suddenly rose from 3 directions in the city and rushed towards the direction of Chen Immortal Mansion at a very fast speed. Among them, the aura in the northwest direction was the most terrifying. Even with Chen Daoxuan's strength, he couldn't help but look towards the northwest. At this moment, the originally noisy Jinyuan Immortal City gradually became quiet under the suppression of these 3 terrifying auras. Although the low-level cultivators did not realize what was happening, the doomsday-like panic still made them dare not make any noise. As for Jin Chenying and Ziling, who were at the center of the storm, they were even more frightened and pale. Especially Jin Chenying, as a 9th level giant and cultivator. When he heard Chen Daoxuan's amazing record, he admired him and couldn't help but feel that the Yuanying cultivator was just like this. In fact, it was not just him. Many giant and cultivators, after hearing about Chen Daoxuan's amazing record of defeating Mingliang Zhenjin, a late Yuanying cultivator, with his giant and early stage cultivation, would have the idea that Yuanying cultivators were nothing special. This is human nature. They would always unconsciously think that Chen Daoxuan's opponent was too weak, not that Chen Daoxuan himself was too strong. Jin Chenying was the same. It was because of this mentality that, after he first guessed Chen Daoxuan's identity, although he thought that his strength was not as good as his opponent, he was still able to talk freely in front of him. If he knew that the gap in strength between the 2 sides was so huge, it would probably be difficult for him to speak smoothly in front of Chen Daoxuan. This is the current situation. After Jin Chenying felt the 3 extremely terrifying auras coming from the horizon, he wished he could find a safe crack in the ground to hide from this magnificent power. This was the result of the 3 Yuanying's engines concentrating most of their auras on Chen Daoxuan. Jin Chenying even doubted whether he would have the courage to attack the 3 Yuanying's engines if the other party concentrated their auras on him. As for Ziling, who was standing by, her trembling body showed her current state. However, Jin Chenying was a little surprised that a cultivator of the 9th level of the Purple Mansion could actually stand under the aura of a cultivator of the nascent soul stage. Based on this point, Ziling's true strength was definitely the best among the Purple Mansion cultivators. Chen Daoxuan walked out of the palace step by step. As his steps got closer and closer to Jin Chenying and Ziling, the pressure on the 2 of them became less and less. Who? At this time, Ziling, whose pretty face was pale, finally had the opportunity to breathe deeply. After a few breaths, Ziling looked at Chen Daoxuan with a hint of gratitude. Jin Chenying looked at Chen Daoxuan with a more complicated look, with admiration, jealousy, and shame. He admired and envied Chen Daoxuan for being a giant and cultivator, but having such a powerful strength. He felt ashamed that they were called partners, but in fact he could not help at all. He was a complete spectator in this battle. No, Jin Chenying suspected that he didn't even have the chance to watch the battle closely. This was undoubtedly difficult for him, who was proud by nature, to accept. But no matter how difficult it was to accept, the fact was the fact. Although Chen Daoxuan walked past him and took all the pressure, his eyes were not focused on him and Ziling at all. At this moment, Chen Daoxuan's whole mind was focused on the 3 Yuanying's engines who came quickly, especially the Yuanying late cultivator from the Qinghui Taoist sect. What surprised Chen Daoxuan was that this Yuanying late Zhenjin was actually a female cultivator. According to the information Chen Daoxuan had learned in advance, the proportion of female cultivators among the Yuanying cultivators in the Qinghui Taoist sect was extremely low, about less than 10%. As for the female cultivators in the late Yuanying stage, the number was even smaller. As far as he knew, there were only 3 female cultivators in the entire Qinghui Taoist sect who had reached the late Yuanying stage. And the most famous one was undoubtedly the Yao Palace Master of the Qinghui Taoist sect. From his title, it can be seen that this Lord of Yao Palace is at the same level as the Lord of the 7th Hall of Carnean Sword sect. Top True Lord. At this moment, Chen Daoxuan could only pray in his heart that the person who came was not Lord of Yao Palace, but someone else. Otherwise, the outcome of today's battle would be unpredictable. Huala. In the distance, True Lord Jinyuan, who was chopped away by Chen Daoxuan's sword, stood up from the ruins of the palace in a black spiritual armor and slowly rose into the air. The other 3 Yuanying true lords of Kingly Taoist sect also happened to arrive. The 4 of them stood in the air and surrounded Chen Daoxuan, Palace Lord. After True Lord Jinyuan rose into the air, he did not look at Chen Daoxuan again, but bowed slightly to the late Yuanying female cultivator not far away. Below. When Chen Daoxuan heard the word Palace Lord from True Lord Jinyuan, his heart sank completely. In the Kingly Taoist sect, there is only one female cultivator in the late nascent soul stage who can be called the Palace Master by Jinyuan's engine, the Palace Master of Yaoyu Palace. Thinking of this, Chen Daoxuan's heart gradually sank. He realized that the trouble he encountered was much bigger than he expected. A top Zenjin at the level of the Palace Master of Kainyuan Sword Sect, 3 cultivators in the middle nascent soul stage, and Chen Daoxuan, from the outside, is just a cultivator in the early Chindan stage. The strength of both sides is seriously unequal. The Palace Master of Yaoyu Palace wore a solemn and gorgeous Taoist robe with array patterns outlined on it. Just standing there, she exuded an imposing aura. The sect master is indeed as good as a god, but I didn't expect that the Kainyuan Sword Sect would actually send you to sneak attack the logistics fairy city of Maizuan King Taoist League. The Lord of Yaoyu Palace said coldly, Chen Daoxuan, I think of your talent. If you surrender to Maizuan King Taoist League, I can plead with the leader on your behalf to spare your life. How about it? Spare my life. Chen Daoxuan said with a smile. The body of true Lord Minghuang is still warm. You are doing this, which is too chilling for the disciples of Kingly Taoist sect, right? Hearing this sarcasm, the cold and pretty face of the Lord of Yaoyu Palace was suddenly covered with frost. She said word by word, Chen Daoxuan, since you want to die, I will fulfill your wish. On the side, True Lord Jinyuan heard this, and hurriedly cupped his hands and said, Palace Master, calm down. If there is a big battle in the city, I'm afraid. Hearing this, the Lord of Yaoyu Palace glanced at Jinyuan Fairy City, nodded to the 3 people and said, you use the Taoist magic tools to reinforce this airspace. I will obey the Palace Master's order. Among the 3, Jinyuan's engine was from Zuan Yang sect, and the other 2 were from King Wen Dao sect. But compared to the Palace Master of Yu Palace, the status of the 3 of them in Zuan King Dao League was undoubtedly much lower. At this moment, when the Palace Master of Yu spoke, they naturally dared not disobey. The next moment, the 3 nascent soul mid-stage cultivators dispersed in all directions. The 2 from King Wen Dao sect took out 2 5th order middle grade Dao domain instruments, and Jinyuan's engine took out a 5th order upper grade Dao domain instrument. Under the stimulation of magic power, the 3 Dao domains were suddenly superimposed on this airspace, making the space here extremely stable. Seeing this scene, Chen Daoxuan stared at the Palace Master of Yu Palace intently, but took out a small tower-shaped cave heaven instrument in his hand and said, you 2 go in first. Seeing this, Jin Chenying went straight into the cave heaven in the small tower without saying a word. Ziling glanced at Chen Daoxuan, her mouth slightly opened, and finally warned, be careful. After that, she followed Jin Chenying, and entered the cave in the small tower. At this time, except for Chen Daoxuan and his 4 companions, everyone in the huge Qian Immortal Mansion fled in all directions. Not only the Qian Immortal Mansion, but all the cultivators who felt the terrifying momentum of Chen Daoxuan and his companions all fled in the opposite direction of Qian Immortal City. After all, a battle between Yuanying level cultivators is not so easy to watch. Such beings, even if the attack leaks a little power, are enough to kill low level cultivators. It is true that low-level cultivators love to watch the excitement, but they are not stupid. Of course, they know when to watch the excitement and when to run away. Seeing that all the cultivators in Jinyuan Immortal City were fleeing in all directions, the head of Yaoyu Palace nodded. Chen Daoxuan, I heard that you defeated Minghuang before. I'm a little curious about how a giant and early stage cultivator defeated and killed a Yuanying late stage cultivator. With Minghuang's physical cultivation, even if he stood there motionless, you should not be able to break his physical defense. She asked curiously, how did you do it? You will know if you try. In front of Chen Daoxuan, the Fixu sword whistled and circled. When the head of Yaoyu Palace saw the Fixu sword, his expression was still a little puzzled. The materialized water law. Although I don't know how you did it, your water law is only at the beginning of the law realm. This strength is good for being the best among Chindan cultivators. But if you meet any Yuanying cultivator, you may not be a match, let alone defeat Minghuang. I'm more and more curious about you. Hearing this, Chen Daoxuan didn't waste any words. He immediately controlled the Fixu sword and blasted towards the head of Yaoyu Palace. The pale blue flying sword, carrying the surging water force like a tsunami, pressed towards the master of Yaoyu Palace. In front of this raging tsunami, the figure of the master of Yaoyu Palace was as small as a bug. But even this bug showed a contemptuous expression on her face. She stretched out her white and tender palm and flicked her fingers. Ding. The Fixu sword flew back. The phantom of the tsunami, which was 1,000 feet high, collapsed in an instant. Fortunately, after the Fixu sword merged with the water principle, it no longer had a real sword body, otherwise this flick of the finger would have directly destroyed the 5th level inferior Fixu sword. The flying and virtual Fixu sword once again appeared in front of Chen Daoxuan. The master of Yaoyu Palace on the opposite side frowned. The law is concrete, it's really annoying. As a kind of non-existent thing, the law cannot be destroyed. There is only one way to destroy Chen Daoxuan's Fixu sword, which is the embodiment of the law. Kill Chen Daoxuan himself, who has comprehended the water principle, and the Fixu sword will naturally collapse. By then, not only will the Fixu sword collapse, but the Chengying sword, which is being promoted, will also collapse. Chen Daoxuan did not speak and controlled the Fixu sword to attack the palace master of Yaoyu Palace frantically. The Fixu sword was only a 5th grade lower grade, so it was not very stressful for him to control it, unlike the 5th grade middle grade Chengying sword, which consumed a lot of mana. With the mana in Chen Daoxuan's Danshan and the mana stored in the 4th grade upper grade creation White Lotus, with this level of mana consumption, he can at least last for 3 or 4 hours, which can be regarded as a conventional attack method. Unfortunately, this conventional attack method is a fatal threat to Chindan cultivators, but to the top level true lord of Yaoyu Palace master, it is like a child playing around, and there is no threat. Chen Daoxuan, if this is all you have, you can die today. As soon as the palace master of Yaoyu finished speaking, a burst of hot breath burst out from her body. The high level fire law of the law realm. Chen Daoxuan recognized the law displayed by the palace master of Yaoyu at a glance. As an ordinary late stage Yuanying cultivator, Minghuang's engine can still reach the high stage of the law realm. As a top engine, it is the most basic to cultivate a law to the high stage of the law realm. The reason why the top engine is divided from ordinary late stage Yuanying cultivators is naturally not just that they, like ordinary late stage Yuanying cultivators, cultivate one law to the high stage of the law realm. In fact, any top engine has at least comprehended 2 or more laws. For example, the Yaoyu Palace master in front of us, the high stage of the law realm of fire is only one of the laws she has comprehended, and she must have another law that has not been used. The biggest difference between the top engine and ordinary late stage Yuanying cultivators is the fusion of laws. Ordinary late stage Yuanying cultivators usually only cultivate one law to the high stage of the law realm, and then combine it with different levels of body training to become ordinary late stage Yuanying combat power. As for the top engine, regardless of the level of his ki and body training, he must have one law that has reached the high stage of the law realm and another law that has at least reached the initial stage of the law realm. In addition, the most important point is that the degree of integration of these 2 laws must exceed 50%. Only when the degree of integration of the 2 laws exceeds 50% can the minimum standard of the top level true lord be reached. Not to mention the gap between ordinary late stage Yuanying cultivators and top level true lords. The gap between top level true lords is also huge. For example, the palace master of Yaoyu, who is average among the top level true lords, has only comprehended 2 laws, one of which has reached the high stage of the law realm, and the other has only the initial stage of the law realm. Even if the degree of integration of these 2 laws reaches 50%, it is not as good as the top level true lord who has both reached the high stage of the law realm and the degree of integration reaches 50%. By the same token, if the degree of integration of the 2 laws, the high stage of the law realm and the initial stage of the law realm, exceeds 50% and reaches 60%, the strength will naturally be stronger. There are even extremely abnormal top level true lords who have comprehended more than 2 laws. From this, it can be seen that there is a huge gap between the top level true lords. This is just the gap in the realm of the Great Dao, and there is also the gap in the two basic cultivations of ki refining and body refining, as well as the gap in magic tools, secret methods, and magical powers between different cultivators. All of these can have a huge impact on the strength of the cultivators. The master of Zhenhe Palace was able to become one of the top masters of Carnean sword sect with the cultivation of the middle stage of Yuanying, relying more on the advantages of the Dao realm. And Fei Chengsu, the master of Carnean sword sect, was able to become one of the top masters in the sect, relying more on the advantages of basic cultivation, secret methods and magic tools. Si estas escuchando esta novela en canal distinto a mundo fanfic novelas. Significa que descargaran y subirán sin esfuerzo ten invitamos cordialmente a visitar nuestro canal. Mundo fanfic novelas ali encontrarás la versión original de esta historia y podrás explorar muchas otras novelas de diversos géneros. Te esperamos para sumergirte en mundo de novelas increíbles. Chapter 338, Determined to Kill. Looking at the Yao Palace master surrounded by the fire principle, Chen Daoxuan's face was extremely solemn. Yao Palace master was not a sword cultivator, she was on the path of magic. But after the cultivator's Dao realm reaches the realm of law, there is basically no big difference between the path of magic, sword or other paths. The gap between them depends more on the level of Dao realm. Sword cultivators are famous among low-level cultivators because they have stepped into the first level of Dao realm when they are in the foundation building stage. Compared with low-level cultivators who take other paths, the advantage is naturally huge, and they are basically invincible at the same level. When they reach the Purple Mansion stage, especially the Golden Core stage, the Dao realm of cultivators who take other paths will catch up, and this is even more true when they reach the Nascent Soul stage. At this time, whether the cultivator takes the sword path or other paths is no longer the focus. The focus is on the level of the Dao realm, the number of laws comprehended, and the degree of integration of different laws. This is the case with the Yao Palace master in front of him. Although she is on the path of magic, she has reached the high stage of the law realm. The power of this fire law alone is not inferior to any sword cultivator of the same level. Around the Yao Palace master, flames turned into fist-sized fiery white Suzaku. These Suzaku flames dance gracefully, supporting the Yao Palace master like a fire fairy. Compared with the surging water force of 1,000 feet carried by Chen Daoxuan's sword just now, the scene of the Yao Palace master's move was undoubtedly much smaller. But Chen Daoxuan felt a fatal threat from these fiery white fire Suzaku. Chen Daoxuan knew that he must not let these fire Suzaku be contaminated in the slightest, otherwise his body would be annihilated and his soul would collapse. The Yao Palace master looked down at Chen Daoxuan and said with her red lips, "Since you have already made a move, you should also try this move of mine. Phantom Spirit True Fire." The Yao Palace master shouted softly, and the fire Suzaku surrounding her body rushed towards Chen Daoxuan at a terrifying speed faster than that of an ordinary 5th level flying sword. At this moment, everything in the world seemed to slow down in Chen Daoxuan's eyes. A feeling of suffocation surged into his heart. Can't stop it. The flying snow sword can't stop it. The moment he saw the flame vermilion bird rushing over, this thought occupied Chen Daoxuan's mind. At the critical moment, Chen Daoxuan didn't care to hold back, and a transparent flying sword flew out from his danshan, which was the Chengying sword in the state of promotion. The second law? In the distance, the palace master of Yao saw this scene, and a touch of shock appeared on her pretty face. You know, after a cultivator reaches the law realm of one law, the difficulty of cultivating the second law to the law realm will suddenly soar to a higher level. Because different laws have mutually exclusive characteristics. Not to mention comprehending the second law. Even comprehending the second sword intent is much more difficult than comprehending the first one. The reason why many cultivators feel that the difficulty of comprehending the second sword intent is not much different from comprehending the first one, or even easier. That's because their own cultivation is high, and their comprehension is different from the past. From a high-rise building, they naturally feel that comprehending the second sword intent is less difficult. In fact, it is more difficult to comprehend the second sword intent. It is more difficult to comprehend the third sword intent, because it is rejected by the first two laws. After that, every time a cultivator comprehends one more sword intent or law, the difficulty will rise a level. This is also the reason why Chen Daoxuan only saw 4 great laws in the true immortal origin realm. You know, the fallen world monster is equivalent to the Mahayana true immortal of the human race. A dignified true immortal level strongman only comprehended 4 laws, which shows how difficult it is to comprehend the following laws. A cultivator in the early stage of the golden core can actually comprehend the second law. If you wait until you reach the nascent soul stage, it will be terrible. The lord of the Yao palace raised her cold eyebrows, and her whole body was full of murderous intent. Obviously, she had already made up her mind to kill Chen Daoxuan, and was determined to eliminate this future enemy for the Zuan King Dao League, especially their Kingly Dao sect. Die. The lord of the Yao palace shouted angrily, and the power of the phantom spirit true fire completely erupted, killing Chen Daoxuan. At the same time, Chen Daoxuan's Chengying sword also slashed at the phantom spirit true fire of the lord of Yao palace. The Chengying sword, which was the embodiment of the spatial law, had layers of folds surrounding it every time it tore a section of air, until it collided with the Suzaku flame transformed by the phantom spirit true fire. The transparent sword body was completely covered by the spatial folds. One was a Suzaku flame transformed by the fire element law, and the other was the transparent flying sword transformed by the space element law. When the two collided, there was no earth-shattering sound. Instead, the layers of spatial folds around the Chengying sword were easily torn apart by the Suzaku flame like a hot knife cutting butter. The Suzaku flame cut through the spatial folds of the Chengying sword and then wrapped around its sword body. Seeing this scene, Chen Daoxuan's face changed suddenly. Lost. Sure enough, with the cultivation of the Lord of Yao Palace in the late nascent soul stage, coupled with the fire element law of the high stage of the law realm, it was not something that Chen Daoxuan's current space law could contend with. Although the space law of the same level has a little advantage over the fire law, the fire law of the Lord of Yao Palace is one level higher than Chen Daoxuan's space law. In addition, her cultivation of the late nascent soul stage has brought the power of the fire law to its extreme. It is far from being able to compete with the space law driven by Chen Daoxuan's early Chinen manner. In the sky, the Suzaku flame broke through the folds of space and spread to the body of the Chengying sword. In less than a breath, the Chengying sword was burned into nothingness by it. This time, there was no obstacle in front of the Suzaku flame, and it rushed straight towards his original body. Seeing this, Chen Daoxuan did not dare to hold back and hurriedly activated the Liangai sword formation. Under the power of the formation and the blessing of the mind, the space law and the water law merged again. The second fusion of the two was many times faster than the original fusion. Almost in an instant, a fairy sword emitting a terrifying macro power appeared in front of Chen Daoxuan. At this time, the Suzaku flame transformed from the phantom spirit true fire also rushed in front of Chen Daoxuan. He did not dare to neglect it, and immediately controlled this brand new flying sword that integrated 2 laws, and slashed at the Suzaku flame with one sword. Bang! This time, a violent explosion sounded in the air. The blazing white phantom spirit true fire was directly chopped and exploded by this brand new flying sword that integrated 2 laws. In Genuine Immortal City, countless flames were broken into pieces and fell towards the city. Not good. Genuine's engine, who was standing by, was shocked when he saw this scene. Genuine Immortal City is his foundation. Since Genuine Sword Sect was driven out of Chuan country by Zuan King Dao League, Genuine's engine has established a foothold in this immortal city. For Genuine's engine, this immortal city is not only the logistics base of Zuan King Dao League, but also an important resource guarantee for his future rebirth, which must not be lost. With this thought in mind, True Lord Genuine didn't bother to reinforce the airspace. He waved his hand and an edge-shaped magic weapon instantly expanded, taking up the flames of the vermilion bird that had scattered into the city. But, he greatly underestimated the power of the phantom spirit fire of the Lord of Yao Palace. Facing the horrified eyes of True Lord Genuine, this 5th level middle grade net-shaped magic weapon was directly shattered into a bunch of white flames of phantom spirit fire, burning it and causing great damage to its spiritual charm. In just 3 breaths, This 5th level middle grade magic weapon was faintly showing a tendency to collapse. Idiot. When the Lord of Yaoyu Palace saw this scene, he was so angry that he couldn't speak and could only curse true Lord Jinyuan for being stupid, not using the law, directly letting the 5th level magic weapon resist the law attack of the same level cultivator. This is simply not taking the 5th level magic weapon seriously. You know, a 5th level middle grade magic weapon is not a piece of garbage that can be thrown away at will, even for the top true lord. But he was so stupid that he lost his spiritual power. If the palace master of Yaoyu had not seen the situation and quickly retracted the phantom spirit fire, this pocket-shaped 5th level magic weapon would have been destroyed in her hands. Fellow Daoist Jinyuan, I asked you to reinforce this airspace, don't you understand? Looking at the pretty face of the palace master of Yaoyu, which was covered with frost, Jinyuan Zhenjin knew that the other party was really angry and did not dare to refute. He lowered his head and said, the palace master is teaching me that I was reckless. He now realized that, even if he did not go to put out the fire, with the strength of the palace master of Yaoyu, it would be easy to retract the phantom spirit fire that was scattered and shattered. Although Jinyuan Zhenjin's actions could not be said to be a hindrance, they did make the palace master of Yaoyu lose face in front of Chen Daoxuan. After all, it was not a glorious thing to destroy the magic weapon of her teammates with her own attack. Seeing Jinyuan Zhenjin's sympathetic attitude, the palace master of Yaoyu snorted coldly and did not want to be aggressive anymore. After all, Jinyuan Zhenjin was a member of Zuan Yang sect, not under the jurisdiction of her King Wen Dao sect. She scolded him, which was already the limit. Besides, with a powerful enemy at hand, Yu Palace Master could not care about arguing with Jinyuan Zhenjin, an ordinary Zhenjin who was about to die. She was angry just now, because she felt that Jinyuan acted rashly and made her embarrassed. Now that she calmed down, Yu Palace Master was shocked to find that Chen Daoxuan had actually shattered her phantom spirit fire. You know, her phantom spirit fire is her famous skill, since she broke through to the nascent soul stage. There are several nascent soul Zhenjins who died from this move. But today, the phantom spirit fire she used with the high level fire element law of the law realm was actually defeated by Chen Daoxuan. After defeating Yu Palace Master's phantom spirit heavenly fire, the Binkson sword was split into two again, turning into the light blue Fixu sword and the transparent Chengying sword. I didn't expect that you not only comprehended the laws, but also integrated them together. The Lord of Yaoyu Palace stopped and looked at Chen Daoxuan again. As far as I know, you are not a disciple of Cunning Sword Sect, right? Hearing this, Chen Daoxuan frowned. What do you want to say, Daoist friend? Since you are not a disciple of Cunning Sword Sect, why do you work so hard for Cunning Sword Sect? The Lord of Yaoyu Palace persuaded, as long as you are willing to serve my Zuan King Dao League, I promise here that I will never mention the past again. How about it? The Lord of Yaoyu Palace was completely impressed by Chen Daoxuan's talent and once again extended an olive branch to Chen Daoxuan, trying to recruit him. Unfortunately, she didn't know that, although Chen Daoxuan was not loyal to Cunning Sword Sect, the Tai Divine Water he asked for would not be given to him by King Wei Dao Sect no matter what. The conflict between the two was doomed long ago. Chen Daoxuan could not help but snatch the Tai Divine Water, because that was the only hope for his 13th uncle to build his foundation. For the King Wei Taoist sect, Tai Divine Water is the hope for the sect to rise, and it is impossible to give it to Chen Daoxuan, an outsider, no matter how talented Chen Daoxuan is. Therefore, the contradiction between the two is completely impossible to reconcile. Seeing Chen Daoxuan's determined face, the master of Yaoyu Palace sighed. It's a pity, a peerless genius who is expected to become a heavenly master of tribulation is about to fall in my hands. Chen Daoxuan, I will remember you. After saying that, the aura of the master of Yaoyu Palace changed completely. If the attitude she showed in front of Chen Daoxuan before was always the domineering attitude of a senior strongman, her current performance is to regard Chen Daoxuan as a respectable opponent. She slowly stretched out her white and tender palm, and a red and golden thin line jumped in her palm. In the blink of an eye, the red and golden thin lines slowly intertwined, and in the eyes of outsiders, they became indistinguishable. Chen Daoxuan, Although I don't know how you merge the spatial law and the water law into one, it is obvious that your method of merging them is very crude or very violent. The Lord of Yahoo looked at him. Now, I will show you what the real law fusion is like. After the words fell, in front of the Lord of Yahoo, a golden fire phoenix appeared in front of her. Compared with the Suzaku flame just now, this fire phoenix is not only several times larger in size, but the key is that it has a little more spirituality than the Suzaku flame just now. In addition, every feather of this fire phoenix is lifelike, as if the real fire phoenix has resurrected. Chen Daoxuan certainly notes that this is not a real fire phoenix. The real fire phoenix, even the weakest one, is above the true immortal level. It is far from what the Lord of Yahoo, a nascent soul cultivator, can drive. Although it is not a real fire phoenix, this golden fire phoenix also has some of the spirit of the fire phoenix. The fire phoenix was born under the law of fire. After the Lord of Yahoo Palace integrated her gold law into the fire law, she used the secret method of phantom fire to finally have the charm of the flame bird. With the arrival of this fire phoenix, Chen Daoxuan had not fallen yet, but genuine immortal city was in chaos. Even if the three mid-stage nascent soul cultivators held the Dao domain magic tools to suppress the airspace, they could not stop the power of the fire phoenix from spreading towards genuine immortal city. Genuine Zenjin's face was livid. He knew that, whether he could take down Chen Daoxuan this time, his immortal city was finished. Without genuine immortal city as a foundation, genuine Zenjin had no confidence at all whether he could step into the nascent soul cultivation again after taking over the body in the future. Thinking of this, he couldn't help but hate Chen Daoxuan, and even hated the Lord of Yahoo Palace, the top Zenjin of Kingly Dao sect. Because in his opinion, the Lord of Yahoo Palace could completely force Chen Daoxuan away instead of having to kill him. Of course, genuine Zenjin knew Chen Daoxuan's talent. He also knew that, if he didn't kill this boy, he would become a great threat to the Zuan King Dao League in the future. But what did this have to do with him? After all, genuine Zenjin's lifespan was only a few decades at most. Chapter 339 Basic Gap. Clang clang. A phoenix cry, like the collision of metal and iron, and like the sound of a flute. The invisible sound wave swept across genuine immortal city in an instant. In an instant, it passed through the airspace reinforced by the three Yuanying Zenjins with the Dao magic tools, and scattered towards genuine immortal city. Seeing this, genuine Zenjin's face suddenly changed, but at this moment, he was extremely helpless, and could only watch all this happen. But the sound of the phoenix swept through the palaces and defensive formations of the Qian Immortal Mansion. In an instant, these formations and palaces were all broken and collapsed. With just one phoenix cry, the entire Qian Immortal Mansion was destroyed. In the distance, Chen Daoxuan, who was facing the attack of the phoenix cry, seemed to be fine. He still stood in the sky and stared coldly at the Lord of Yahoo Palace. However, compared with before, Chen Daoxuan had already put on the 4th level upper grade life spirit armor. In secret, he even activated the Star Sword Dao diagram. Just when the sound wave of the phoenix rushed towards him, it was dispersed by the power inspired by the Star Sword Dao diagram. Seeing that his tentative attack was ineffective, the face of the Yahoo Palace master remained unchanged. He waved his hand directly, and the fire phoenix transformed by the phantom true fire flapped its wings, and rushed straight towards Chen Daoxuan. This time, the power of the fire phoenix was much higher than the previous Suzaku flame. Although Chen Daoxuan and the Yahoo Palace master were far apart, he still felt a little fear when he saw this divine bad with a trace of the true charm of the fire phoenix. At this moment, a very strong spiritual charm suddenly burst out from the transparent Chengiying sword. At the critical moment, the Chengiying sword was successfully promoted. 5th level upper grade. Chen Daoxuan's face was delighted. With the successful promotion of the Chengiying sword, his space law also moved towards a higher level. After the space sword intent is promoted to the space law, there will be 3 changes, namely space cage, space transmission and space strangulation. Compared with the first 2 changes, the last one, spatial strangulation, is the most adept at attacking among the 3 changes. At this moment, Chen Daoxuan had a kind of enlightenment in his heart, and he gradually understood how the spatial law could burst out the strongest attack. These changes were completed in less than a moment. Although the fire phoenix was fast, it was still half the distance from Chen Daoxuan at this moment. Chen Daoxuan did not dare to delay, and immediately used the Liangai sword formation, and used the power of the formation again, to merge the two laws of air and water into one. The next moment, a fairy sword with the spatial law as the main and the water law as the auxiliary, which merged the two laws of air and water, appeared in front of Chen Daoxuan again. Space strangulation. Break. With a loud shout, the fairy sword rushed back towards the fire phoenix at a faster speed, as fast as a stream of light. The next moment, two earth-shaking attacks collided with each other. At the same time as the fire phoenix and the fairy sword collided, the sky within a radius of thousands of miles was dark at first, and then light brighter than the sun suddenly burst out. A bright little sun rose in the sky above Jinyu and Xiancheng. After about 3 breaths, boom. A terrifying explosion sounded. Sound waves, air waves, and various energy radiations completely erupted between Chen Daoxuan and Yaoyu Palace Master, Jinyu and Xiancheng, which ruled an area of hundreds of thousands of miles, and some low-level cultivators who did not have time to escape from this immortal city were completely vaporized by the aftermath of the two people's attack in just a moment. Bang, bang, bang. 3 violent explosions sounded. It turned out that the attacks of Chen Daoxuan and Yaoyu Palace Master were too fierce, and the Daoyu magic tools that the 3 Yuanying mid-stage cultivators used to suppress the airspace were all destroyed. Suffering from the backlash of the destruction of the magic tools, the 3 Yuanying's engines all vomited blood and flew backwards. When they stabilized their bodies, they all looked at Chen Daoxuan and Yaoyu Palace Master in horror. So strong. At this moment, the hatred in the heart of Jinyuan's engine had long disappeared. Now, he was only afraid of Chen Daoxuan and Yaoyu Palace Master. Is this the strength of a top's engine? The other 2 Yuanying's engines of Kingly Dao sect thought to themselves. They looked down, and saw that the Jinyuan immortal city that originally stood here had completely disappeared. Only a huge round pit remained. This is why Yuan Sword Sect rarely fought Yuanying level wars with Zuan King Dao League. The strength of Yuanying cultivators is too strong. Once a large-scale war breaks out, even if one side wins, they will most likely only get a scorched earth, which is not in their interests. The scene of ordinary Yuanying cultivators fighting is like this, let alone the top's engine. Awesome. In the distance, Yaoyu Palace Master looked at Chen Daoxuan with a complicated expression and said sincerely. Chen Daoxuan was panting heavily at this moment. The previous battle seemed to be a draw, but in fact he lost. In terms of the realm of the Great Dao, his immortal sword formed by the fusion of the 2 laws of air and water is definitely not inferior to the phantom true fire cast by the Lord of Yaoyu Palace. However, Chen Daoxuan's cultivation is too low. He is only in the early stage of the golden core, which undoubtedly greatly hinders him. After all, for a cultivator, cultivation is the foundation. Without cultivation as a foundation, even if the realm of the Great Dao is high, it is difficult to exert its power. Because the difference in cultivation will directly lead to the difference in the quality and quantity of the 2 sides' magic power. In terms of quantity, Chen Daoxuan has a 4th order upper grade good fortune White Lotus, which may not be afraid of the Lord of Yaoyu Palace, but the difference in quality is not easy to solve. Therefore, the power of the immortal sword formed by the fusion of his air and water laws is ultimately inferior to that of the Lord of Yaoyu Palace. The reason why he can stand here safely is that at the last moment, he urged all his magic power to activate the Star Sword Dao diagram. With the help of the power of the Star Sword Dao diagram, the remaining power of the Fire Phoenix of the Lord of Yaoyu Palace was forcibly annihilated. This made it seem to outsiders that Chen Daoxuan and Yaoyu Palace Master were evenly matched. Looking at Chen Daoxuan, who was panting heavily, Yaoyu Palace Master continued, however, even if you can hold on under my phantom fire, how many times can you hold on? She looked at Chen Daoxuan and raised her right hand again. Suddenly, a fire phoenix, the same as before, spun around her and chirped. Your magic power is too weak, Chen Daoxuan. You are doomed to lose. Ha. After calming down, Chen Daoxuan raised his head and smiled. That's not necessarily true. Hearing this, Yaoyu Palace Master immediately became alert. Although she thought that with Chen Daoxuan's magic power, the other party would definitely not be able to perform an attack of that level just now. But Chen Daoxuan's performance was too amazing. He didn't look like a giant and cultivator at all, but a top level's engine with relatively weak magic power. In Yaoyu Palace Master's heart, Chen Daoxuan was already at the same level as her. Now that the other party showed such a confident smile on his face, how could she not feel alert? She had not forgotten that Ming Huang's engine, a late-stage nascent soul cultivator, died at the hands of Chen Daoxuan. Just when she thought Chen Daoxuan was going to perform some secret method, Chen Daoxuan directly took out a green spiritual banner from his storage ring. This is... The Yaoyu Palace Master's eyes condensed, and the expression on her pretty face was slightly surprised. Suddenly, she remembered the origin of this magic weapon. Michin banner. Then, the Yaoyu Palace Master directly used the Dao domain to suppress Chen Daoxuan and his surroundings, trying to solidify this airspace and make the Michin banner lose its ability to transmit through space. Unfortunately, she did it too late. It is difficult to completely solidify space with only the Dao domain of a nascent soul cultivator without the blessing of the Dao domain magic weapon. Not to mention that Chen Daoxuan still has the Star Sword Dao diagram in his body. Even if the Yaoyu Palace Master uses a Dao domain magic weapon, Chen Daoxuan can use the Star Sword Dao diagram to break it instantly. Too late. Before Chen Daoxuan finished speaking, he waved the spiritual banner in his hand. The next moment, his figure instantly disappeared from the spot. Seeing this scene, the Palace Master of Yaoyu was furious, especially when he saw that genuine immortal city had been completely destroyed and disappeared. He was so angry that he wanted to vomit blood. Zuan King Dao League lost a fairy city, and the loss was so great, but the culprit actually escaped. This was completely unacceptable to the arrogant Palace Master of Yaoyu. On the side, Genuine's engine was so scared that he dared not breathe, fearing that innocent people would be affected. After a long while, when the Palace Master of Yaoyu calmed down, a Yuanying's engine of Kingly Dao sect flew forward and said with a bow, "Palace Master, perhaps I can give it a try." Hearing this, the Palace Master of Yaoyu suddenly thought of something, grabbed the other party's shoulder, and said anxiously, "Try it quickly." Yes. The Yuanying cultivator nodded and pinched the Zuaneo Lingju. Suddenly, a ball of air was collected in the palm of Chen Daoxuan's hand, where he was originally standing. "The sky and the earth are boundless, and I will search for you for thousands of miles. Hurry." The face of this Yuanying's engine was serious. As the spell called 10,000 miles searching technique was cast, mysterious spell patterns appeared in the air. In the end, all these spell patterns pointed to one direction, southeast. Seeing this, the Lord of Yaoyu Palace was overjoyed. Chase. Yes. The three Yuanying monks followed closely behind and flew towards the southeast. Only the huge deep pit under their feet proved that a shocking battle had broken out here, 100,000 miles away, southeast of Genuine Immortal City. A space wave rippled, and then a monk holding a green spirit flag and wearing green spirit armor appeared out of thin air. Cough cough cough. Chen Daoxuan coughed violently as soon as he appeared, although he had just used all his means to fight with the Lord of Yaoyu Palace. But because the Fire Phoenix was too close to him, and all his thoughts were focused on the immortal sword that combined the two laws, to use the Star Sword path diagram, he still needed to withdraw his mind. This action undoubtedly slowed down his speed of using the Star Sword path diagram. This slight slowdown caused him to be impacted by the residual power of the Fire Phoenix. This residual power of less than 1% alone made this 4th grade upper grade power spiritual armor, which was comparable to the 5th grade lower grade spiritual armor, unable to withstand it, and injured Chen Daoxuan. Chen Daoxuan coughed twice, and suddenly thought of something, and directly cast a space cage to wrap his entire body in the space cage. At this time, about 70,000 miles away, the Yuanying's engine who used the Wanli tracking technique suddenly stopped his escape light. "What's wrong?" Seeing him stop, the Lord of Yaoyu Palace and others hurriedly stopped their bodies, looked at each other, and frowned. "Palace Master, Chen Daoxuan's breath has disappeared." "What?" Seeing that they were about to catch up with Chen Daoxuan, the subordinates actually said that the other party's breath had disappeared. How could the Lord of Yaoyu Palace accept this? Suddenly, she thought of something, and her face suddenly became ugly. I forgot that he knows the law of space, so he must have used the space cage to wrap himself up. Hearing this, the Yuanying Zhenjin who used the Wanli searching technique shook his head. Not necessarily, considering Chen Daoxuan's high-level realm of the law of space. Maybe he used space teleportation continuously and escaped from the tracking range of my Wanli searching technique. Hearing this, the face of the Yao Palace Master became even uglier. The scene the other party said was undoubtedly the one she didn't want to see the most. The cultivators who comprehended the law of space, especially those who reach the middle stage of the law realm of space, are the most difficult to kill. Because the opponent can teleport. If you can't beat the opponent, you can run away at any time. But the Yuanying cultivators who comprehend other laws of the Great Way don't have this benefit. Once they can't beat the cultivators who comprehended the law of space, they usually can't even run away. Space teleportation is really difficult. I wish I could reach the world realm. The Yao Palace Master said unwillingly, and then she shook her head again. If she had reached the world realm, she would have killed Chen Daoxuan directly in a full-scale battle just now, and there would be no need to stop him from escaping. Thinking of this, she continued to say to everyone, although Chen Daoxuan may have teleported and escaped many times, it is still possible that he just used the space cage to block his own breath and make the Wanli searching technique ineffective. So we should continue to look for his traces along the southeast. Everyone should use their spiritual sense to carefully cover every place and don't miss anything. Seeing that the Lord of Yao Palace was so persistent, everyone looked at each other and then bowed and said, I will follow the Lord's order. The Lord of Yao Palace nodded. Let's go. The four people searched again, but they lost the tracking of the Wanli searching technique. This time they searched in person, and the flying speed was much slower. And all this, Chen Daoxuan didn't know. He just took a cautious attitude and temporarily used the space cage to block his contact with the outside world. Because he knew that there were many secret methods in the world of immortal cultivation that could track the enemy's traces from a long distance. Now his mana is exhausted, and he is still injured, so it's always right to be careful. He planned to use space teleportation to leave here after recovering his mana. But before that, he had one more thing to do. Chen Daoxuan immediately took out a small tower, and suddenly, two figures flew out of the small tower. It was Jin Chenying, the grandson of Jin Yuan Zhenjin, and his concubine, Ziling. At this moment, the two stood in front of Chen Daoxuan, and their expressions were very restrained. Just now in the small tower, a cave heaven magic weapon. Jin Chenying and Ziling witnessed the whole process of Chen Daoxuan's hard fight with Yao Palace Master. Especially Jin Chenying, as a 9th level giant and cultivator. In terms of cultivation, he is still above Chen Daoxuan. But in terms of strength, Jin Chenying knew in his heart that this fellow Chen Daoxuan in front of him might be able to poke him to death with just a little finger. Ziling didn't have a strong concept of the difference between the strength of giant and cultivators and Yuanying cultivators. She only knew that Chen Daoxuan and Yao Palace Master fought hard and actually destroyed Jinyuan Xiancheng. You know, her family's residence is also in Jinyuan Xiancheng. Chen Daoxuan actually helped her to avenge her hatred without her knowing it. Chapter 340, Meeting an Old Friend. Chen Daoxuan looked at the two people with a reserved look indifferently and said, although I use the means of space transmission to escape, the people of Zuan King Dao League will definitely chase me. You will only be in danger if you follow me, so our cooperation ends here. Please leave on your own. Hearing this, Jin Chenying and Ziling looked at each other, looking quite helpless. To be honest, Ziling might be better. No matter what, she has avenged her great hatred and escaped from the control of Jin Yuan's engine. But Jin Chenying is different. He was signed a blood slave contract by Jin Yuan's engine. As long as Jin Yuan's engine is not dead, Jin Chenying will not be at peace. But seeing Chen Daoxuan's cold eyes, Jin Chenying's pleading words were finally swallowed back. He bowed to Chen Daoxuan and said, in this case, I will take my leave. Please take care of yourself, fellow Taoist. After that, he turned and left. Chen Daoxuan opened the space cage, and Jin Chenying directly turned into a beam of light and disappeared into the sky in a blink of an eye. Seeing this, Ziling also bowed to Chen Daoxuan and said with her red lips, Senior, you are so kind. I have no way to repay you. I will never see you again. I hope you will take care of yourself. Ziling bowed again. The terrifying strength that Chen Daoxuan showed in the battle with the Lord of Yaoyu Palace has completely conquered the fairy Zifu with the body of Jiuan Zuan-Ke. Chen Daoxuan nodded, and just as Ziling turned to leave, Chen Daoxuan suddenly thought of something, and raised his hand and said, "Wait a minute, fairy." Hearing this, Ziling paused slightly, frowned slightly, turned around with a slightly puzzled expression, and looked at Chen Daoxuan. "Senior, do you have any other instructions?" Chen Daoxuan nodded slightly and said, "Fairy, have you decided where to go?" Hearing this, Ziling hesitated immediately. Yes. Although Xian'an Tao is big, she is alone now. Where should she go? She definitely couldn't stay in Zuan King Dao League's territory. It was foreseeable that she and Jin Shenying would be wanted by Zuan King Dao League. Jin Shenying was still okay. After all, Jin Shenying was also a late giant and cultivator. If Yuan Ying's engine didn't take action personally, it would be difficult for ordinary giant and cultivators to take her down. Although her strength was considered good in Zifu, any giant and cultivator could easily take her down. Now Zuan King Dao League was in the midst of a war with Kainiu and Sword Sect. It might be difficult to dispatch Yuan Ying cultivators to capture Jin Shenying, but dispatching a few giant and cultivators to capture her was a piece of cake. Even if Jin Yuan's engine didn't leak the news that she had the 9 Yin Zuanka body, Jin Yuan's engine himself would never let her go. Ziling didn't forget that she still had the restrictions set by Jin Yuan's engine himself. Whenever she thought of this, a feeling of despair would surge in Ziling's heart. Jin Yuan's engine may not be a big deal in Chen Daoxuan's eyes, but in Ziling's eyes, it is an irresistible and terrifying existence. As for leaving the territory of Zuan King Dao League and going to the territory of other sects, it is even more impossible. Although the land area of Xian'an Tao is much larger than that of Wangxinghe, like Wangxinghe, all the spiritual veins and precious lands are occupied by various forces. It is not an easy thing for Ziling to go to other territories to find a place to settle down. Even if she is lucky enough to escape the pursuit of Zuan King Dao League and Jin Yuan's engine, it is difficult for her to gain a foothold in other territories. Especially since she has the body of Jiuan Zuanka. In the eyes of other male cultivators, she is a sweet potato with fatal temptation. Thinking of this, Ziling bit her rosy lips slightly, looked at Chen Daoxuan with aggrieved eyes, bowed sadly, and said, "I really have nowhere to go at the moment. I hope Chen Zhenren will take me in." After that, Ziling looked at Chen Daoxuan with affection. She was able to cultivate to the Purple Mansion stage by herself, and this method of winning men's sympathy was completely at her fingertips. What's more amazing is that she was able to maintain her virginity all the way, which was simply a miracle. But Chen Daoxuan was not at all impressed by her appearance of being at the mercy of others, and nodded coldly, "I can take you in, but you have to agree to one condition of mine." "What condition?" Seeing that the temptation method was useless to Chen Daoxuan, Ziling simply put away her pitiful expression. "We will talk about the conditions when we are safe. Now I need to recover my magic power, and you can protect me here." After saying that, Chen Daoxuan ignored her and sat cross-legged in front of her. He took out a jade bottle from the storage bag. The jade bottle contained the 1,000-year-old stalactite given to him by Fairy Kai Yao. Chen Daoxuan opened the seal of the jade bottle, raised his head, and drank a mouthful. Half an hour later, Chen Daoxuan opened his eyes energetically. About 10 feet away from him, Ziling was sitting on a bluestone, bored and waiting. Seeing Chen Daoxuan open his eyes, Ziling immediately stood up from the stone and said happily, "Have you recovered your magic power?" "Yes." Chen Daoxuan nodded. Hearing this, Ziling breathed a sigh of relief. Although half an hour was not long, she was very anxious. Because before Chen Daoxuan recovered his magic power, he had said that the 4 Yuan Ying's engines of Zuan King Dao League, led by Yaoyu Palace Master, had not given up chasing him. Ziling was now staying with Chen Daoxuan, and she might be caught up by the other party at any time. How could she not feel scared? A mere Jin Yuan's engine could force her to be humble for decades, not to mention Yaoyu Palace Master, who was more than 10 times more terrifying than Jin Yuan's engine. Ziling suspected that with Yaoyu Palace Master's hot temper, if he found Chen Daoxuan again this time, he would definitely go all out and would not give Chen Daoxuan any chance to breathe. Ziling couldn't understand how Chen Daoxuan could sit here so calmly to recover his mana. Chen Daoxuan didn't know what Ziling was thinking. If he knew, he would at most smile. The strength of Yaoyu Palace Master was indeed stronger than Chen Daoxuan, but it was completely nonsense to say that he had no resistance at all. The fact that Chen Daoxuan could withstand a move from Yaoyu Palace Master, the top true lord, was proof of this. If Yaoyu Palace Master caught up with Chen Daoxuan again, he would definitely not fight him head on this time, but would choose to run away directly by teleportation. The Star Sword Dao diagram opened the way and teleported to escape. In Chen Daoxuan's view, unless he was chased by a top true lord who also mastered the laws of space, or someone had set up a high-level formation to siege him in advance. Otherwise, it would be an extremely easy thing for him to escape. The reason why Yaoyu Palace Master was so persistent in chasing him was that he didn't see Chen Daoxuan take out the Star Sword Dao diagram in his danshan. Otherwise he would definitely give up the idea of chasing him, because she knew that she could never kill a top-notch Zenjin who ignored the suppression of Dao domain instruments and was proficient in the laws of space. But Ziling didn't know all this. She only knew that Chen Daoxuan was no match for the Lord of Yaoyu Palace. If he caught up with her, her life or death would be unpredictable. If Chen Daoxuan was killed, what good would happen to her? A little ant attached to the big tree of Chen Daoxuan? Let's go. Looking at Ziling, who was still in a daze, Chen Daoxuan grabbed her arm with his right hand. The next moment, the figures of the two gradually blurred. When the two appeared again, they were already 2,300 miles away. Chen Daoxuan's space teleportation can only teleport to the range covered by his spiritual consciousness. His current spiritual consciousness covers only more than 2,300 miles, so the farthest distance of each teleportation is only this far. Compared with the Michin banner, which can instantly escape 100,000 miles away, Chen Daoxuan's teleportation is still a lot worse. However, compared with the Michin banner, his teleportation has an advantage. That is, it can be performed continuously. The next second, he and Ziling's figures blurred again. After teleporting more than a dozen times in a row, Chen Daoxuan's current position had long deviated from the trajectory that Yaoyu Palace Master and others were looking for. Now, he has finally completely escaped the pursuit of Yaoyu Palace Master. Swish. Chen Daoxuan and Ziling's figures appeared again. Chen Daoxuan did not react, but Ziling, who was being pulled by his wrist, bent over and kept retching. Looking at Ziling's embarrassed appearance, Chen Daoxuan did not blame her. He knew in his heart that this was because Ziling's cultivation and Dao realm were too low, and she could not adapt to the dizziness caused by space transmission. After etching for a while, Ziling finally adapted. She looked at the surrounding scenery, looked up at Chen Daoxuan, and asked, "Where are we?" Hearing this, Chen Daoxuan shook his head. "I don't know either." He paused, then glanced at Ziling, and said in surprise, "Aren't you a local snake in the sphere of influence of Jinyuan Xiancheng? Don't you know this place?" Hearing this, Ziling's pretty face showed a trace of bitterness. "I don't know. In fact, this is the first time I have been out of such a long way, since I was a child." This time, Chen Daoxuan was completely shocked by Ziling's words. A dignified purple mansion 9th level cultivator has never been out of the 100,000 mile range of Jinyuan Xiancheng. This is as ridiculous as a purple mansion late stage cultivator in Kangshao who has never been out of Guang'an prefecture. Seeing the doubts on Chen Daoxuan's face, Ziling hesitated to speak. "This is your private matter. If you don't want to talk, I won't force you." After that, Chen Daoxuan unfolded his spiritual sense and began to carefully explore the situation here. Seeing Chen Daoxuan like this, Ziling let down her guard. She bit her lip and said, "It's okay to tell you. My family diagnosed me with the 9-yin mysterious body when I was young. In order to curry favor with Master Jinyuan, my family kept me in captivity like a canary. My parents were secretly killed by Master Jinyuan and his family to save me. From childhood to adulthood, the farthest distance I have ever been away from is the wall of Jinyuan Fairy City." As she spoke, Ziling gently unbuttoned her robe, exposing her white shoulders. On her white shoulders, there was an ugly bloody mark, which connected to her back. Source: blood divine prohibition. Seeing the red mark on her shoulder, Chen Daoxuan frowned. Master Chen, do you recognize this prohibition? A blush flashed across Ziling's pretty face. Chen Daoxuan nodded. The blood source divine forbidden law is extremely evil. It can only be used by cutting off the blood of the person who is closest to the person being cast, and it must be set by a high-level cultivator himself. The restriction that Genuine Zenjin placed on you, that you mentioned before, is this restriction, right? Yes. Ziling put on her clothes, feeling depressed. The blood source divine forbidden law is both a protection and a restriction. With Genuine Zenjin's cultivation, as long as he is close to you within a radius of 10,000 miles, he can accurately sense your location. Hearing this, Ziling's face became even darker. Seeing Ziling silent, Chen Daoxuan did not say anything to comfort her. The atmosphere between the two was a bit dull. About half a cup of tea. Chen Daoxuan's face was happy, found it. Hearing this, Ziling raised her head and looked at him in surprise. Chen Daoxuan said to himself, a 5th level spiritual vein, 3 Jinden Zenren entrenched, not bad, huh? Suddenly, he seemed to have discovered something interesting. It's him. Chen Daoxuan found no one else on this 5th level spiritual vein but Yan Jiu Zenren, who escaped from Zenanguan Xiancheng. On the day when Meng Huang Zhenjin died in battle, Yan Jiu Zenren chose to hide his subordinates and escape alone. His behavior was not much better than Yi Wu Dao's at the beginning, but Yan Jiu Zenren did not have Yi Wu Dao's background. Now he has long been on the wanted list of Zuan King Dao League. Unexpectedly, Yan Jiu Zenren actually hid here with 2 Jinden casual cultivators. Chen Daoxuan was very strange. With the reward offered by Zuan King Dao League, why didn't the 2 Jinden casual cultivators report each other to Zuan King Dao League? You know, harboring a wanted criminal in Zuan King Dao League's territory is not a small crime. In terms of dominance over the territory, Zuan King Dao League is not much weaker than Kainiu and Jianzhang. In fact, because Zuan King Dao League has ruled the territory for a longer time, their dominance over the territory is stronger and more deeply rooted in the hearts of the people. Southeast of Jinyu and Xiancheng, in a 5th level spiritual vein. On the spiritual vein, there are fairy palaces. This dojo is called Shuangsheng Peak, which is named after the Tajinden Zenren who settled here. As a high-level cultivator second only to Yuan Ying's engine, Jinden cultivators can basically walk sideways within the sphere of influence of Jinyu and Xiancheng, as long as they do not offend Jinyuan's engine and other top forces. Especially like the 2 Jinden casual cultivators on Shuangsheng Peak. Ordinary Jinden families with only 1 or 2 Jinden cultivators are not willing to provoke them at all. After all, the Jinden casual cultivators on Shuangsheng Peak are the kind of people who can feed the whole family, while the Jinden cultivators in the Jinden family, in addition to considering themselves, have to consider the family behind them. Therefore, it is impossible to act as recklessly as the 2 on Shuangsheng Peak. At this moment, in a magnificent palace on Shuangsheng Peak, one by one, beautiful maids and dancers are dancing in front of the 3 Jinden cultivators. On the high throne, the 3 Jinden Zenren are drinking happily. Brother Yin Jiu, I really feel sorry for you, said a rough-faced Jinden cultivator wearing a golden robe. Brother, you have worked hard for Zuan King Dao League for so many years, but you are wanted, just because you can't defeat the barbaric cultivators of Wangxinghe. TSK. The rough-faced Jinden cultivator shook his head. Hearing this, Yan Jiu's face darkened. Obviously, he didn't expect the sect and the Dao League to be so ruthless, and wanted him directly without leaving any room for him. In any case, he, Yan Jiu, is also a 9th level Jinden cultivator, and is only 1 step away from the nascent soul stage. His retreat at the beginning was, to some extent, to retain some strength for Zuan King Dao League. Chapter 341 The Secret of Yan Jiu Zenren. Seeing that Yan Jiu Zenren was unhappy, another tall and thin Jinden monk from Shuangsheng Peak warmed up the situation and said, come on, stop saying these depressing words, drink. Haha, look at my mouth, brother. The Jinden monk with a rough face slapped his mouth, raised the wine glass and bowed. Brother Yin Jiu, this glass of wine is my apology for you. After saying that, the Jinden monk with a rough face raised his head and drank the wine. Seeing the two people's actions, Yanjiu Zenran's face looked much better. He sighed. Although the sect and the Dao League are unjust to me, I cannot be unfaithful to the sect. I understand your intentions, but it is not a good idea to take advantage of the fire at this time. Hearing this, the giant and monk with a rough face suddenly became anxious. Brother Yanjiu, you can't say that. The burly cultivator put down the wine glass in his hand. As one of the logistics immortal cities of Zuanqing Dao League, Genuine Immortal City transports a large amount of resources to the major immortal cities on the front line every year. Especially this time, Brother Yanjiu must have been able to see that the war between Cunning Sword Sect and Zuanqing Dao League this time may not be resolved peacefully. We just need to take this batch of resources shipped to the front line. The resources for forming an nascent soul may be settled. Brother Yanjiu, think about it carefully. Now you are wanted by Zuanqing Dao League. Even if they can't catch you, where will you get the resources to break through to the nascent soul stage in the future? The burly cultivator had a sinister look on his face and waved his hand fiercely. Why not take advantage of it now to make a big fortune? Afterwards, we can just leave the territory of Zuanqing Dao League and go to the territory of Qianji Palace or Xianan Sect. With our cultivation, as long as we break through to the nascent soul stage and form a scattered cultivation force, even Qianji Palace and Xianan Sect will not dare to look down on us. Isn't it great? Hearing this, Yanjiu's heart was moved. Indeed, now that he was wanted by Zuanqing Dao League, he really had to make plans for the future. The two people in front of him from Shuangsheng Peak were not bad. After all, their cultivation had not reached the 9th level of Jiandan, but he was different. His current cultivation had reached the 9th level of Jiandan, and he was about to break through to Yuanying. Originally, with his contribution in seizing Zenan Pass, plus the support of Mingliang's engine, he was very likely to be cultivated by the sect, and the resources to break through to Yuanying were not needed for Yanjiu to worry about. But now, not only did he lose Zenan Pass, but he also abandoned the city and fled at a critical moment and was wanted by Zuanqing Dao League. His identity also changed from the high-ranking Chindan Zenran of Qingwei Dao Sect to a wanted criminal of Zuanqing Dao League. The most direct impact of the change of identity is the acquisition of resources. For any cultivator, cultivation requires a lot of resources, and the higher the level of the cultivator, the more resources are needed for cultivation. In the past, Yanjiu, as a disciple of Qingwei Dao Sect, never worried about the problem of resources. But now, after he has fallen to become a casual cultivator, he deeply feels that cultivation is not easy. If it weren't for the two people from Shuangsheng Peak who took him in, he wouldn't even have a place to stand. Of course, Yanjiu Zenran also knew in his heart that the two people from Shuangsheng Peak took him in not out of kindness, but because they saw that he could make a profit. For the two Jiandan cultivators from Shuangsheng Peak, the biggest benefit of Yanjiu Zenran is that he knows the resource routes from Jinyu and Xiansheng to the various Xianshengs on the front line, as well as the strength of the cultivators responsible for escorting. In the territory of Zuanqing Dao League, if you want to rob the transported materials of Zuanqing Dao League, you must have a perfect plan. Otherwise, it's not robbery, but sending your head. This simple truth, the two Jiandan cultivators from Shuangsheng Peak naturally understand, and since you want to rob, you must rob valuable resources. The two Jiandan cultivators from Shuangsheng Peak don't know which resources Jinyu and Xiansheng transports to the major Xianshengs on the front line are the most valuable, and which are the least valuable. If they robbed a group of resources used by low-level cultivators, wouldn't they lose a lot? Because robbing resources is something that can never be done for a long time. They must make a fortune and run away before the Zuanqing Dao League reacts and escape from the territory of the Zuanqing Dao League. At that time, the sky is high and the birds fly freely. The reason why these two Jiandan Zenran are willing to give up this place and rob a group of resources and run away is completely because they see that Cunning Sword Sect is not coming well this time. As far as they know, Zuanqing Dao League and Cunning Sword Sect have been fighting for less than 2 months, and they have lost 7 immortal cities and killed 11 Yuanying's engine. It is conceivable how tragic the battle on the front line is. Although their genuine immortal city is in the rear, compared with the position of Zuanyang Sect and Qingwei Dao Sect, their Shuangsheng Peak is also in the front line. Once Carnioan sword sect tears through the front line defense and drives straight in, their Shuangsheng peak will be the first to bear the brunt. As casual cultivators, they have no intention of working for Zhuan Qingdao League. The foundation of Shuangsheng Peak looks good for now, but it is hard to say in the future, so the two of them have to make plans early. In fact, within the scope of Jinyu and Xiancheng, the forces with unstable hearts are not only Shuangsheng Peak. For example, those Immortal Cultivation clans with a long history have all secretly communicated with Carnioan Sword Sect, fearing that Carnioan Sword Sect will take over Chuan Kingdom in the future and extend their butcher knives to them. In comparison, the two of them just planned to rob a batch of resources and run away, which was already conscientious enough. After a while, the hesitation on Yan Jiu Zenran's face gradually became firm. Okay, I promise you. After this vote, the three of us will leave the territory of Zhuan Qingdao League together, and from now on, I will have nothing to do with the sect. After saying this, Yan Jiu Zenran's expression was complicated. After all, King Lidao sect is also the sect where he has practiced for many years, since he was a child. It is impossible to say that there is no reluctance in his heart to leave like this, but for his own path, Yan Jiu Zenran still knows how to make a choice. Hearing this, the two Jinden Zenran looked at each other, with a flash of surprise in their eyes. Brother Yan Jiu, the two did not finish their words. In front of them, two escape lights flew directly into the hall, and stood in the center of the hall. Seeing the two figures that suddenly appeared, the beautiful maids who were dancing exclaimed one after another, and the scene was a little chaotic. Seeing this, Chen Daoxuan frowned slightly. Stop, he exclaimed softly. The next second, the maids who were originally exclaiming seemed to have been paused and motionless. Soul-fixing divine light. With Chen Daoxuan's currency of divine light, he could easily freeze even the Jinden Zenran, not to mention the group of low-level female cultivators who were dancing. This group of female cultivators was originally a group of cauldrons and concubines, with a lot of cultivation, but almost no strength. Chen Daoxuan's personal attack on them was undoubtedly a cannon to kill mosquitoes. Seeing a man and a woman suddenly break into their own fairy palace, the two Jinden monks from Shuangsheng Peak stood up and asked, "Who are you, and why did you break into my brother's dojo?" Unexpectedly, Chen Daoxuan seemed not to hear what they said. He looked past them, and directly cast his eyes on Yan Jiu Zenran. Chen. The moment Yan Jiu Zenran saw Chen Daoxuan, he felt a chill rushing to his head and trembled involuntarily. He had seen Chen Daoxuan's strength, and had escaped death from him once. But this time, Yan Jiu Zenran felt that he might not have such good luck. After all, there was no second Minghuang's engine to save him. The two Jinden monks from Shuangsheng Peak saw that Chen Daoxuan ignored them, and for a moment they felt a fire of evil running through their hearts. But Chen Daoxuan was a Jinden monk after all, and without a conflict of interest, they were unwilling to have a conflict rashly. Especially at this critical period, when they were preparing to do something big. But when the rough-faced Jinden cultivator saw Ziling beside Chen Daoxuan, his breathing suddenly became rapid. He quickly sent a message to his tall and thin companion, saying, "Brother, look at this woman." Hearing this, the tall and thin cultivator looked at her intently. His face suddenly changed. He looked at the rough cultivator, and sent a message, "9 yin mysterious body, HMM." The two looked at each other, and greed suddenly accumulated in their eyes. If ordinary cauldrons can only be comparable to elixirs, then using a female cultivator with the 9 yin mysterious body as a cauldron, a Jinden cultivator can even break through to the nascent soul stage, which shows the preciousness of this spiritual body. Jinden Zenjin spent so much effort to imprison Ziling, naturally, not just because of Ziling's beauty. For Jinden Zenjin, he has seen all kinds of beauties, so how could he spend so much time on a mere woman? Only improving his cultivation and increasing his lifespan are his real pursuits. Although the two people from Shuangsheng Peak were not as good as Jinden Zenjin in cultivation, their mentality was almost the same as his. Cultivation and strength are the most important things for cultivators. Thinking of this, the two looked at each other, and after making up their minds, they suddenly jumped up. Don't. On the side, Yan Jiu Zenran saw that the two people directly attacked Chen Daoxuan, and was immediately shocked. They didn't know Chen Daoxuan, but Yin Jiu Zenren knew him. Unfortunately, Yin Jiu Zenren's reminder was too late. Two sword lights penetrated the bodies of the two giant cultivators at an incredible speed. The two of them lowered their heads in a daze and looked at the bowl-sized gap in their dantian. Then, their bodies completely collapsed and dissipated, turning into nothingness. Using the power of the law to attack a body that is not even at the blood-dropping realm is no different from using a hammer to smash porcelain. It will break at the touch. When Yin Jiu Zenren saw that the two monks of the same level who had just been drinking and bragging with him were instantly destroyed, his knees softened, and he knelt down in front of Chen Daoxuan with a thud. "Senior, spare my life." As he said that, he kowtowed to Chen Daoxuan. The main gate of the Qinghui Taoist sect. Above the Tai Immortal Pond, the hazy mist covered more than a dozen figures, making them vague and unclear. These dozen people were all the Yuanying Zenjins who were in charge of the Qinghui Taoist sect. Suddenly, the feminine man in the center opened his eyes. He looked at the dazzling light in the center of the Tai Immortal Pond, and a trace of grief flashed in his eyes. Just now, the news came back from the front line that the Carnean Sword sect has captured 2 more immortal cities. In less than 2 months, my Zuanqing Taoist alliance has lost 9 immortal cities in a row, and most of the immortal cities on the front line have been lost. As he said that, the feminine man closed his eyes. "Master." Although he could see that the master looked unhappy, Elder Yun on the side still reported, "Just now, Genuine Immortal City was destroyed." Hearing this, the feminine man suddenly opened his eyes and looked at Elder Yun steadily. "Genuine Immortal City has Yahoo leading 2 true lords of our sect in charge, plus true lord Genuine. There are a total of 4 Yuanying true lords, among which Yahoo is the top true lord, who can destroy Genuine Immortal City." Suddenly, the feminine man seemed to remember something. "Is Yahoo okay?" "Palace Master Yahoo is fine, but..." Elder Yun paused. "The person who destroyed Genuine Immortal City is the giant and cultivator who killed true lord Ming Huang before. Chen Daoxuan." "Chen Daoxuan," the feminine man murmured. This was the second time he heard of this name. A mere giant and cultivator could actually do this. Although he didn't want to believe it, he knew that with Yahoo's temperament, he would never lie. On the side, Elder Yun continued, "Palace Master Yahoo also said that Chen Daoxuan must be killed, no matter how much it costs. He deserves to be killed." The feminine face of the leader of the Qinghui Taoist sect was full of murderous intent. He always behaved calmly in front of his subordinates, but at this moment, he was also angered by Chen Daoxuan's repeated provocations. "You know, Genuine Xiansheng is less than 1,000,000 miles away from the Qinghui Taoist sect, which is definitely not comparable to those fairy cities on the front line." Chen Daoxuan's move was simply slapping the face of Zuanqing Taoist League. Not only his Qinghui Taoist sect, but also Zuanyang sect will definitely react. After thinking about it, the feminine man's face returned to calm. "Since Carnean Sword sect does not follow the rules and sends people to cause trouble in my hinterland, we don't have to be polite to it." As he said, he looked at a Yuanying Zenjin among the crowd. "Elder He, I'm here." Elder He bowed his hands. "Last time I asked you to cause some trouble for Carnean Sword sect. Have you made any progress?" This Elder He's face was grim. Carnean Sword sect is winning victory after victory, and its momentum is high. All the hidden players we have instigated in Carnean Sword sect dare not act rashly. Humph, this bunch of fence sitters. A trace of resentment flashed in the eyes of the feminine man. "In the future, when I step into the Wangxing Sea, I will definitely settle accounts with these fence sitters." Hearing this, Elder He lowered his head and dared not reply. "I remember correctly that Chen Daoxuan is a cultivator from Kangshao, right?" "It is a cultivator from Kangshao." The leader of Qinghui Taoist sect nodded. "Find a way to make the Jiang family move. But, with the character of the old fox in the Jiang family, he may not dare to take this risk." Hearing this, the feminine leader looked at Elder He, smiled mysteriously and said, "Isn't his Jiang family short of money? This subordinate will do it right away." After that, Elder He disappeared instantly. Obviously, this is also a Yuanying Zenjin who has comprehended the law of space. Shuangsheng Peak Immortal Palace. Chen Daoxuan looked at Yin Jiu Zenren who kowtowed in front of him like pounding garlic, and was quite speechless. He couldn't understand why the other party was a late giant and cultivator after all, and he had no bottom line to this extent. Thinking of this, Chen Daoxuan said calmly, "Get up." Hearing this, Yanjiu Zenran stood up tremblingly. Chen Daoxuan looked at Yanjiu Zenran, who was like a quail in front of him, and asked with interest, "When we broke through Zenon Pass, I asked your subordinates, you ran away, before receiving the news of Mingliang Zenran's defeat. So, how did you judge that Mingliang Zenran would definitely lose to me?" Hearing this, Yanjiu Zenran's eyes flickered. Chapter 342, The Cicada's Breathing Technique. Yanjiu Zenran took a deep breath and bowed his hands, saying, "If I tell you this secret, I may be able to survive." As he spoke, he raised his head and stared at Chen Daoxuan intently. Chen Daoxuan looked at him calmly and said, "Do you think you are qualified to negotiate with me now?" Hearing this, Yanjiu Zenran's eyebrows throbbed wildly. He stared at Chen Daoxuan and wanted to attack him several times, but his heart warned him that the only outcome of doing so would be death. Finally, Yanjiu Zenran dropped his hands weakly and bowed his head, saying, "I'll tell you." Chen Daoxuan smiled. Half a cup of tea later, Chen Daoxuan played with a broken white jade talisman and frowned. "You mean, you were able to escape early from Zenon Pass, all thanks to this jade talisman?" "That's right." Yanjiu Zenran nodded. "It's just that this jade talisman seems to be severely damaged. Sometimes it works, and sometimes it doesn't, but as long as it gives me a warning, it must be related to my life and death. I have relied on it to escape from certain death several times, since I started practicing." Oh. Chen Daoxuan heard this, and played with the jade talisman with interest. According to Yanjiu Zenran, this jade talisman is an enhanced version of the spiritual warning, which can predict danger in advance and avoid disaster. The only shortcoming is that this thing seems to be severely damaged, and it is not effective in all situations. For example, this time, Yanjiu Zenran was drinking and having fun here, and this jade talisman did not predict the danger in advance. This is obviously the situation that Yanjiu Zenran said, "It is not effective." Handing over the jade talisman, Yanjiu Zenran looked at Chen Daoxuan with trepidation. Seeing Yanjiu Zenran's expression, Chen Daoxuan turned his palm and put the jade talisman into the storage ring. "Yanjiu Jr. is here." Yanjiu hurriedly bowed. "In theory, the ransom you gave is enough to redeem you, but unfortunately." Chen Daoxuan shook his head. "You and my Chen family have a blood feud. I have to kill you." Hearing this, Yanjiu's face changed. "Senior, I have never had a grudge with your Chen family. I hope you will understand. Please understand." With that, Yanjiu knelt down again. But this time, Chen Daoxuan was indifferent. "Back then, you led the army to break through Zenon Pass. More than 10 elders of my Chen family's Zan generation all died at the hands of the army you led. Tell me, do you have any grudges against my Chen family?" This. Yanjiu Zenran's thoughts turned quickly. "I led the army to attack Zenon Pass on the orders of the Dao League, not because I wanted to do so. You can't blame me." Chen Daoxuan nodded. "You attacked Zenon Pass on the orders of the Dao League, and I killed you to avenge the ancestors of my family. Neither you nor I did anything wrong." After saying that, a bright sword light submerged Yanjiu Zenran. The power of the space law of the high stage of the law realm burst out, and Yanjiu Zenran's flesh in the blood-dripping realm was melted in an instant, leaving only a head rolling on the ground. Before dying, Yanjiu Zenran widened his eyes, as if wondering, since both of them were right, who was wrong? Unfortunately, he was destined to never know the answer. On the side, Ziling stared blankly at the scene in front of her, stunned. It had been less than a cup of tea since she and Chen Daoxuan entered the door. 3 giant Zenran were killed by Chen Daoxuan like cutting melons and vegetables. Ziling couldn't help but wonder, is this person in front of her really a giant and early stage cultivator? He is indeed an existence that can kill late Yuanying. After killing 3 giant Zenran in a row, Chen Daoxuan turned his head and looked at Ziling. "This spiritual vein is as high as the 5th level. It is a good place for cultivation. During this period, you and I will temporarily live here." Hearing this, Ziling pursed her lips and rubbed the corners of her clothes with her small hands. "What's wrong?" Ziling mustered up the courage. You haven't told me why you took me in. In fact, Ziling had a vague guess in her heart that Chen Daoxuan took her in for the same purpose as Jinyuan's engine, wanting to use her as a cauldron to improve his cultivation. Compared with the magic elixir, using a female cultivator with the body of Jiuan Zuansha as a cauldron is many times better. The 9 Yuan Zuan K bodies help to the cultivator's cultivation seems to be better than the Yuan Qi essence that Chen Daoxuan had used before. Although Yuan Qi essence can quickly improve the cultivation, it has a flaw. That is, after the cultivator's cultivation reaches the purple mansion stage, it is difficult for it to continue to improve the cultivator's cultivation. Because after the cultivator reaches the purple mansion stage, his Dao realm is often lower than his own cultivation. If the Dao realm is insufficient, it is difficult for Yuan Qi essence to continue to forcibly improve the cultivation. The 9 Yuan Zuan K bodies Dinglu does not have this worry. Using it as a Dinglu can not only quickly improve the cultivation, but to some extent, it can even improve the Dao realm together. Although the way it improves the Dao realm is not like the Stas or Dao diagram directly, but it is similar to drinking the enlightenment tea, which can allow the cultivator to enter the state of enlightenment, thereby improving the cultivator's Dao realm. Even so, the 9 Yuan Zuan K bodies Dinglu is much more precious than Yuan Qi essence. Not to mention for Chindan cultivators, it is a treasure even for Yuan Ying's engine. This is also the reason why Ziling did not dare to leave alone. Because she knew that with her special physique, once she left Chen Daoxuan's protection, she would just meet the next Jinyuan's engine again. The two words cauldron deeply hurt Ziling. Ziling looked at Chen Daoxuan with a look that gradually changed from nervousness to despair. Since she couldn't resist Jinyuan's engine, she naturally couldn't resist Chen Daoxuan, who was stronger. Chen Daoxuan didn't know what Ziling was thinking. He thought about it and said, I do have something to ask of the fairy. Hearing this, Ziling's pretty face was full of desolation, and tears flowed across her fair face. She raised her head like a pear blossom in the rain. I knew that all of you are the same. You are all attracted to my 9 Yuan Zuanka body. Well, since you took me out of Qian's Iron Fu and helped me avenge my great revenge, you can do whatever you want next. As she said this, Ziling quietly closed her eyes, but her eyelashes were constantly trembling. Chen Daoxuan was speechless when he saw Ziling was so excited. I just want to ask the fairy, can you teach me the secret method of hiding your consciousness and body shape? Hearing this, Fairy Ziling's eyes widened, and then her pretty face turned red, and the whole person looked like a red peach. Why didn't you say it earlier? After saying that, she turned around and flew away from the palace. It was not until she flew out of the fairy palace that Chen Daoxuan heard a word. Go on. The next moment, a jade slip flew towards Chen Daoxuan. Chen Daoxuan took the jade slip and felt quite embarrassed. It was the first time that he was treated as a lecher so nakedly. The next day, Shuangsheng Peak. In a cave, Chen Daoxuan sat cross-legged in the quiet room, looking at the jade talisman he got from Yunjiayu Zenran. Just as Yunjiayu Zenran said, this jade talisman was seriously damaged. Look carefully. Chen Daoxuan found that there was a crack in the center of the jade talisman that split it into two halves. It seemed that he could break the jade talisman apart with just a little effort. After playing with it for a while, Chen Daoxuan, who had gained nothing, put it into his storage ring. Although he didn't know the name of this jade talisman, nor did he know how to refine it, Chen Daoxuan still had a way to repair it. That was to use a large amount of the power of creation to repair it. As the most magical energy in the world, the power of creation can not only upgrade magic tools, but also repair damaged magic tools. Many Yuaning's engine will choose to use the power of creation to repair their magic tools after they are seriously damaged. This is also the reason why the power of creation can become hard currency in the hands of high-level cultivators. But why didn't Yunjiayu Zenran repair it? Chen Daoxuan frowned. Can't he afford to repair it? As a third level upper grade refiner, Chen Daoxuan couldn't tell the grade of this jade talisman at all. But obviously, this jade talisman is not a spiritual talisman, but a magic tool. Because the talisman has unique magic patterns, it is very different from the magic weapon, and can be distinguished at a glance. After the magic weapon is integrated into the formation, there is no difference in appearance. only by relying on the magic weapon's spiritual charm, or activating the magic weapon. To make the magic weapon show the formation pattern can the grade of the magic weapon be judged. But Chen Daoxuan infused magic power into the Jade Talisman, and the Jade Talisman did not move at all. After fiddling with it for a while, Chen Daoxuan had no choice but to put away the Jade Talisman. Putting the Jade Talisman away, Chen Daoxuan took out the second item, the Jade Slip obtained from Ziling. With his spiritual consciousness immersed in the Jade Slip, Chen Daoxuan quickly finished reading this secret method of restraining breath and spiritual consciousness. This secret method, called the art of Jing Cicada breathing, is a 4th level magic method. According to the description of this magic method, Ziling has just started to practice it, otherwise she would never be discovered by Chen Daoxuan when she secretly spied on him before. You know, although Chen Daoxuan's consciousness is not as good as that of Yuan Ying's engine, it is much stronger than that of giant cultivators of the same level. Even so, the fairy Ziling of the 9th level of the Purple Mansion can hide Chen Daoxuan's consciousness, which shows how powerful this secret method of hiding consciousness and breath is. The breath retaining technique that Chen Daoxuan originally practiced was obtained from a female captive in Guanghan Prefecture when he was practicing Qi. For so many years, he has been in the hinterland of Wangxinghe, and he has never thought about changing a breath retaining technique. In normal times, the effect of the breath retaining technique is indeed not great. As the young patriarch of the Chen family, he holds the largest family power in Kangzhou. He is not one of those timid casual cultivators. Why practice the breath retaining technique? Chen Daoxuan practiced the breath retaining technique because his family and his own strength were relatively weak, and he had too many secrets in his hands, so he had to keep a low profile. But as the Chen family grew and grew step by step, his strength increased step by step, and things like retracting breath were getting farther and farther away from Chen Daoxuan. There is no true strong man who shrinks back. Thinking of this, Chen Daoxuan shook his head. I didn't expect that. After practicing till today, I still have to study a secret method of concealing my breath. He joked, but he knew in his heart that he was in the heart of Zuan Qingdao League at this time, and his situation was extremely dangerous. Especially after the battle of Zhenyu and Xiancheng, his threat to Zuan Qingdao League must have reached a new level. An existence with strength close to the top Zhenjin lurking in the heart of Zuan Qingdao League, especially during the war between Zuan Qingdao League and Guanyuan Sword Sect. Which force can tolerate it? Chen Daoxuan was sure that Zuan Qingdao League would frantically hunt him down next time. The next time he made a move, he might not meet one top Zhenjin, but several top Zhenjins working together. Chen Daoxuan almost fell into the hands of a Yao Palace master. Several top Zhenjins, especially those who are good at the laws of space, might really capsize him. Therefore, Chen Daoxuan must use all means to enhance his ability to survive. If you want to improve your ability to survive, improving your own strength is definitely the best way. For Chen Daoxuan, there are two fastest ways to improve your strength at the moment. One is to improve your cultivation, and the other is to improve your Dao realm. It is very difficult to improve your cultivation in a short period of time. Although Chen Daoxuan's Dao realm is far ahead of his own cultivation, it has only been less than a year since he broke through the Jiandan stage. It is already very good to be able to stabilize your cultivation in such a short time. Unless you get treasures like Yuan Qi Essence, you don't need to work hard to refine the spiritual energy and can directly improve your cultivation. Otherwise, Chen Daoxuan wants to improve his cultivation from the Jiandan stage to the Yuanying stage, which will take at least 100 years. In addition to Qi refining, the same is true for body refining. Chen Daoxuan is not short of body refining treasures. Whether it is blood crystals, blood marrow, or even immortal true meaning, he has a lot of stocks in his hands. But at the same time, the improvement of body refining is also an extremely time-consuming thing. Chen Daoxuan's body refining has only reached the early stage of the Broken Skull realm so far, which can be said to be the bottom among all Jiandan cultivators. This is also the reason why Chen Daoxuan never fights in close combat with Yuanying cultivators. Compared with his Dao realm, his body is as fragile as a porcelain doll. Under the absolute gap in physical bodies, no matter how strong his close combat skills are, it is useless. improving cultivation is not advisable. There is only the second method, improving the Dao realm. This method can quickly enhance Chen Daoxuan's strength. Before the trip to Jinyuan's Iron Cheng, his space law was only in the middle stage of the law realm. After obtaining the treasure of Jinyuan's engine, his space law was promoted to the high stage of the law realm. After merging with the water law, the power surged. His strength is therefore close to the top's engine, which is stronger than when fighting with Minghuian's engine. If he can also promote the water law to the high stage of the law realm, and then the fusion degree of the two laws of air and water reaches 50%, then his strength, even among the top's engine, is considered to be the top one. However, in order to reach this step, in addition to consuming the power of creation, Chen Daoxuan also has to improve the degree of law fusion. When both laws reach the high stage of the law realm, the degree of law fusion will inevitably decrease. The higher the realm of the law, the greater the repulsion. The high stage of the law realm and the initial stage of the law realm can have a 50% fusion degree, and the two high stage laws of the law realm will inevitably not have a 50% fusion degree. In order to reach a 50% fusion degree, Chen Daoxuan still has to work hard on the way of formation. Because his law fusion is forced to merge, by borrowing the power of the formation and the thoughts on the two immortal swords. This is completely different from other top true monarchs. The advantage of Chen Daoxuan doing this is that he can quickly improve his own strength, but the disadvantage is that he knows the result, but not the reason. After all, forced fusion is ignorant, and the more you encounter the law, the greater the repulsion. But the advantage is that he does not need to struggle to comprehend the mystery of law fusion, and can directly merge the two laws. It's like doing a problem. Other top true monarchs merge the laws by thinking and solving problems step by step, while Chen Daoxuan directly copies the answer. Although the answers are the same for both. But other top true lords knew the truth and the reason. Although Chen Daoxuan used the power of the formation to forcibly integrate the laws, he did not know the mystery of the integration of laws. The more the laws are integrated, the more difficult it will be. Chen Daoxuan's method will encounter more and more resistance in the later stages. But in the early stages, his method of integrating laws is undoubtedly much faster than other top true lords who rely on their own hard work. Chapter 343 Crazy Attack. Without the power of good fortune, it is difficult to improve the realm of the Great Dao in a short period of time. In this dangerous situation, the only way is to enhance the ability to hide oneself. Chen Daoxuan thought to himself, and he raised his head, especially when he sneaks into the Qinghui Taoist sect in the future. It is even more so. Since Chen Daoxuan learned that the Qinghui Taoist sect possessed the Tai divine water, he has basically determined what the 1-year agreement of the Zhenhe Palace Master meant. If he guessed correctly, the Zhenhe Palace Master would definitely raid the Qinghui Taoist sect in 10 months. The purpose is the Tai divine water. From the perspective of Jinyuan Sword sect, even if they can't grab the Tai divine water of the Qinghui Taoist sect, they must destroy it as much as possible and never let the Qinghui Taoist sect get it. It is difficult for Chen Daoxuan to imagine how difficult it is to destroy the enemy's treasure in the enemy's lair. But for Chen Xian, he must try. Chen Daoxuan knew in his heart that, if he missed this opportunity, Chen Xian would never have a chance to survive. That's right. He has decided to help the Zhenhe Palace Master. Jinyuan Sword sect launched a general attack on Zhuan Qingdao League in order to attract the attention of Zhuan Qingdao League and force Zhuan Qingdao League, especially Qinghui Dao sect, to divide its forces to protect their respective territories. In this way, the pressure on the Lord of Zhenhe Palace to attack Qinghui Dao sect will be much smaller. But no matter how small the pressure is, the Lord of Zhenhe Palace is facing the sect of Qinghui Dao sect after all. Let alone the other people of Qinghui Dao sect, the Lord of Qinghui Dao sect must be in charge of the sect. You know, the Lord of Qinghui Dao sect is known as the strongest person in Zhuan Qingdao League. His strength is definitely stronger than the Lord of Zhenhe Palace who has not broken through the world realm. Not to mention other true lords, it is already difficult for the Lord of Zhenhe Palace to face this one alone. Not to mention that there must be at least a dozen true lords guarding the sect around the Lord of Qinghui Dao sect, plus the Qinghui Dao sect's protective formation. No matter how Chen Daoxuan looked at it, the Lord of Zhenhe Hall raiding Qinghui Dao sect alone was a suicidal act. Of course. Since Carnean Sword Sect dared to let the Lord of Zhenhe Hall raid the enemy's lair, they would definitely not be unprepared. But Chen Daoxuan couldn't figure out what kind of preparations made Carnean Sword Sect so confident. Deciding to accompany the Lord of Zhenhe Hall to raid King Wei Dao Sect was probably the most risky decision Chen Daoxuan had made since he embarked on the path of cultivation. But there were some things Chen Daoxuan had to do. Otherwise, he would regret it for the rest of his life. The art of breathing in the Jing Cicada. Chen Daoxuan looked up the contents of this breath-holding technique in the jade slip, and his expression became more serious. According to the description of this technique, once this technique is mastered and used, ordinary Chindan cultivators will not be able to detect any flaws in the breath. Even if a Chindan cultivator stood in front of Chen Daoxuan and used his spiritual sense to detect him, he would only feel that he was scanning a ball of air. If used with the invisibility technique, it is definitely the best way to sneak into the enemy's lair and cause damage. It has such a strong effect after just getting started. After it is perfected, it will be difficult for even the top true lords to detect it. Chen Daoxuan continued to read. Sure enough, according to the description of this method, if the range of the Yuanying True Lord's spiritual consciousness does not reach more than 50,000 miles, it is impossible to detect the cultivator who performs the perfect level of Jing Cicada breathing technique. With the perfect level of Jing Cicada breathing technique, combined with the invisibility technique, I will have a much better chance of sneaking into the King Wei Taoist sect in the future. Chen Daoxuan murmured. Compared with the breathing technique he got from the female captive who established his foundation in the key refining stage, this 4th level Jing Cicada breathing technique is undoubtedly much more advanced. Even if an ordinary Chindan cultivator comes to comprehend it, it will take a lot of energy to get started. It must be said that Zealing, as a Purple Mansion 9th level cultivator, was able to practice this 4th level technique to get started, which can be said to be extraordinary talent. But no matter how extraordinary her talent was, there was still a huge gap between her and Chen Daoxuan. Especially now that Chen Daoxuan had reached the 3rd level of the Hongmeng Enlightenment Sutra, he could almost freely adjust his comprehension multiples, and practiced magic and sword techniques with ease. Even as long as his comprehension stars were sufficient, he might not be slower in comprehending the laws of the Great Dao than using the power of creation to directly improve the laws of the Great Dao. Moreover, there was another advantage of comprehension stars over the power of creation in directly improving the realm of the laws of the Great Dao. That is, the power of creation could not help the owner of the star sword Dao diagram to integrate the laws of the Great Dao, but comprehension stars could. It was difficult to improve the realm of the laws of the Great Dao, and it was even more difficult to make the laws of the Great Dao merge with each other. But the path of cultivation was like this. The further you went, the more difficult it was beyond the imagination of ordinary people. Otherwise, these Yuanying Zhenjin and Yuan Shandaojin in this world had thousands or tens of thousands of years of lifespan, but none of them could overcome the calamity and become immortals. Why? The biggest reason was that the path of cultivation became more and more bumpy and rugged as you went on. In the quiet room, Chen Daoxuan sat cross-legged with his eyes closed. In the sea of consciousness, the stars of enlightenment slowly rotated, and his enlightenment began to gradually soar. 10 times, 20 times, 30 times, until it broke through 100 times. When his enlightenment broke through 100 times, Chen Daoxuan's whole body shook, as if he had broken through some kind of boundary of himself. The originally obscure King Cicada breathing technique seemed as simple as 1 + 1 in his eyes. In less than 3 breaths, he had already mastered the King Cicada breathing technique. 10 breaths. King Cicada breathing technique was a minor success. Half a cup of tea. King Cicada breathing technique was a major success. 1 stick of incense. King Cicada breathing technique was perfected. It took a total of 1 stick of incense to practice a strange 4th level technique from the beginning to perfection. The only price was that the enlightenment stars in his sea of consciousness became smaller again. Opening his eyes, Chen Daoxuan performed King Cicada breathing technique, and in an instant, his breath became as ethereal as clouds and smoke, and then, his whole body the breath disappeared completely. Chen Daoxuan extended his spiritual sense, and scanned everything in Shuangsheng Peak, but no one noticed. The highest level of cultivation in Shuangsheng Peak is Zealing. who is at the 9th level of the Purple Mansion. There is no reference value in detecting the concealment of spiritual sense. Chen Daoxuan thought about it, retracted his spiritual sense, and performed the invisibility technique again. This time, his figure and breath completely disappeared. According to the King Cicada breathing technique, even if a top-level true lord stood in front of him at this moment, if the other party had not practiced the high-level spiritual eye secret technique, and took the initiative to perform it, he would not be able to find him. This retreat time was the shortest one since Chen Daoxuan practiced. It was less than half an hour in total. It was not as long as a daily practice time when he was in the key refining stage. Being in the heart of Xuan King Dao League, Chen Daoxuan naturally had no mind to practice at ease. He did not forget the purpose of his trip, which was to create chaos for Xuan King Dao League, and by the way, he could rob the power of creation and improve his own Dao realm. Now, his spatial law has reached the high stage of the law realm. If the Dao realm does not break through to the world realm, the spatial law will not be able to improve. Now, the only thing Chen Daoxuan can improve is the water law of the initial stage of the law realm and the integration of the two laws of space and water. Of course, it is also possible to comprehend a new law, but this is obviously more difficult than improving the water law and the integration of the two laws of space and water. Improving the water law requires the consumption of the power of creation. In order to improve the two laws of space and water, in addition to relying on comprehension to slowly comprehend, there is only a shortcut to improve his formation realm and use the power of the formation and the mind to forcibly integrate the two laws. At present, Chen Daoxuan has taken this shortcut quite well. The integration of the two laws of space and water has barely reached 50%. From the perspective of the Dao law, Chen Daoxuan is no different from ordinary top-level true monarchs. The only shortcoming is that his cultivation is far worse than that of the top-level true monarchs. Even if he relies on the star sword Dao diagram, he is still not the opponent of the Lord of Yaoyu Palace. With the stars of enlightenment in my sea of consciousness, it may be difficult to improve the integration of the two laws of air and water. Chen Daoxuan frowned. The best way now is to continue to rob the Xuan King Dao League. The power of creation. The Xuan King Dao League should not have the realm source pearl, and even if it does, the number is very small. Only the power of creation, a hard currency for higher level cultivators, should be in stock in the Xuan King Dao League. The 3 bottles of power of creation he obtained from robbing the treasure of Jinyuan's engine are a typical example. Although Chen Daoxuan did not kill Jinyuan's engine as planned during his trip to Jinyuan's Ironcheng, but he took the other party's treasure, destroyed Jinyuan's Ironcheng, and caused considerable trouble to the logistics supply of the frontlines Ironcheng of Xuan King Dao League, so it was not without gain. It was precisely because he obtained 300 drops of power of creation from Jinyuan's engine that his space law was promoted from the middle stage of the law realm to the high stage of the law realm. Now, his water law is still waiting for him to be promoted. At this moment, Chen Daoxuan not only had the cicada breathing technique and invisibility technique with him, but also a special early warning jade talisman obtained from Yanjiu Zenran. The hinterland of Xuan King Dao League is a dangerous place for other Wang Xinghe cultivators, but for him, Chen Daoxuan, it might be a treasure land. After all, with his current strength, as long as he is not targeted by the top Yuanying's engine who is proficient in the law of space, basically few people can keep him. And in the entire Xuan King Dao League, how many top engines are there? The front line of Xuan King Dao League is still fighting with Carneo and Sword Sect. How many people can be spared to hunt down Chen Daoxuan? Thinking of this, Chen Daoxuan suddenly became energetic. He took out a jade slip from Yanjiu's engine storage ring. According to his inspection, the jade slip recorded the logistics transportation routes of Xuan King Dao League, and these transportation routes all pass through Jinyuan's Ironcheng. Although Jinyuan's Ironcheng is now destroyed, the transportation lines on the front line will not stop, because the war between the two sides is in full swing. From the route map recorded in the jade slip, Chen Daoxuan judged that there were about 3 routes for Xuan King Dao League to transport precious materials. Chen Daoxuan was not very interested in ordinary resources. Even if he plundered, it would not hurt the wealthy Xuan King Dao League. But precious resources are different. The precious resources here are fertile resources that are useful to cultivators above the Purple Mansion stage. Seeing this, Chen Daoxuan had a plan in mind. In the quiet room, Chen Daoxuan's figure disappeared in an instant. When he appeared again, he was already 2,300 miles away. Teleport. After identifying the direction, Chen Daoxuan continued to teleport and disappeared on the spot. 5 days later, southwest of Jinyuan Xiancheng, Chen Daoxuan made a big circle and rushed from the southeast of Jinyuan Xiancheng to the southwest. The span was more than hundreds of thousands of miles, but he could use space teleportation to travel, so he didn't think it was too far. In the void, Chen Daoxuan used the cicada breathing technique and invisibility technique at the same time, hiding in the void. In the distance, a large transport spirit boat flew towards Chen Daoxuan from far to near. With a sweep of his spiritual sense, Chen Daoxuan laughed. The Yuanying mid-stage cultivator transported it personally. It seems that this batch of resources is quite precious. The cicada breathing technique of the perfect realm. Even if Chen Daoxuan used his spiritual sense to sweep the Yuanying mid-stage cultivator, the other party was unaware. At this moment, Chen Daoxuan finally felt the perversion of the cicada breathing technique. This secret technique has been cultivated to the extreme, and it is simply the only way to sneak attack someone. With his spiritual sense fully unfolded, Chen Daoxuan determined that there were no reinforcement from the Xuanqing Dao League within a range of 2,300 miles, and directly revealed his figure. Chen Daoxuan, dressed in white, stood in the air. In front of him, a transparent fairy sword and a light blue fairy sword were forcibly fused into one under the power of the formation. This time, as soon as Chen Daoxuan came up, he used his most powerful trick. Apart from the intense consumption of the Star Sword Dao diagram, he was doing his best. After all, he didn't know how strong the nascent soul cultivator on this large transport spiritual boat was. Maybe the other party was like the original Zhenhe Palace master, whose Dao realm was far superior to his cultivation, but the result, the immortal sword that combined the two laws of air and water directly pierced the chest of the unknown Xuanqing Dao League True Lord. The next moment, the terrifying power of the law burst out. The body that was integrated with the immortal true meaning was instantly destroyed. Who? A nascent soul of about 2 inches escaped from the destroyed body, and its consciousness swept across the void, and finally found Chen Daoxuan standing in the air. Under Chen Daoxuan's deliberate control, the power of this attack was all concentrated on the body of the nascent soul True Lord. Even the large spiritual boat he was riding on was not damaged at all. In the eyes of other cultivators, their immediate superior seemed to be hit by an unclear attack, and then his body began to disintegrate. A large amount of immortal true meaning floated in the spirit boat cabin, causing everyone to look at each other in bewilderment. The next moment, they saw their immediate superior's nascent soul leave his body and fly out of the spirit boat. All these changes happened too quickly. With their cultivation strength, they could not tell what happened at all. Their nascent soul True Lord's body was destroyed. Good reaction. Chen Daoxuan nodded. With his current strength, he attacked a nascent soul True Lord with all his strength, but at the last moment, he actually let the other party's nascent soul escape. The reaction of this nascent soul True Lord was not slow. But, that's it. Although the nascent soul cultivator's body was destroyed, he would not die for the time being, but at least 90% of his strength was lost. This nascent soul cultivator of Xuanqing Dao League was far inferior to Chen Daoxuan in strength, and now his strength was only 1/10 of it. How could he fight Chen Daoxuan? The moment this nascent soul cultivator discovered Chen Daoxuan, a horrified expression suddenly appeared on his chubby face. Chen Daoxuan. He turned and fled. Although the nascent soul of a nascent soul cultivator cannot last long, it is much faster than the physical body. Some nascent soul cultivators can even teleport over a short distance, if they are willing to pay the price. However, before this nascent soul cultivator could teleport over a short distance, a terrifying white figure blocked his way. Suddenly, a feeling of despair surged in his heart. It's over. Chapter 344, The Headache of Xuanqing Dao League. Chen Daoxuan slowly loosened his right hand. He looked at the Yuanying that was strangled into nothingness by the law of space with a cold expression. Until his death, he didn't know the name of this Yuanying mid-stage cultivator. Unknowingly, the Yuanying mid-stage cultivator couldn't even hold out for one round in his hands. Although he took advantage of the sneak attack this time, even if he fought openly, the opponent couldn't hold out for more than 3 rounds in his hands. Chen Daoxuan knew that it was not that this Yuanying mid-stage cultivator was too weak, but that he was too strong. The invincible real person who could fight against the Yuanying cultivator in the legend of the cultivation world was a joke in front of Chen Daoxuan now. Killing ordinary real people is like killing dogs. This is the current Chen Daoxuan. After several battles with Yuanying real people, Chen Daoxuan finally had a clearer positioning of his own strength. With his current strength, if he uses all his trump cards, he should be in the first echelon below the top real people, with a strength infinitely close to the top real people. Compared with the real top level true lords, the only difference between Chen Daoxuan and others is his basic cultivation. That is, his magic power is too weak, so weak that even the treasure of the Star Sword Dao map cannot make up for it. But the improvement of cultivation is not a matter of one day or one night. Chen Daoxuan suddenly missed the essence of vitality very much. If he had a lot of essence of vitality in his hand now, he could directly push his cultivation to the late stage of Jinden. At that time, with the treasure of the Star Sword Dao map, his strength would definitely be comparable to that of the top true lords. Shaking his head, Chen Daoxuan retracted his thoughts and looked at the large spiritual boat in front of him. At this moment, after the highest combat power of this large transport spiritual boat of the Xuanqing Dao League was killed by Chen Daoxuan, it directly crashed into a space barrier. Space cage. Chen Daoxuan used the space cage to trap the large spiritual boat flying at high speed directly in the cage. It was not until it crashed into the space barrier that the cultivators on the spiritual boat reacted one after another. Chen Daoxuan saw the terrified faces on the spirit boat after his spiritual sense swept over. He was a stranger to the cultivators on the spirit boat, but this was war, and he could not be merciful. Seeing Chen Daoxuan's cold expression, the other cultivators also realized their fate. I don't know which cultivator roared. He won't let us go. Fight him. Fight. There are so many of us, even if we die, we can still break one of his teeth. Kill. The first cultivator controlled the flying sword and attacked Chen Daoxuan directly. The next moment, a series of spells followed closely, attacking Chen Daoxuan like a tide. For a while, in the void, flying swords, fire, and lightning flashed, completely submerging Chen Daoxuan's tiny figure. But when these attacks were about to fall on Chen Daoxuan, a layer of water curtain blocked Chen Daoxuan. All the flying swords, fire, and lightning were blocked by this thin layer of water curtain. Among the 5 elements, except for the earth element, the water element is the best at defense. Using the water law to resist these flying swords and spells is simply a waste of talent. Seeing that everyone focused their fire, but couldn't even break the defense that Chen Daoxuan casually set up, everyone was in despair. Since you have finished your attack, it's my turn, Chen Daoxuan said coldly. After that, a transparent fairy sword, at an incredible speed, quickly pierced through the chests of everyone on the large spirit boat. In less than a breath, all the cultivators were strangled into nothingness by Chen Daoxuan's space law. In front of the space strangulation of the high-level law realm, the flesh that had initially integrated the immortal true meaning could not withstand Chen Daoxuan's attack. After killing the last cultivator, this large transport spirit boat floated quietly in the space cage, like a ghost ship. Chen Daoxuan's escape light flashed and landed on the deck of the spirit boat. With the magic power sweeping, Chen Daoxuan put all the resources, treasures, and storage rings of the spirit boat into the cave heaven magic weapon he carried with him. Then he flew out of the spirit boat, destroyed the huge spirit boat with one sword, and finally teleported and disappeared on the spot. This battle, from his action to destroy the Yuanying's engine of Xuanqing Dao League, to killing all the monks transporting resources, to snatching all the resources and leaving. It took less than a cup of tea in total, which was extremely efficient. But this is the threat caused by a top Zenjin who is proficient in the laws of space sneak attacking behind the enemy, especially when the front line of both sides is fighting. 3 months later, Chen Daoxuan looked at the large transport spirit boat that crashed in front of him and disappeared on the spot with an expressionless face. His figure appeared again. It was already tens of thousands of miles away. In these 3 months, Chen Daoxuan attacked frantically, constantly attacking the transportation lines of Zhuan Qingdao League to support the front battlefield, which caused Zhuan Qingdao League a lot of headaches. But Chen Daoxuan's strength was extremely strong, and sending ordinary Yuan Ying's engine to kill him was simply a meat bun hitting a dog, and there was no return. When sending top true lords to encircle and suppress, Chen Daoxuan seemed to know the news in advance, and always escaped early. In addition, top true lords are not cabbages. Zhuan Qingdao League does not have many top true lords. They are still at war with Kainiu and Sword Sect, and the top true lords are even more stretched. Therefore, to encircle and suppress Chen Daoxuan, Zhuan Qingdao League can only send out 3 teams led by top true lords who are proficient in the laws of space. Because Zhuan Qingdao League knows that sending other top true lords will not kill Chen Daoxuan at all. The Lord of Yaoyu Palace is a typical example. Zhuan Qingdao League naturally cannot make the same mistake twice. However, it is too difficult for 3 Yuan Ying True Lord teams led by top True Lords to catch Chen Daoxuan in the vast hinterland of Zhuan Qingdao League. This is also the reason why Kainiu and Sword Sect will not easily turn against the Yuan Ying family in Wangxinghe. Although the Kainiu and Sword Sect is powerful, if a Yuan Ying cultivator is shameless, the damage caused is too great. Yuan Ying cultivators have many methods, and it is more difficult to catch them in the wider Wangxing Sea. King Wei Taoist sect. In the sect's meeting hall, the leader of the King Wei Taoist sect, who was sitting in the first seat, had a very cold face, and said in a cold voice, "How many times has this happened? In just 3 months. 13 transportation routes have been destroyed, and you haven't even touched the shadow of the enemy." As he said that, the feminine leader looked at the elder surnamed He. "How do you do things in Wuang Palace? What use does the sect have for you people?" Elder He was scolded by his own leader, and didn't dare to raise his head. Huh. The leader of the King Wei Taoist sect scolded angrily, then slowly breathed a sigh of relief. "How is the thing I asked you to do going?" Elder He bowed and said, "The Jiang family said they would consider it." "Huh, consider?" The leader of the King Wei Taoist sect sneered. "Tell him that, if he takes down the Chen family, I will give him the remaining half of the treasure." Sect Master. Upon hearing this, Elder He hadn't spoken yet, and the face of the Elder Yun on the side suddenly changed. That treasure is incomparably precious, and its role in the sect is even greater than that of the Tai Immortal Pond. Wouldn't it be too much to just give it to the Jiang family? Elder Yun, of course I know, but now the Taoist alliance is at a disadvantage in the battle against the Kainiu and Sword Sect. Those fence sitters in the Wangxinghe don't dare to bet on us at all. Then, the leader of the King Wei Taoist sect sighed again. "This woman Fei Chengsu really has good means. In just 400 years, she has cultivated such a large number of Yuan Ying cultivators loyal to the Kainiu and Sword Sect. If it weren't for the Tai Immortal Pond that gave birth to the Tai Divine Water, the Kainiu and Sword Sect couldn't wait any longer. If they were given a few hundred more years, their strength would have surpassed our Zhuan Qingdao League completely." Hearing this, Elder Yun on the side nodded and said, "The Kainiu and Sword Sect's policy on treating scattered cultivators does have many merits. If the Dao League survives this crisis, we must renegotiate with the Zhuanyang sect on the attitude towards scattered cultivators." Hearing this, the leader of the King Wei Dao sect waved his hand tiredly. "Let's discuss this matter later." After saying this, the King Wei Dao sect leader's mana incarnation instantly disappeared from the throne. Seeing the leader leave, the other King Wei Dao sect leaders either dispersed their mana incarnations, or left in a flash. Only Elder Yun was left to sigh secretly. He knew in his heart that the leader was not willing to change the Zhuan Qingdao League's attitude towards scattered cultivators. As a high-ranking member of the Zhuan Qingdao League, Elder Yun knew in his heart that the rise of scattered cultivators would bring many problems, the first of which was a threat to the ruling status of the Zhuan Qingdao League. Secondly, there is also the encroachment on the interests of the top leaders of Zhuan Qingdao League. Just like Wangxinghe, behind the great immortal cultivation families in the territory of Zhuan Qingdao League are basically the top leaders of Zhuan Qingdao League. This includes Yunkun. The rise of scattered cultivators, in addition to threatening the ruling status of Zhuan Qingdao League, will also encroach on the direct interests of the top leaders of Zhuan Qingdao League. It is conceivable that once this policy is implemented, it will encounter much resistance. This is the biggest reason why Fei Chengsu has always been opposed by the top leaders of the sect headed by the third elder Reincarnated Sword sect. This is when Fei Chengsu opened up the battlefield of Chuan Kingdom and did not directly move the knife against the interests of the top leaders of the sect. If Zuan King Dao League wants to learn from Carnean Sword sect, the resistance it will encounter will only be greater. Apart from other things, the leader of King Li Dao sect himself is unwilling. As the strongest person in Zuan King Dao League, in addition to being the leader of Zuan King Dao League and the leader of King Li Dao sect, he also has an extremely large Immortal Cultivation family behind him. If he supports scattered cultivators, the Immortal Cultivation family behind him will have to give up a lot of interests. How can he accept this? It is easy to cut other people's flesh, but how many people in the world can cut their own flesh? Take Chen Daoxuan for example. If he was asked to cut the flesh of the Chen family to support independent cultivators, he would not agree. This is also one of the reasons why he refused when Fairy Kai Yao represented Fei Chengsu to recruit him. Because Chen Daoxuan is a typical family power of immortal cultivators, and the leader of Carnean Sword sect and his faction are actually representatives of the interests of independent cultivators. To be honest, Chen Daoxuan should belong to the side of the third elder. Of course, Chen Daoxuan himself also has conflicts of interest with the third elders. Kangzhou was originally the private land of the Yi family, but now it has been occupied by the Chen family. It is conceivable how Yi Yin feels about Chen Daoxuan and the Chen family. The front line of Chuan Kingdom. In the Red Dragon Fairy City, Lin Wu Zhenjin sits on the first seat, and beside him, Zhenjins are sitting on the throne. Below, all the Jinden Zenran are standing, looking at Lin Wu Zhenjin sitting on the first seat in the hall. Ha ha ha, good, good, good. Lin Wu Zhenjin put down the communication talisman in his hand and smiled. On the side, a late Yuanying cultivator smiled and bowed, saying, "Why are you so happy, Zhenjin?" Lin Wu Zhenjin did not keep the secret, and waved his hand generously, saying, "According to the news from the Shadow Palace, another logistics transportation line of Zuan King Dao League has been destroyed. This is the 13th transportation line of Zuan King Dao League that has been destroyed so far." Hearing this, the late Yuanying cultivator was also delighted. He lightly clasped his fists and said excitedly, "In this case, isn't it true that nearly 1/3 of the logistics of Zuan King Dao League has been destroyed?" Indeed. Lin Wu Zhenjin smiled and nodded. Chen Daoxuan really made a great contribution this time. When he returns to the sect after this battle, I will personally ask the sect master for credit for him. Oh, Zhenjin is going back to the sect? The other Yuanying Zhenjins heard this, and looked at Lin Wu Zhenjin in surprise. Lin Wu Zhenjin has been guarding the front line of Chuan Kingdom for hundreds of years, and has become a good story in Wangxinghai. This is the first time that he has told everyone that he wants to return to the sect. A top Zhenjin with both strength and reputation at the peak is going to return to the Carnean Sword sect. This is a big deal for the Carnean Sword sect. In terms of sect prestige, Lin Wu Zhenjin is much higher than the master of Zhenhe Hall. To a certain extent, even Fei Chengsu, the master of Carnean Sword sect, cannot match the prestige of Lin Wu Zhenjin, who has guarded the front line of Chuan Kingdom for hundreds of years. The return of Lin Wu Zhenjin may change the power structure of Carnean Sword sect. Hearing this, Lin Wu Zhenjin laughed. "I'm a disciple of Carnean Sword sect. Of course I have to return to the sect. Besides, if we win this battle, Zuan King Dao League will never make any waves again." Compared with Fei Chengsu's worry that Tai Divine Water will create a Yuan Shandaojin for Zuan King Dao League, Lin Wu Zhenjin's idea was even more brutal. That is, to kill all the Yuanying late-stage cultivators of Zuan King Dao League before the birth of Yuan Shandaojin in Zuan King Dao League. By then, Zuan King Dao League would have mastered Tai Divine Water, but no one could break through Yuan Shandaojin, so what use would it be? Of course, this idea was even crazier than the Lord of Zhenhe Palace raiding King Li Dao sect alone. All the Yuanying cultivators of Zuan King Dao League added up to at least hundreds of people. Even if the number of Yuanying late-stage cultivators was less, there were still dozens of people. As for the top Zhenjin level, the two sects of Zuan King Dao League added up to exactly 20 people. No, with the death of Chijiao Zhenjin, there are only 19 people now. These 19 are the top combat power of Zhuan King Dao League. In comparison, Carnean Sword Sect has fewer top engines than Zhuan King Dao League, only 15. But Carnean Sword Sect has more Yuanying cultivators. In this battle, the Yuanying cultivators exposed by Carnean Sword Sect almost scared Zhuan King Dao League silly. Roughly estimated, Carnean Sword Sect exposed more than 500 Yuanying cultivators in this war. Although most of them are Yuanying early and middle Yuanying cultivators. But as long as these Yuanying early and middle Yuanying cultivators do not encounter top levels engines one-on-one, they can fight with the opponent. This is the real strength accumulated by Carnean Sword Sect over 400 years. Among the more than 500 Yuanying's engines, there are only more than 100 Yuanying cultivators who truly belong to Carnean Sword Sect. More than 300 of them are Yuanying's engines who are casual cultivators. Although none of these casual Yuanying's engines have reached the level of top engines, the number of more than 300 still makes all the forces in Wangxinghe tremble. If it weren't for the war between Carnean Sword Sect and Zhuan King Daomeng, no one would have thought that Fei Chengsu had secretly accumulated such a terrifying strength over the past 400 years. The outside world has always believed that there are only nearly 100 casual cultivators in Wangxinghe, but it is unexpected that there are 3 times more than everyone guessed. Si estas escuchando esta novela en un canal distinto a mundo fanfic novelas. Significa que descargan y sabiran sinas fuso ten invitamos cordialmente a visitar nuestro canal. Mundo fanfic novelas ali encontrarás la versión original de esta historia y podrás explorar muchas otras novelas de diversos géneros. Te esperamos para sumergirte en un mundo de novelas increíbles. Chapter 345 Complete Restoration. Chuangsheng Peak. A figure suddenly appeared in front of a cave on Chuangsheng Peak. In front of the cave, a slender fairy stood gracefully, looking around and waiting. Are you looking for me? The familiar voice reached Ziling's ears, and she was immediately happy. Brother Chen, you're back. Ziling took a step forward, and took a closer look at Chen Daoxuan. Seeing that he was safe and sound, she couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. Chen Daoxuan released the King Cicada breathing technique, and recovered his own breath. He nodded and said, this time, the Zhuan King Dao League bit me very hard. I took them around for a circle, so I came back a little late. I'm sorry to have worried you. Brother Chen is okay. Ziling gently covered her chest, looking like she wanted to say something but stopped. Fairy, just say it directly. Hearing this, Ziling bit her lip and said, I know that Brother Chen is eager to defeat the enemy, but you have repeatedly attacked the logistics transportation lines of the Zhuan King Taoist League during this period, and you will inevitably be hunted down by the Zhuan King Taoist League with all their strength. If this goes on, I'm afraid that Brother Chen will be in danger. After all, this is the heartland of the Zhuan King Taoist League. No matter how advantageous the Carnean Sword Sect is on the front battlefield, it can't affect here, so. Chen Daoxuan smiled faintly and said, Fairy, do you mean for me to stop while I'm ahead? Ziling hesitated for a moment, nodded, that's exactly what I meant. She pondered for a moment. Chen Daoxuan frowned and said, if the fairy feels that it is unsafe to follow me, you can leave at any time. Chen will never stop you. You. Hearing this, Ziling's eyes suddenly turned red. Why do you think of me like this? Do you think I'm such a coward? Very good. Since the fairy and Chen are not cowards, why should we be afraid of the pursuit of Zhuan King Dao League? Ziling was speechless for a long time, after being confronted by Chen Daoxuan's words. Her chest kept rising and falling. After a long time, she disappeared in front of Chen Daoxuan's cave with a flash of light. Seeing her leave, Chen Daoxuan couldn't help but stroke his forehead and sighed. Women are trouble. After saying that, he waved his sleeves. Boom. The door of the cave opened, and Chen Daoxuan walked in. In a quiet room in the cave, Chen Daoxuan sat cross-legged and counted the gains from the robbery of the transportation line of Zhuan King Dao League. After opening the cave heaven magic weapon, a large amount of precious resources suddenly rushed out from the cave heaven magic weapon and instantly covered the floor of the quiet room. This was a part of what Chen Daoxuan had carefully selected from the Zhuan King Dao League's transport ship. The Zhuan King Dao League's transport spirit boat was used to transport supplies to the fairy city on the front line. The resources loaded inside were simply huge, and Chen Daoxuan's cave heaven magic weapon alone could not hold them. In desperation, Chen Daoxuan could only choose the most essential part to take away. As for the other resources, they had to be destroyed on the spot to avoid giving the Xuan King Dao League a bargain. Even so, the resources looted this time were still not enough for Chen Daoxuan's quiet room in seclusion. It is conceivable how terrifying the resources Chen Daoxuan looted were, and it is no wonder that the Xuan King Dao League was chasing him all over the world. Looking at the resources in front of him, Chen Daoxuan took out a jade bottle from it, which contained 100 drops of the power of creation. For other true lords, these fortune forces are rare, but not the most precious. But for Chen Daoxuan, these 100 drops of fortune forces are definitely the most precious of all treasures. Unfortunately, the resources transported by Xuan King Dao League each time do not contain many resources such as fortune forces. After 13 robberies, we have accumulated less than 500 drops of fortune forces in total. Chen Daoxuan sighed and shook his head. In fact, this is also normal. The fortune forces transported to the front line by Xuan King Dao League are for Yuanying true lords to repair their magic tools, not for Yuanying true lords at the front line to upgrade their own magic tools. So of course the quota for each transportation will not be too high. In the transportation line of Xuan King Dao League, the real bulk of resources are various elixirs, magic tools, talismans and other resources used by low and middle level cultivators. The resources used by high level cultivators account for a relatively small proportion, because the number of high level cultivators is still too small compared to the huge number of low level cultivators. This war, which was praised by other forces as the decisive battle between Kainyuan Sword Sect and Xuan King Dao League, was not only fought by high-level cultivators. In fact, as Lin Wuzai and Cheng fired the first shot to attack Xuan King Dao League, Kainyuan Sword Sect integrated all the forces that could be integrated and rushed directly to the heartland of Xuan King Dao League. It launched the most fierce attack on Xuan King Dao League. In this kind of life and death decisive battle, the casualties of low-level cultivators are much higher than those of high-level cultivators. In comparison, because the Kangzhou cultivators recovered Zenon Pass, and Chen Daoxuan was alone in the heartland of Xuan King Dao League, Kainyuan Sword Sect did not order the Zenon army to continue the attack. Instead, it ordered them to stay in Zenon Pass. Therefore, in this decisive battle, Kangzhou was the state with the least losses among all the states. As for the other states in Wangxinghe, all sent cultivators to follow Kainyuan Sword Sect and launch the most fierce attack on Xuan King Dao League. Even the Jiang family, who had been flirting with Xuan King Dao League, was no exception. The Jiang family also sent a large number of elite members of the clan to Yunmeng Pass, attacking the nearest immortal pass of Xuan King Dao League. Under this background, the logistical pressure of Xuan King Dao League can be imagined. At this time, an unruly cultivator like Chen Daoxuan appeared in the hinterland of Xuan King Dao League, frantically destroying their logistics transportation lines, causing the frontline cultivators to often lack resources and seriously damage their combat effectiveness. Faced with such a situation, Xuan King Dao League certainly could not tolerate it. A large number of Zenjin were sent to hunt down Chen Daoxuan. But the strange thing is that, although they used all means to hunt down Chen Daoxuan, the other party could always predict their arrival in advance. After hunting for so long, the two sides did not meet in the true sense once. This was the closest time for the Zenjin of Xuan King Dao League to Chen Daoxuan. Chen Daoxuan was captured by the spiritual consciousness of a top Zenjin, but after he took the other party around for a long time, he finally used the Michin banner to escape directly 100,000 miles away. Let the other party stare blankly in place. Thinking of this, Chen Daoxuan took out the Jade Talisman seized from Yanjiu Zenren, and after observing it for a while, he said with emotion, "I didn't expect that you would play such a big role this time." The situation that Yanjiu Zenren said that the Jade Talisman sometimes worked and sometimes didn't work did not happen. Chen Daoxuan robbed Xuan King Dao League 13 times this time, and 4 of them were early warnings from this Jade Talisman, which allowed him to avoid the ambush set by the enemy. It can be said that Chen Daoxuan can stand here safely now, and this Jade Talisman has contributed greatly. You know, in order to capture Chen Daoxuan, Zhu and King Dao League sent out top Zenjin who are proficient in the law of space. Once stuck by the opponent, Chen Daoxuan will definitely not be able to escape so easily. Although teleportation is a life-saving skill, it is not absolutely invincible. Otherwise, all the cultivators in the world of Immortal Cultivation must have sharpened their heads to comprehend the law of space. Under normal circumstances, Yuan Ying's engine holds the Dao domain magic weapon and uses the Dao domain to suppress the void, which can limit the enemy's teleportation. In addition, the True Lord who is proficient in the law of space can even prevent the True Lord who has also comprehended the law of space from teleporting. As for the top True Lord who has reached the world realm in the Dao realm, it is completely possible to create and destroy the world with one thought. In front of such a top True Lord, teleportation is simply a joke. If Chen Daoxuan encounters a top True Lord in the world realm, the only way is to use all means to break the other party's world, and then use teleportation to escape. But the difficulty of breaking the other party's world is no less than directly defeating this top True Lord in the world realm. It is impossible. In other words, if Chen Daoxuan really encounters a top True Lord in the world realm, there is no escape, and he will definitely die. He is also very clear about this. In the Zhu and King Dao League, in addition to the dead Red Dragon True Lord, there are 19 top True Lords. Among these 19 top True Lords, how many have reached the world realm, let alone Chen Daoxuan? Even the Carnean Sword sect knows nothing. Just like the Zhu and King Dao League is not aware that the master of the Zhenhe Palace has reached the world realm. The strength of top masters like the Lord of Zhenhe Palace is the biggest secret of all forces. It is related to the survival of the sect and will not be disclosed to the outside world. Even Chen Daoxuan, who is so powerful and has such a high status, does not know the strength of the Lord of Zhenhe Palace. Not to mention the hostile Zhu and King Dao League. Zhu and King Dao League has always thought that it has done a very good job in infiltrating Carnean Sword sect, but this war obviously slapped Zhu and King Dao League in the face. Not to mention the information of the highest level of Carnean Sword sect. They did not even investigate the number of scattered cultivators of Carnean Sword sect. In this regard, Zhu and King Dao League can only say that Fei Chengsu is too insidious. Such a terrifying strength, even far beyond the strength of the third elder in the neutral faction of the sect. She actually hid it for hundreds of years. What is even more incredible is that in the past 400 years, Fei Chengsu has faced the difficulties and aggressiveness of the third elder more than once, but she just endured it and did not expose the power accumulated in secret. Until this decisive battle with Zhu and King Dao League, Zhu and King Dao League was caught off guard. Faced with such a severe situation, King Li Dao sect and Zhuanyang sect had to frantically dispatch the Yuan Ying's engine and the sect to the front line of Chuan state for support. Unknowingly, the number of Zenjin left behind by King Li Dao sect was less than 10. It can be said that this was the weakest defense of Zhuanyang sect and King Li Dao sect in history. But Zhu and King Dao League had no choice. The hidden strength of Carnean Sword sect was too terrifying. They had no choice but to fight desperately. If they didn't fight, Carnean Sword sect would fight all the way to their nest. In the quiet room, Chen Daoxuan sat cross-legged on the warm jade cushion. In front of him, a light blue fairy sword about 3 inches long was quietly suspended. In front of the cushion, 5 jade bottles were lined up in a row. Chen Daoxuan was still holding a jade talisman in his hand. He glanced at the jade talisman, then at the fairy sword that was constantly circling, and thought secretly in his heart. For Chen Daoxuan, using the power of creation to upgrade the flying snow sword is undoubtedly the fastest way to improve strength. But even if this method can improve strength, at most it can only improve his water law from the initial stage of the law realm to the high stage of the law realm. After the water law is upgraded to the high stage of the law realm, the degree of integration of the air and water laws will inevitably decrease. In this way, Chen Daoxuan's strongest attack method may not be much enhanced. His strength can only be improved to a level comparable to that of the Lord of Yaoyu Palace at most. To be honest, the strength of the Lord of Yaoyu Palace is not weak, but with this strength, it is nothing to participate in the action of the Lord of Zhenhe Palace to surprise attack on the Kingly Taoist sect. After all, the Kingly Taoist sect is a sect force at the same level as the Carnean Sword sect. Who knows what is hidden in the other party's nest? Even if the other sect does not have a hidden hand, the Lord of Kingly Taoist sect and the various true lords who stay behind are all real top-notch strongmen. With only him, and the Lord of Zhenhe Palace, fighting on the other side's home court. Even if they are sneak attacks, it will be extremely difficult. Unless Chen Daoxuan's strength can be suddenly improved to the same level as the master of Zhenhe Palace. Otherwise, being infinitely close to the top true monarch and the top true monarch, the role in this raid is not much different. But using the power of creation in front of him to repair the jade talisman left by Yin Jiu Zenren is different. Chen Daoxuan has personally experienced the role of this jade talisman. In one word, strong. He escaped from the pursuit and ambush of Zhu and King Dao League several times, relying on this jade talisman to give early warning. But at the same time, this jade talisman also has a shortcoming. Sometimes it works, and sometimes it doesn't. Although Chen Daoxuan has not encountered the time when it doesn't work, he can't put his fate on whether it works or not. He must ensure that this jade talisman can play a role when he and the master of Zhenhe Palace raid Kingly Dao sect. Thinking of this, Chen Daoxuan immediately made a decision in his heart. Repair the jade talisman. Although he didn't know whether the 497 drops of creation power could completely repair the jade talisman, he was willing to gamble once. Let's talk about it. After this repair, even if the jade talisman cannot be fully restored, the effectiveness of the early warning will certainly be further enhanced. By then, if he wants the power of creation, he can go to Zhu and King Dao League to rob it. With this broken jade talisman, Zhu and King Dao League can't do anything to Chen Daoxuan, let alone after the jade talisman is repaired. Chen Daoxuan opened a jade bottle. In the bottle, drops of the power of creation like chalcedony gently rippled in the bottle. Chen Daoxuan picked up the jade talisman with his left hand and the jade bottle with his right hand, and slowly poured the jade bottle. Squeak, squeak, squeak. Drops of the power of creation like chalcedony dripped on the jade talisman. Next one. The blood-colored crack in the middle of the jade talisman became smaller visibly. It works. Seeing this, Chen Daoxuan's face lit up. Swish, swish, swish. As the power of creation continued to pour on the jade talisman, Chen Daoxuan felt distressed. If these powers of creation were used to improve the water law, his two laws could reach the higher level of the law realm. But soon, Chen Daoxuan put this reluctance behind him. Because Chen Daoxuan knew what was most important to him now. On the jade talisman, the tiny cracks on the edge were repaired one by one. Only the main crack in the middle was still stubbornly lying on the jade talisman. Soon, the fourth bottle of the power of creation in the jade bottle was exhausted. Looking at the jade bottle with only the last 100 drops of the power of creation left, Chen Daoxuan made up his mind, unsealed it, and poured it on the jade talisman. Sizzle, sizzle. The sound of hot water pouring into the oil pan sounded again. This time, the crack in the middle of the jade talisman finally changed. I saw that this largest crack, like the original tiny crack on the edge, slowly healed together. Just before the last drop of the power of creation fell, a dazzling light flashed on the jade talisman, and the crack completely disappeared. Success. Seeing that the jade talisman was finally repaired by him, after consuming 496 drops of the power of creation, Chen Daoxuan couldn't help but shout out excitedly. He gently stroked the jade talisman in his hand. The divine consciousness probed the jade talisman again. Unlike the damaged state in Yin Jiu Zenjin's hands before, this time, the completely repaired jade talisman showed Chen Daoxuan all its information. Chapter 346. Heavenly Secret Talisman. Heavenly Secret Talisman. From the information revealed by this jade talisman, Chen Daoxuan learned its real name. I didn't expect that this heavenly secret talisman is actually one of the components of a 7th level magic weapon. Chen Daoxuan frowned. Magic weapons can generally be divided into 1st level to 7th level from low to high. Going up, there are pure yang immortal weapons. Most of the pure yang immortal weapons in the world of immortal cultivation are used by sects to suppress their luck. Ordinary cultivators rarely have pure yang immortal weapons, and even Yuan Shandaojin is no exception. Of course, the sects that can master pure yang immortal weapons are basically the first class forces in Zion Iron Tao. Second-rate forces like Cunning Sword Sect that have pure yang immortal weapons are rare even in the entire Zion Tao. It can only be said that the ancestors of Cunning Sword Sect were quite generous. Apart from the pure yang immortal weapons, the 7th level magic weapons are the pinnacle of the magic weapons that cultivators can use. Even many magic weapons used by the heavenly lords who have crossed the tribulation are only 7th level, which shows how precious this magic weapon is. In the world of immortal cultivation, the pure yang true immortal has not appeared for hundreds of thousands of years. The crossing tribulation stage is the true peak of this world. In order to cross the tribulation and become immortal, these crossing tribulation heavenly venerables will not pay attention to the struggles between various forces. For them, crossing the tribulation and becoming immortal is just around the corner. If they cross it, they can live as long as the sky. If they can't cross it, tens of thousands of years of hard work will turn into a bubble and become a handful of yellow earth. As long as they are not fools, they know how to choose. Unless the war between the two worlds is restarted, the crossing tribulation heavenly venerable will never pay attention to these mundane things. Therefore, in the struggle for the interests of the sect, the Yuan Chen Daoxuan is the strongest fighting force. If you want the crossing tribulation heavenly venerable to take action for the sect, unless one force wants to destroy the sect where the crossing tribulation heavenly venerable is, otherwise the crossing tribulation heavenly venerable will not pay attention at all. Just like the war between Cunning Sword Sect and Zuan King Dao League, in normal times, the nascent soul cultivators of both sides will not take action at all. Only in this decisive battle that concerns the survival of the sect, the nascent soul cultivators of both sides will not care about the action together. In contrast, the conditions for the heavenly lord of tribulation to take action are more stringent. Because these heavenly lords of tribulation not only have to consider the consequences of their actions, but also their own immortal path. Therefore, in Zion Tao, the most active sects are not the ancient forces with the heavenly lord of tribulation in charge, but the sects with the Yuan Chen Daoxuan in charge. Those sects with the heavenly lord of tribulation in charge are more low-key than one another. Usually, these ancient forces only operate within their own sphere of influence, and they are too lazy to even go out and communicate with other forces, let alone fight with other forces for interests. As for other so-called first-class forces, they dare not provoke these ancient forces, because they know that they can be called first-class forces, because the real strong never speak. Otherwise, Yuan Chen Daoxuan would not have the slightest power to fight back in front of the heavenly lord of tribulation. After receiving the information on the heavenly secret talisman, Chen Daoxuan silently withdrew his consciousness. I didn't expect that a mere jade talisman would have such a great origin. Chen Daoxuan raised his head and his brows relaxed. Master Yin Jiu is also lucky. He actually holds such a precious treasure without knowing it. That's right. With Master Yin Jiu's status, how could he gather 500 drops of good fortune to repair this treasure? It should be clear that it takes a Yuan early stage cultivator a year to extract a drop of good fortune from the spirit stone. Although with the improvement of the cultivation level of the Yuan cultivator, especially the improvement of the soul, the speed of extracting good fortune will also increase. But no matter how much it improves, it is extremely rare for a Yuan late stage cultivator to extract 100 drops of good fortune in a year. Because no matter how powerful the soul of a Yuan cultivator is, his consciousness can cover a radius of 100,000 miles, which is the limit. To break through this limit, the only way is to break through to the Yuan stage. In other words, the consciousness covering a radius of 100,000 miles is the threshold of the Yuan stage soul. Such a being can only extract 100 drops of the power of creation in a year, which shows how precious the power of creation is. 500 drops of the power of creation means that an ordinary Yuan Daoxuan needs 5 years to extract it. Yin Jiu Zenran is just a late giant and cultivator. How can he have such a big face to ask the Yuan cultivators and the sect to extract so much power of creation for him? However, this Qianji talisman is a treasure of the Taiyin sect of Zion Tao, a man named Qianji Zun. Chen Daoxuan thought about it carefully. He had heard of the Taiyin sect. This sect is an ancient force in Zion Tao. The reason why Chen Daoxuan had seen this name was that he accidentally saw it in the historical files of Cunning Sword Sect rushing to help Liang Jian. As for the name of the Taiyan sect Xianji-zun, he really didn't know. But soon, Chen Daoxuan was relieved again. How many years has he been practicing? All in all, he has been practicing since he started practicing in the Red Copper Mountain of Xuanhu Island, and it has not been more than 50 years. 50 years is not even a snap of a finger for these heavenly lords who have passed the tribulation. For these heavenly lords who have passed the tribulation, fame and fortune are like floating clouds. To pass the heavenly tribulation and become a true immortal is the only pursuit of these heavenly lords. Apart from that, they only have the slightest responsibility to protect their own Daoism from being destroyed by external forces. As for letting these people expand the territory for the sect and compete for interests, it is better to go to bed. Thinking of this, Chen Daoxuan shook his head. The heavenly lord who has passed the tribulation like Venerable Xianji is too far away for him. His current cultivation level is not even at the nascent soul stage, but only at the early stage of the golden core. There are still 3 major realms away from the tribulation stage, and the gap between them is difficult to estimate. The only thing he is interested in now is this completely repaired Xianji talisman. This Xianji talisman is one of the components of the 7th level magic weapon, and it itself is also a 7th level lower grade. Chen Daoxuan murmured, I didn't expect that the Xianji talisman, which has been completely repaired, can actually actively predict good and bad luck. It's really magical. Knowing the function of the Xianji talisman, Chen Daoxuan did not act pretentiously and immediately used it to predict for himself. The idea came to him. Chen Daoxuan instilled his idea of raiding the Qinghui Taoist sect into the Xianji talisman. The next moment, the Xianji talisman turned blood red. The jade talisman is like blood. It's very dangerous. Chen Daoxuan's face was at hen. Although he knew that this trip to the Qinghui Taoist sect to seize the Taiyi divine water was extremely dangerous, he didn't expect it to be so dangerous. You know, he robbed the logistics transportation routes of the Zuanqing Taoist League 13 times, and was hunted down by the top true lord several times, but the Xianji talisman had never had such a violent reaction. Only this time. Chen Daoxuan just revealed the idea of raiding the Qinghui Taoist sect, and the Xianji talisman actually had such a big reaction. Seeing the omen of great misfortune predicted by the Xianji talisman, Chen Daoxuan was silent. According to his character, since he knew that this trip was a life or death journey, he would definitely retreat temporarily and stabilize himself. Anyway, with his opportunity and talent, the Mahayana true immortal dare not say, he is almost 100% sure to achieve the goal of becoming a heavenly lord of crossing tribulation in the future. And if he reaches the stage of crossing the tribulation, with the inheritance he received in the Sea of 10,000 Stars, there might be a way for him to cross the tribulation successfully, and live as long as a heaven. Become an immortal. This thing that seems almost impossible to countless cultivators is very sure to Chen Daoxuan. Is he really going to take this risk for Chen Ziyan, and give up the opportunity to become an immortal? Thinking of this, Chen Daoxuan panted violently. One is the temptation of becoming an immortal, and the other is his 13th uncle who treats him like a son or nephew, and treats him without reservation. At this moment, Chen Daoxuan hesitated. Chen Daoxuan couldn't help but recall the scene when he first met Chen Ziyan. This is the Red Copper Mountain. An old man with grey hair and beard, holding a 5-year-old child, said kindly, "Our ancestors of the Chen family have practiced here for generations." The old man smiled and turned his head. "You will also practice here in the future. You are of the Dao generation. From today on, you will be called Chen Daoxuan." Chen Daoxuan, the child, raised his head and looked at the tall old man. "Daoxuan, what do you think this is?" Chen Ziyan took out a jade slip with great care. Chen Daoxuan, who was just over 10 years old, took the jade slip and looked at Chen Ziyan curiously. "Uncle 13, this is the most precious refining inheritance of our family. In order to get it, our family paid too much. Chen Ziyan's expression was a little gloomy. Chen Daoxuan took the jade slip with his tender little hands. As a 10-year-old child with an adult soul in his body, he understood the heaviness on Chen Ziyan's face. He knew that this small jade slip must have been very difficult to obtain. Chen Daoxuan nodded solemnly. "Uncle 13, I will definitely not let you down." Hearing this, Chen Daoxuan looked at him, and from Chen Daoxuan's eyes, he saw something called hope. For a moment, Chen Daoxuan's eyes were a little wet. The battle of the corpse tide in Kangshao. Chen Daoxuan took Chen Daoxuan, who was looking heavy, to visit Chiting Mountain again. That's the Red Copper Mountain. Chen Daoxuan pointed to a bare mountain inside. Everything in my Chen family started from this spiritual mind mountain. Uncle 13 Daoxuan. Chen Daoxuan looked at him. I tell you this to tell you that no matter what the future of the family is, I will not blame you, and the clan members will not blame you either. Because you have already given everything for the family. Daoxuan, you are worthy of any clan member. In the quiet room, Chen Daoxuan couldn't help but burst into tears. Chen Daoxuan's words were still ringing in his ears. Daoxuan, you are worthy of any clan member. Not worthy? Chen Daoxuan used his magic power to evaporate his tears. No, I'm ashamed. I have neither repaid Uncle 13 for raising me nor for helping him become a Taoist. How dare I say that I'm worthy of any clan member? Chen Daoxuan raised his head, his eyes like the stars under the night sky, bright and firm. Uncle 13, wait for me. I will definitely bring back the Tai divine water for you, so that you can successfully build your foundation. Southwest of the Huangxing Sea, Chuanghu Island. In an exquisite courtyard, the sun shines on the rockery and flowers in the courtyard. In the courtyard, on a reclining chair made of warm jade, lies an old man with a hunched body. The old man's face is full of scars, his skin is wrinkled, and he looks like he is about to die. Chen Daoxuan raised his hand slightly. Beside him, a Chen family cultivator who served him bent down and leaned close to Chen Daoxuan's ear. Old patriarch, what do you want? Chen Daoxuan opened his cloudy eyes, and a blurry shadow came into his eyes. After a while, the blurry shadow gradually became clearer, but he still couldn't see the appearance of the younger generation of the Chen family in front of him. He only knew that the other party's name seemed to be Chen Daoxuan, called Daoxuan over. Chen Daoxuan was a little weak. Yes. Chen Daoxuan bowed his hands, and with a flash of light, he flew out of the courtyard. In less than a moment, two beams of light landed in the courtyard. They were Chen Daoxuan and Chen Daoxuan who had hurried over. Seeing Chen Daoxuan, Chen Daoxuan quickly squatted down and greeted him in his ear. Old patriarch, are you looking for me? Hearing this, Chen Daoxuan smiled and said, Daoxuan, I'm afraid I don't have much time left. Hearing this, Chen Daoxuan's heart was shaken violently. With trembling hands, she gently held Chen Daoxuan's dry palms. Tears slid down her cheeks, and shook her head and said, no, the young patriarch will definitely have a way. You said that you have to wait for the young patriarch to come back. You haven't seen the young patriarch avenge the family with your own eyes. On the side, other descendants of the Chen family also sobbed softly. Chen Daoxuan's status is not only very high in Chen Daoxuan's heart, but also in the hearts of the Chen family. For so many years, Chen Daoxuan put all the power of the family in Chen Daoxuan's hands, but he himself trained generations of younger disciples for the Chen family, until he was exhausted and old. Seeing Chen Daoxuan like this, Chen Daoxuan smiled and comforted him. Silly child, no one is immortal. If you don't get the great Dao, it will all be in vain. Chen Daoxuan lowered his head, sobbing, and couldn't speak at all. Daoxuan, I'm afraid I can't wait for Daoxuan. There are some things I want you to tell him. Chen Daoxuan cried and nodded. Tell him for me that the proudest thing in my life is to bring him back from Changping County to Chiting Mountain for cultivation. Yeah, Chen Daoxuan sobbed. Yeah? Chen Daoxuan seemed to sense something and raised his head with a vigilant face. Who dares to trespass into my Kangshao Chen family? After that, Chen Daoxuan protected Chen Daoxuan tightly behind him. Interesting. A strange voice sounded in Chen Daoxuan's ears. Then, a figure suddenly appeared. Seeing the man in front of him, Chen Daoxuan's eyes showed a trace of fear. Ancestor Jiang. Ancestor Jiang was wearing a black Taoist robe. He was just standing quietly in the courtyard, as if he was the center of everyone's attention. When Chen Daoxuan saw the ancestor of the Jiang family, her body trembled violently. After a while, she suppressed her fear and said slowly, I wonder why Ancestor Jiang suddenly visited my Chen family? Ancestor Jiang did not answer, but smiled and nodded, saying, interesting, you are just a cultivator in the early stage of the Purple Mansion, but you can still be so calm when you see me. Your Chen family is really full of talented people. Hearing this, Chen Daoxuan suppressed her anger. After all, her Chen family is also the largest family in Kangzhou, and as the acting patriarch of the Chen family, although her cultivation is not high, she also represents the face of the Chen family. Being suddenly attacked by the other party in the heart of the Chen family, and teased by him, anyone would be angry. Looking at Chen Daoxuan's fiery expression, Ancestor Jiang shook his head and said, don't look at me like that. I have no ill will towards your Chen family. As he said, he turned to look at Chen Zian. I came here to invite Chief Chen to visit my GI city Fairy City, to discuss the matter of conquering the Zuan King Dao League. Chief Chen, what do you think? Chapter 347 Departure. Old Patriarch. Old Patriarch. Amidst the exclamations, Chen Zian supported himself on the armrest of the recliner, and stood up tremblingly. He raised his head, looked at the old Ancestor Jiang who was standing with his hands behind his back, and bowed, saying, please. Seeing Chen Zian was so tactful, the old Ancestor Jiang couldn't help but laugh. Interesting, he said, closing his eyes slightly. After a while, he opened his eyes, and raised a curve at the corner of his mouth, found it. In a moment, a young woman was taken by him out of thin air. In midair, Luoli's pretty face was full of fear. She wanted to struggle, but found that her whole body seemed to be imprisoned, and she couldn't control her body at all. Seeing this scene, Chen Zian's expression finally changed. He stared at Patriarch Jiang, and said in a deep voice, I'm enough to be a guest in Gi Ziancheng. Patriarch Jiang shook his head and said, the expedition against Zuan King Daomeng is a big deal. It is more appropriate to ask the two patriarchs of the Chen family to be present. Since the young Patriarch Chen is not here, it is also reasonable to ask his Taoist partner to attend on his behalf. On the field, Chen Daoxuan and a group of younger disciples of the Chen family all blushed. They wanted to curse, but found that they couldn't even open their mouths to speak. They could stand in front of Patriarch Jiang, because this Patriarch Jiang showed mercy. Otherwise, with their highest cultivation level of no more than the Purple Mansion period, they would all kneel down in front of Patriarch Jiang at this moment. Chen Daoxuan opened her eyes in anger, and blood was faintly oozing from her eyeballs. But no matter how angry she was, she could do nothing now, and could only watch everything happen. Seeing this, Chen Zian took a deep breath. He looked back at the Chen family members, nodded to Luoli, and finally, he cast his eyes on Patriarch Jiang. Chief Jiang, you should be able to see that I don't have much time left. Chen Zian trembled. Maybe I can't stop you from kidnapping us, but I can decide whether you take me or my body away. Hearing this, the smiling Jiang Patriarch fell silent. He looked at the old man in front of him who could be blown down by a gust of wind, and couldn't help but ponder. To be honest, the Jiang family didn't want to stand on the side too early in this battle between Kanyu and Sword Sect and Zuan King Dao League, but the price offered by Zuan King Dao League was something the Jiang family couldn't refuse. But at the same time, Chen Daoxuan's performance on the front line made Jiang Patriarch even more afraid. This is an enemy with terrible strength and unlimited potential, especially since this enemy is still alive. Although Zuan King Dao League said that they would definitely get rid of Chen Daoxuan and would not let the Jiang family have any worries, if Zuan King Dao League could really get rid of Chen Daoxuan, would they still spend so much money to ask the Jiang family to take action? Since Chen Daoxuan is alive, his Jiang family can't do anything to the extreme. Otherwise, he would not have wasted so much time talking to the Chen family this time, and invited Chen Zian and Luoli under the guise of discussing the crusade against the Zuan King Dao League. He would have abducted the two of them without saying anything. After all, the current Chen family does not have a cultivator worthy of the Jiang family's attention. The strongest in the Chen family's territory now is only a dozen Purple Mansion sword cultivators. With this strength, perhaps a Chindan cultivator would pay attention to it, but for Jiang Laozhu, a late Yuanying cultivator, he is not even qualified to look at him. Jiang Laozhu looked directly into Chen Zian's eyes, and Chen Zian looked at him without giving in. a cultivator of the 9th level of key refining, looking at a late Yuanying cultivator. This scene is undoubtedly extremely shocking to outsiders, but for Chen Daoxuan, who put life and death aside, even if a true immortal came in person, he could not retreat at this moment. Jiang Laozu waved his hand and sighed softly. Chen Daoxuan, you win. As soon as the words fell, the restraints on the Qin clan members all disappeared, including Eluoli, who also regained control of their bodies. At the moment, when the Qin clan members recovered, all the Qin clan members took out their magic weapons together, wanting to attack the old ancestor Jiang, pretending to die together. Stop! A roar stunned everyone. Old clan leader? Chen Daoxuan's eyes were filled with blood and tears. Old clan leader. Old clan leader. The younger generations of the Chen clan around all had red eyes and their bodies could not stop shaking. Shame. A great shame. The Chen family has been based on Shuanghu Island for hundreds of years. It has prospered and declined, but there has never been a day as shameful as today. The head of the clan was abducted by outsiders in front of the clan members. Chen Daoxuan looked at everyone with bloodshot eyes looking at him, his face full of wrinkles trembling, and said in a deep voice, rather than relying on blood and courage to die, you should live well, and live to see the day when the enemy wails in pain. Old patriarch. Chen Daoxuan's nails pierced deeply into his palm, and blood flowed. There is hope, only when you are alive. After Chen Daoxuan finished speaking, he turned his head to look at Patriarch Jiang, stood with his hands behind his back and said, Patriarch Jiang, let's go. At this moment, Patriarch Jiang's face no longer had a relaxed look. He took a deep look at the Qin clan members on the field with red eyes, but calm and composed, and suddenly felt a little regretful in his heart. Why did his Jiang family provoke such a group of clan members? Patriarch Jiang realized that, even if the current Chen family did not have Chen Daoxuan, it would probably rise unstoppably in the future. Forget it, it's hard to have both in the world. After saying that, Patriarch Jiang waved his sleeves, and the two figures disappeared in front of everyone. Chen Daoxuan watched with her own eyes as Jiang Laozu took Chen Daoxuan away, gently wiped the blood and tears off his face, and ordered, let the deputy minister of the military come to see me. Yes. A cultivator of the Z generation disappeared in front of Chen Daoxuan in a flash. Then, Chen Daoxuan turned his head and looked at the others. Take my handwritten order and immediately order people to spread the news to the major forces in Wangxinghe, especially Carneo and Sword Sect, that the Jiang family invites Chen Daoxuan, the patriarch of the Chen family, to go to Jiaxiansheng to discuss strategies to defeat the enemy. Yes. Everyone responded in unison. After watching everyone leave, Chen Daoxuan was about to leave, but Eluoli stepped forward to stop her and said, what can I do? Chen Daoxuan looked at her and didn't speak for a long time. I'm Chen Daoxuan's Taoist partner, and also a member of the Chen family. Chen Daoxuan nodded. Come with me to the front line of Chuan Kingdom. Go to the front line. Yes, Chen Daoxuan nodded. Go to Zenan Pass. Okay. 3 months later. Shuangsheng Peak. In the quiet room of the cave, Chen Daoxuan sat cross-legged on the warm jade cushion, looking at the pale blue fairy sword in front of him. In 3 months, I robbed 17 times, but only succeeded 7 times. Chen Daoxuan frowned. More importantly, he heard a piece of news during the rob that Chen Daoxuan, the head of his Chen family, was captured by Zuan King Dao League. When Chen Daoxuan heard the news, he simply sneered. Chen Daoxuan was on Shuanghu Island, in the heart of Wangxing Sea. Zuan King Dao League wanted to capture Chen Daoxuan, unless the army attacked Wangxing Sea. At this moment, the battle situation of Zuan King Dao League was precarious. Seeing that even Chuan Kingdom was about to be lost, it still wanted to attack Wangxing Sea. Chen Daoxuan didn't believe it at all. As for the hidden pawns, arranged by Zuan King Dao League in Wangxing Sea, it was a bit possible to do this. But don't forget that these so-called hidden pawns are all fence sitters who are swayed by the wind. It's okay to ask these fence sitters to add insult to injury, but asking them to send carbon in the snow? Do you really think these fence sitters are not afraid of death? Therefore, Chen Daoxuan did not believe the news revealed by Zuan King Dao League at all, and plundered as usual. In desperation, Zuan King Dao League had to let the top Zenjin lead the team to escort the supplies. However, the Yuanying level combat power of Zhuan King Dao League was not enough. After Chen Daoxuan's tossing in the rear, the Yuanying level combat power became even more tense. Zhuan King Dao League did not think of imitating Chen Daoxuan and learning from him to make trouble in the hinterland of Wuxing Sea. But they sent a Yuanying Zhenjin who was proficient in the laws of space and went through untold hardships to detour into the hinterland of Wuxing Sea. As a result, this Yuanying Zhenjin had just destroyed a logistics transportation line of Kaiyuan Sword Sect and was found by the Hongmeng Toad clan with the top Zhenjin of Kaiyuan Sword Sect and was directly beaten to death. So far, Zhuan King Dao League no longer dared to send people randomly. The Hongmeng Toad clan is famous for its dog noses and is extremely proficient in spatial positioning. When Shenzhou Zhenren hid in Shenzhou Xianfu so secretly, he was dug out by the patriarch of Hongmeng Chan clan. However, this is not a solution. Chen Daoxuan said secretly. He could feel that Zhuan King Dao League was getting less and less patient with him, and they were determined not to stop until they caught him. You know, the two major sects of Zhuan King Dao League, plus the Yuanying families under the jurisdiction of these two major sects. If they really mobilized all of them, they could mobilize as many Yuanying Zhenjin as Kaiyuan Sword Sect. Although Kaiyuan Sword Sect's frontline involved a lot of energy of Zhuan King Dao League, Zhuan King Dao League still had a way to catch Chen Daoxuan regardless of the consequences. Apart from anything else, they only needed to send out dozens or hundreds of Yuanying Zhenjin, expand their respective Dao domains, and block the sphere of influence of Jinyu and Xianqing bit by bit. In this way, Chen Daoxuan's teleportation was completely abolished. As he continued to plunder, Chen Daoxuan also found that the probability of him encountering Yuanying Zhenjin of Zhuan King Dao League was increasing recently. This proves that Zhuan King Dao League is about to catch his foothold, which is not good news. Thinking of this, Chen Daoxuan put away the Fixu sword that had been promoted to the 5th level middle grade, looked at the Star Sword Dao diagram that had been integrated with the third mind, and prepared to leave Shuangsheng Peak. During this period of time, in addition to repairing the Xianji talisman, Chen Daoxuan invested all the power of creation he had seized into the Fixu sword, and finally promoted it to the 5th level middle grade. His water law was also promoted to the middle stage of the law realm. In addition, he also separated another mind from the Sea of Divine Light, and integrated it into the Star Sword Dao diagram. At this point, he can control Fixu, Chengiying and the Star Sword Dao diagram at the same time. The last time he fought with the Lord of Yahoo Palace, Chen Daoxuan suffered a small loss in this regard. Logically speaking, even if he was defeated by the Lord of Yahoo Palace, it would be more than enough to use the Star Sword Dao diagram to block the remaining power of the opponent's attack. But in the end, after he lost the fight, he was a bit slower in using the Star Sword map. This was because he used all his mind to control the two fusion laws of air and water. When he was defeated, he thought about using the Star Sword map to resist the enemy's attack, which was a little slow. The problem here is that Chen Daoxuan cannot control these three magic weapons at the same time. It is not a simple matter to control three magic weapons at the same time and let each magic weapon exert the maximum power that Chen Daoxuan can exert. Because as the grade of the magic weapon continues to improve, the difficulty of the cultivator to control the magic weapon will continue to increase. This is also the reason why after the cultivator's cultivation level improves, he will not master 10 or 8 magic weapons in his hands. The road of greed is never bad for cultivators. Controlling many magic weapons at the same time, each magic weapon cannot exert its maximum power. It is better to concentrate on controlling one. Therefore, even for higher level cultivators, usually only one magic weapon of each type is prepared. It is rare to control 2 offensive magic weapons at the same time like Chen Daoxuan. After all, the Fixu sword and the Chengiying sword are 2 independent magic weapons, not a set of magic weapons. This is because the current cultivation world has popularized defensive magic weapons such as spiritual armor. Before the defensive spiritual armor came out, the defensive magic weapons of the cultivators were not spiritual armor, but various shield-shaped magic weapons, which needed to be controlled by the cultivators themselves. In this way, the cultivators had to control both the defensive magic weapons and the offensive magic weapons. taking both into account at the same time. The result was that neither side could exert its maximum power. This has always been criticized by the cultivators. Until the advent of the spiritual armor, the shield-type defensive magic weapons were gradually eliminated, and the cultivators did not need to concentrate on controlling the defensive magic weapons, but only needed to focus on attacking. As for the defensive spiritual armor, the cultivator only needs to divide a very small part of his thoughts and continuously inject mana into it. Like Chen Daoxuan's power spiritual armor, even this little thought does not need to be consumed. Its energy supply system is the 4th grade good fortune white lotus embedded in the chest. Chen Daoxuan does not need to worry about it at all. In this way, all Chen Daoxuan has to do is to attack continuously. Especially after he learned the C division chapter, he engraved the word attack into his bones. And continuous attack is also in line with the sword, which can better exert the power of the immortal sword. This is also one of the reasons why Chen Daoxuan can fight with the top Zenjin. The space lore of the high stage of the lore realm, the water lore of the middle stage of the lore realm, but the degree of integration after the fusion of the two has decreased, only about 40%, and the attack power is not much different from before. Chen Daoxuan shook his head. This situation is exactly what he thought before. His lore realm has improved, but the degree of integration of the two laws has decreased with the improvement of the lore realm. This is normal for Yuanying cultivators. For cultivators above the Yuanying stage, they must not only work hard on the comprehension of the law, but also spend their energy on the degree of integration of the law. Because the integration of the law is the key to the 6th level of the Great Dao realm, the world realm. Two laws, one reaching the high stage of the law realm, and the other reaching the initial stage of the law realm, the degree of integration of the two reaches 50%, which is the minimum standard for the top Zenjin. The 3 laws have all reached the high stage of the law realm, and the degree of integration of the 3 has reached more than 50%. This is the prerequisite for breaking through the world realm. This kind of cultivator is also a top level true lord. From this, we can see how big the gap between the top true lords is. It's time to leave, Chen Daoxuan murmured. Chapter 348 Borrowing Money. Shuangsheng Peak. Ziling stood on a sacred mountain, staring at the clouds in the sky. Swish. A white figure suddenly appeared in front of her. Seeing the figure in front of her clearly, Ziling was slightly stunned, and then said, "Are you leaving again?" Chen Daoxuan nodded first, then shook his head. "Yes, but this time I'm not going to rob the Zuan King Dao League." He thought for a while. "I may be away for a long time this time. Fairy can wait here, or you can choose to leave on your own." Hearing this, Ziling's heart trembled slightly. She raised her head, at a loss. "Where can I go?" "This." Chen Daoxuan frowned and sighed. "In this case, then you wait here." After that, Chen Daoxuan's figure disappeared, leaving only a young woman full of trepidation, standing on the sacred peak in a daze. Qingluan country borders Chuan country, and is a country to its southeast. At the same time, Qingluan country is also the traditional sphere of influence of Qinghui Daoism. In the early years when Yuan Sword sect controlled Chuan kingdom, the sphere of influence of Qinghui Dao sect was limited to Qingluan kingdom. Unlike today, most of Chuan kingdom's territory is divided by Zuanyang sect and Qinghui Dao sect. Although Qingluan kingdom is adjacent to Chuan kingdom, the two countries have very vast territories. Even if Chen Daoxuan used space teleportation all the way, it took several days to completely enter the hinterland of Qingluan kingdom. Compared with the turbulent situation in Chuan kingdom and the fierce battle between Yuan Sword sect and Zuan King Dao League, Qingluan kingdom is much more stable and peaceful. What Chen Daoxuan saw and heard along the way. Although the cultivators of Qingluan kingdom are also very concerned about the war between Yuan Sword sect and Zuan King Dao League, they don't seem to worry that Yuan Sword sect can invade Qingluan kingdom. This confidence surprised Chen Daoxuan. But think about it carefully, Yuan Sword sect was beaten like a stray dog by Zuan King Dao League thousands of years ago, and fled to the Wangxing Sea, which seemed extremely barren to the cultivators of Xianan continent, and became a barbaric cultivator. Even if they have accumulated enough strength to counterattack Chuan kingdom, the two sides have been deadlocked for more than 400 years. In the eyes of the lower level cultivators of Qingluan Kingdom, the so-called war launched by Carnean Sword Sect this time is just a lot of thunder and little rain, which cannot shake the ruling foundation of Zuan King Dao League. Not to mention the invasion of Qingli Dao Sect's core hinterland, Qingluan Kingdom. Seeing this, Chen Daoxuan was helpless in his heart. The peaceful days have been too long, and the minds of these cultivators in Qingluan Kingdom are all muddled. In comparison, the policy promoted by Carnean Sword Sect that cultivators from various states take turns to go to the front line of Chuan Kingdom to fight against Zuan King Dao League has made the whole atmosphere of Wangxinghe much more sturdy. In Chen Daoxuan's eyes, compared with the cultivators of Wangxinghe, the cultivators of Qingluan Kingdom obviously have less murderous aura and more extravagant style of greed for pleasure. At the same time, Chen Daoxuan also noticed that compared with Qingluan Kingdom, Chuan Kingdom and Wangxinghe, various resources are much richer. No matter how many fairy islands there are in Wangxinghe, they can't compare with the extremely rich continent of Xianlianzhao. On land, with the same area, its spiritual mines and spiritual veins are much more than Wangxinghe. A cultivation force wants to develop. Its foundation is population, because cultivators are born from ordinary people. The population base of ordinary people is a cornerstone of the cultivator group, and the soil suitable for ordinary people to survive is not the sea, but the land. In this regard, both Chuan Kingdom and Qingluan Kingdom are much more geographically superior than Wangxinghe. However, the purpose of Chen Daoxuan's trip is not to travel around the mountains and rivers, but to go to Qingli Taoist sect to seize Tai divine water. Otherwise he really wants to experience a different local customs in Qingluan Kingdom. Gilded Immortal City, the most developed and richest fairy city in the hinterland of Qingluan Kingdom. At the same time, it is also a fairy city directly under the jurisdiction of Qingli Taoist sect. Gilded Immortal City is very close to the Qingli Taoist sect. According to the information Chen Daoxuan had learned, this place was less than 10,000 miles away from the Qingli Taoist sect. For high-level cultivators, a distance of 10,000 miles could be reached in less than half a cup of tea, which was almost the same as being right under their noses. Entering the Gilded Immortal City, Chen Daoxuan found that almost no one in the city talked about the war between the Carnean Sword Sect and the Zuan King Taoist League. It seemed that the battle on the front line did not exist here at all. This strange scene made Chen Daoxuan particularly uncomfortable. On the front line of Chuan country, the Zuan King Taoist League was defeated by the Carnean Sword Sect, but in the hinterland of Qingluan country, especially in the largest fairy city under the feet of the Qingli Taoist sect, no one cared about the frontline war. This magical scene made Chen Daoxuan feel very unreal. The cultivators of Qingluan country have really strong hearts. Chen Daoxuan shook his head. The meeting place he agreed with the master of Zhenhe Palace was in this Gilded Immortal City. Chen Daoxuan inquired all the way and finally arrived at this meeting place. However, compared with the time agreed with the Lord of Zhenhe Palace, Chen Daoxuan arrived more than 6 months earlier. I came so early, I wonder if the token given to me by Lord Qin is still useful. Chen Daoxuan walked on the flowery streets of Gilded Fairy City, holding a black token in his hand, thinking to himself, Suddenly, Chen Daoxuan turned around, his eyes narrowed slightly. In front of him, a man with a big belly, dressed like a wealthy businessman, walked towards Chen Daoxuan with several followers behind him. My dear nephew, my dear nephew. The wealthy businessman was surprised to see Chen Daoxuan, and waved to him from a distance. Chen Daoxuan frowned when he saw this, until he heard the voice in his ear. Then he nodded and smiled. I'm ashamed that my uncle came to pick me up from such a long distance. Ha ha ha. The rich businessman strode forward, patted Chen Daoxuan on the shoulder, and laughed. With the friendship between me and your father, this matter is nothing. The fat rich businessman waved his hand, then took Chen Daoxuan's hand and said affectionately, Come on. Come on, your aunt and I have prepared a banquet at home, waiting to welcome you. As he said, he pulled Chen Daoxuan towards a spirit beast car without saying anything. Chen Daoxuan did not resist, and let him pull him onto the spirit beast car. Inside the car, the fat rich businessman chatted loudly with Chen Daoxuan, and along the way, he talked about a lot of things. Chen Daoxuan also handled it skillfully. The cultivation level of this fat rich businessman was not high, only the middle stage of foundation building. The several followers around him were at the same level as him, all at the foundation building stage. In this gilded immortal city, a few foundation building cultivators traveling together did not attract attention, but ordinary cultivators would not take the initiative to provoke them, so it was a good way to conceal their presence. The group drove the spirit beast car and sped along. Finally, they stopped in front of a manor. This manor was a place where only the middle level and above forces in gilded immortal city could live. Chen Daoxuan probed with his spiritual sense, but found that his spiritual sense was bounced off by the manor's defensive formation. Seeing this, he did not forcefully use his spiritual sense to break through the manor's defensive formation. "Nephew, please. Uncle is too polite." Chen Daoxuan nodded, and with a smile on his face, he got out of the car with the fat rich businessman. After several people entered the courtyard, the fat rich businessman sent several followers away, then bowed to Chen Daoxuan and said, "I'm a disciple of the Shadow Palace stationed in the Gilded Immortal City. I'm honored to meet Master Chen." At this moment, the mercenary smile on the fat rich businessman's face disappeared, replaced by a solemn and respectful look. "I just crossed the line. Please forgive me, senior." "No problem." He was about to ask something, and a voice sounded in his sea of consciousness, and then he waved his hand. "You go down first." "Yes, Master Chen." The fat rich businessman retreated with a respectful face. Chen Daoxuan followed the instructions of the sea of consciousness, and flew to the back of the courtyard with a flash of light. The next moment, Chen Daoxuan met the master of Zhenhe Palace, who was wearing the same white Taoist robe as him. In a foreign country, the master of Zhenhe Palace was sitting in front of a spiritual lake with a misty aura, holding a bamboo pole in his hand, fishing. "You came earlier than I thought." Kinzan put down the fishing rod in his hand, and turned to look at Chen Daoxuan. As he said that, he pointed to the stone bench beside him and said, "Sit down and talk." Chen Daoxuan was not polite either. He walked straight to Kinzan, and sat on the stone bench. "A year is too long. I can wait, but I'm afraid Uncle 13 can't." Hearing this, Kinzan nodded in understanding. Then, he seemed to think of something, and frowned and said, "I got a piece of news, and have been thinking about whether to tell you." As he said that, Kinzan looked directly into Chen Daoxuan's eyes. Chen Daoxuan looked at him calmly, without any sign of retreat on his face. Seeing this, Kinzan sighed and said, "It's only been a short time. The kid who didn't even dare to breathe when he saw me back then can actually look at me so calmly." As he said that, Kinzan laughed. Chen Daoxuan seemed to think of the scene when the two met for the first time, and a smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. "Forget it. I'd better tell you, otherwise you may hate me in the future." Kinzan shook his head. "According to the news from the Shadow Palace, Patriarch Jiang invited your 13th uncle to discuss strategies to defeat the enemy, and took him to the Jia Immortal City." Boom. Hearing this, Chen Daoxuan stood up suddenly, and the stone bench under him exploded. Under the momentum, the spirit lake turned upside down, and billions of tons of lake water were stimulated by Chen Daoxuan's momentum and all floated in the air. If there were outsiders present at this moment, they could even see a school of spirit fish struggling desperately in the floating spirit lake. Chen Daoxuan's eyes were full of anger. He looked directly at Kinzan and asked, "Did you let this matter go on in the Carnean Sword sect?" "No." Kinzan shook his head. "First, Patriarch Jiang invited your 13th uncle to the Jia Immortal City in the name of discussing strategies to defeat the enemy. Second, the Wangxing Sea cannot be in chaos now, do you understand?" Kinzan looked back at Chen Daoxuan. Hearing this, Chen Daoxuan's chest kept rising and falling. He stared at Kinzan with a cold look in his eyes. "What if the person who was abducted was your sister? What would you do?" Hearing this, Kinzan was slightly stunned, and then grinned. "Although the old fox Jiang Patriarch is quite hidden, his strength is only at the top level of Zenjin. If you want to abduct my sister, you have to practice for another 1,000 years. Seeing that Chen Daoxuan looked like he was going to eat someone, Kinzan coughed lightly. "Okay, I can promise you on behalf of Carnean Sword Sect that after this matter is over, no matter how you deal with the Jiang family, we will not ask." Boom. Billions of tons of lake water suddenly hit the lake surface, and then countless spirit fish turned white and floated on the lake surface. Looking at the lake surface, Kinzan stroked his forehead gently. My fish, seeing that Chen Daoxuan's anger subsided temporarily, Kinzan took out a table from the storage ring. On the table, there were various spirit fruits and spirit wines. He drank a little in front of Chen Daoxuan. Get me a stool. No, don't you have a bad temper? You blow up my stool. Kinzan glared. Chen Daoxuan ignored him and took out a stool made of warm jade from his storage ring, put it in front of the table and sat down, pouring his own wine. After a while, Chen Daoxuan drank a glass of spiritual wine and asked, have you thought about how to seize the Tei divine water? Oh, it's difficult. Kinzan frowned. After a while, Kinzan suddenly reacted and looked at Chen Daoxuan in surprise. How did you know that the Qinghui Taoist sect has Tei divine water? I remember I didn't tell you. I killed Ming Huang's engine, and he told me when he begged for mercy before he died. Chen Daoxuan continued to drink a glass of spiritual wine. Hearing this, Kinzan looked Chen Daoxuan up and down and found that the other party's cultivation was really only at the initial stage of Jiandan, and he couldn't help but feel a pain in his teeth. Brother Chen, tell me the truth. Which of the three treasures, the tower, the banner, and the map, did you choose in front of the Tower of Babel? How could it be so powerful? Kinzan has always attributed Chen Daoxuan's terrifying strength to the treasure he chose. In Kinzan's opinion, without the growth type immortal weapon obtained from the trial inheritance, Chen Daoxuan's strength would definitely not be so terrifying. An early Jiandan cultivator reversed the late Yuan Ying. Ordinary cultivators would not dare to dream of this, but Chen Daoxuan did it. How incredible. I chose a Star Sword Path map. Did you choose a map? Kinzan murmured. I chose the 6 Paths of Reincarnation banner. This treasure specializes in attacking the human soul. It is considered a treasure for attacking the soul. Hearing this, Chen Daoxuan's heart moved slightly, but he did not reply. Forget it. Don't think too much. Since we have come to this point, I believe you are ready to fight with me. Seeing Chen Daoxuan nod, Kinzan continued, although your strength is a little weak, it is not useless. I can reveal part of the plan to you, and I may need your help when the time comes. When Chen Daoxuan heard that Kinzan thought he was weak, the corner of his mouth twitched slightly, and he didn't say anything. Kinzan saw Chen Daoxuan's frustrated look, and he felt comfortable immediately. Little guy, I told you not to pretend in front of me. Just when Kinzan was about to talk about his plan, Chen Daoxuan asked, when are you going to start? Didn't I tell you the specific time? You came in advance. In other words, we still have more than half a year to prepare? Chen Daoxuan continued to ask. If you insist on saying so. Kinzan nodded. I understand. Chen Daoxuan stretched out his hand to Kinzan. Do you have money? I want to borrow some money from you. Borrow money? Kinzan seemed a little bit unbelievable. Is there something wrong with his brain? If you borrow money at this time, are you planning to burn it yourself? Chapter 349, Holy Yuan Fruit. It's already this time. Why do you want spirit stones? Kinzan was quite speechless. Who said I want to borrow spirit stones? Hearing this, Kinzan was slightly stunned. You mean the power of creation? Yes. Chen Daoxuan nodded. Realizing that Chen Daoxuan might want to upgrade his life magic weapon, although this move was suspected of sharpening the gun before the battle, upgrading the life magic weapon could at least enhance his strength. Now, anything that can increase their chances of seizing Tei divine water is worth doing by Kinzan. Thinking of this, Kinzan nodded and said, no problem. How much do you want? His Chen Daoxuan looked at Kinzan in surprise and was shocked by the other party's tone of resistance. You know, he has been tossing the Zuan King Dao League so hard during this period, and the power of creation he has seized is only about 500 or 600 drops. Seeing Kinzan's expression of not taking the power of creation seriously, he was naturally a little uncomfortable. But think about it carefully, the necessity of the power of creation for a top Zenjin like Kinzan is not even as great as that of Yuan Shandaogen. Yuan Shandaogen may still have a bunch of 6th level magic tools that need to be promoted. For Yuan Ying's engine, 5th level high quality magic tools are generally enough. Even if he has enough strength to use magic tools of higher levels, he can only promote 1 or 2 of his life magic tools to the 6th level at most. As for replacing all the magic tools on his body with 6th level or higher magic tools, it is simply impossible. Because Yuan Ying's engine's mana cannot support him to use so many 6th level magic tools of higher levels. Chen Daoxuan can use the mana of the early stage of Jinden to activate the 5th level magic tools with the help of the 4th grade Good Fortune White Lotus. Even if he has the 4th grade Good Fortune White Lotus, the pressure on his mana is also extremely great when he uses the 2 5th level immortal swords, Chengying and Fixu, at the same time. Chen Daoxuan has felt more than once that his mana is no longer able to support him to use 2 life flying swords at the same time. After a while, Chen Daoxuan recovered and said solemnly, "How many you have? I want as many as you have." Puff. Kinzan heard this and immediately sprayed the wine in his mouth. "You're asking for too much?" Kinzan raised his eyebrows. "Do you know how much good fortune I have? How dare you lend me all of it?" "I don't know." Chen Daoxuan shook his head and then his eyes were solemn. "But I want to lend you all of it." Kinzan looked at Chen Daoxuan deeply and then waved his hand. On the stone table, a pile of jade bottles were densely laid out. After careful counting, there were a total of 23 bottles. Each bottle contains 100 drops of good fortune power, a total of 2,300 drops of good fortune power, and now these are all I have left. I used up a lot of it before to upgrade my life instrument. Kinzan said calmly. Chen Daoxuan suppressed his inner excitement, waved his sleeves, and put all the good fortune power on the stone table into the storage ring. Seeing this, Kinzan thought for a while, and took out a jade box from the storage ring. There were many restrictions on the jade box. Chen Daoxuan was a little confused. "What is this?" "This is a Xingyuan fruit, which can quickly improve the cultivation below the nascent soul stage. The effect is similar to the essence of vitality, but the Xingyuan fruit can be preserved for a long time, and its value is far above the essence of vitality." "For me?" Kinzan said unhappily. "What do you think? Your Dao realm is far from the cultivation level. I really don't know why your Dao realm has progressed so horribly, but your basic cultivation has seriously dragged down your strength. In the future, you can pay attention to some treasures that can quickly improve your cultivation." Hearing this, Chen Daoxuan sincerely bowed to Kinzan. "Thank you, Palace Master Qin." Kinzan waved his hands. "This Xingyuan fruit, I was originally going to give it to Kaiyao after refining Xingyuan pill, but now it's cheaper for you." He paused. Although the effect of taking Xingyuan fruit directly is not as good as Xingyuan pill, with your Dao realm, it shouldn't be a big problem to advance from the early Jinden stage to the late Jinden stage after taking it. Hearing this, Chen Daoxuan was extremely shocked. This was the second treasure he had encountered that could quickly improve his cultivation. Moreover, compared to the essence of vitality, the Xingyuan fruit could be preserved for a long time, and its strategic value was unknown how many times higher than that of the essence of vitality. Thinking of this, Chen Daoxuan murmured, "Since it is a spiritual fruit, it must have a spiritual root. If I, Wang Xinghe, have such a spiritual root, then what are you thinking about?" Kinzan laughed. "The Xingyuan fruit tree is the top spiritual root in our Fengyuan realm. As far as I know, it seems that only the Taiyan sect has a few Xingyuan fruit trees. The fruits on the Xingyuan fruit tree are divided into 3 types: 30 years, 300 years, and 3000 years. The Xingyuan fruit produced by it is green, red, and purple in appearance." As he spoke, Kinzan opened the restriction on the jade box, and a green Xingyuan fruit lay quietly in the jade box. This is the fruit that the Xingyuan fruit tree has produced for 30 years. Moreover, the Xingyuan fruit is not omnipotent. You should know that when a cultivator reaches the Jinden stage, the improvement of his cultivation is more limited by his own Dao realm. If the Dao realm is not high enough, even if he takes the Xingyuan fruit, the effect is very limited. Take my nephew Kaiyao for example. With her current Dao realm, after taking this Xingyuan fruit, she can improve her cultivation to the middle stage of Jinden. It would be a great honor. Hearing this, Chen Daoxuan couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. If a cultivator took a spiritual fruit directly, his cultivation would soar on the spot, which would be a huge blow to those cultivators who practiced hard. Immediately, he noticed the Tei insect mentioned by Kinzan, and couldn't help asking, Palace Master Qin, which top force in Xianyantao is this Tei insect? It is indeed a top force. The Tei insect is located in the fertile land of Zhangzhou in Xianyantao, thousands of miles away from our overseas border. Kinzan shook his head. The Xingyuan fruit in my hand was one of the rewards given to my Kaiyuan sword sect thousands of years ago, after it made great contributions in the Two Realms Abyss. Hearing this, Chen Daoxuan was secretly shocked. A 30-year-old spiritual fruit can actually be preserved for thousands of years. The value of this Xingyuan fruit tree is even more terrifying than he imagined. If a force has a spiritual root like this, as long as it doesn't commit suicide, it will not decline. The greatest significance of the Xingyuan fruit is to ensure that a force will not have a gap in high-level cultivators. According to the Palace Master of Zhenhe Palace, there are 3 kinds of Xingyuan fruit. The lowest grade Xingyuan fruit can forcibly improve the cultivation of Jiandan cultivators. Then, wouldn't the higher grade Xingyuan fruit be able to directly improve the cultivation of Yuanying cultivators and Yuan Shandaogen? Thinking of this, there is no need to say more about the strategic significance of the Xingyuan fruit tree to a sect. Taking the jade box, Chen Daoxuan looked at the green and dripping Xingyuan fruit in the jade box. Compared with other spiritual fruits, the Xingyuan fruit does not show any spiritual energy from the outside. But when his spiritual sense swept through it, he sensed that there was a terrifying huge spiritual energy surging inside this Xingyuan fruit. During this period of time, you can rest assured to retreat. I will protect you. Hearing this, Chen Daoxuan stood up, bowed and said, Thank you, Palace Master Qin. Qin Zangsa helped him up and smiled. You're welcome. The stronger your strength is, the greater our confidence in the next action will be. Although Kinzan thought that Chen Daoxuan would not play a big role in the battle for Tei Divine Water, he still encouraged him. After all, Chen Daoxuan is now his only teammate. As for whether the hidden trick he had set up before was effective, Kinzan was not sure. Even if the hidden trick he set up worked, who can guarantee that the Qinglui Taoist sect did not have hidden tricks? You know, this is the home of the Qinglui Taoist sect. The Qinglui Taoist sect has been operating in Qingluan country for countless years. Who can believe that the other party has no tricks at all? Chapter 350 Both promoted. Gilded Immortal City. In the secret manor of the Shadow Palace, Chen Daoxuan chose a quiet room for his last retreat before seizing the Tei Divine Water. In the quiet room, Chen Daoxuan sat cross-legged on the warm jade cushion, and his mind was completely relaxed. During this period, although he was constantly plundering the Zuanqing Dao League, he was alone in the heart of the Zuanqing Dao League, and was always hunted down and killed by a group of top Zenjin led by the Zuanqing Dao League. Chen Daoxuan actually faced a lot of pressure, and was far from as free and easy as he looked. If he had not been proficient in the laws of space, and had a magical tool such as the Xianji Talisman, that could predict good and bad luck in his hands, he might have been hunted down by the Zuanqing Dao League like a stray dog. Even so, he was always in a highly tense state during this period, and he dared not relax for a moment. Until now, Chen Daoxuan finally relaxed. Because he knew that there was a top strong man from Wangxinghe outside the quiet room to protect him. Chen Daoxuan didn't know how strong the real strength of the master of Zhenhe Palace was. But the other party was definitely much stronger than the outsider's guessed. The treasure Kinzan obtained in front of the Tangshan Tower was called the Six Paths of Samsarabana. According to Kinzan, it was a spiritual attack weapon. If you really count it, Chen Daoxuan's Star Sword Dao diagram is more like an auxiliary weapon. It's just that its auxiliary direction is somewhat special. It can not only assist cultivators to quickly advance to the realm of the Great Dao Law, but also help cultivators increase the power of the Dao domain, which is equivalent to an enhanced version of the Dao domain weapon. But in general, the attack power of the Star Sword Dao diagram should not be as good as the Six Paths of Samsarabana in Kinzan's hand. After all, the Star Sword Dao diagram can help cultivators quickly advance to the realm of the Great Dao Law, which is abnormal enough. If its attack power is stronger than the Six Paths of Samsarabana, then the gap between the three treasures in front of the Tangshan Tower is too big. If Chen Daoxuan guessed correctly, the remaining unknown small tower should be a defensive weapon, but I don't know whether it is physical defense or spiritual defense, or both. Kinzen's own strength is very amazing, far beyond ordinary Zenjin, plus the 6 paths of Samsarabana. It can be said that Kinzen's strength is basically the ceiling among Yuanying cultivators. Unless it is a Yuanying cultivator with extremely abnormal Dao realm, it is difficult to meet a Yuanying Zenjin who can stand shoulder to shoulder with Kinzan. Even the leader of Zuanqing Dao League, the leader of Qingli Dao sect, Yi Xianqi, who is known as the number 1 in Zuanqing Dao League, may not be Kinzan's opponent in a one-on-one fight. Therefore, Chen Daoxuan's retreat under Kinzen's protection can be said to be the most reassuring retreat he has ever had. Even though he is now in the hinterland of Zuanqing Dao League, under the nose of Qingli Dao sect, in the gilded immortal city, in front of Chen Daoxuan, there are treasures needed for retreat. From left to right, there are jade boxes containing green Xingyuan fruits, bottles of jade bottles filled with the power of creation, and a storage ring placed alone. The 30-year-old green Xingyuan fruit is naturally used to improve cultivation. Chen Daoxuan looked at the jade box, and a trace of regret appeared in his expression. It must be said that taking the Xingyuan fruit directly will cause a great waste of its effect. If it is supplemented with other spiritual medicines, and refined into a Xingyuan pill that specifically improves the cultivation of giant cultivators, the effect can at least increase several times. But at the moment, neither Kinzen nor Chen Daoxuan himself is good at refining pills. Besides, in the heart of the Zuanqing Dao League, it is not suitable to collect auxiliary spiritual medicines and refine such high-level spiritual pills. It's a waste, and I can't care so much now. The most important thing is to quickly improve my cultivation and strengthen my strength. Chen Daoxuan made up his mind. He immediately took out the green Xingyuan fruit from the jade box and swallowed it in 3 or 2 mouthfuls like Zhu Beiji eating ginseng fruit. After eating, he smacked his lips. It's a bit bitter. Before Chen Daoxuan could savor it, the next moment, a terrifying spiritual energy burst out from Chen Daoxuan's body from the inside out. F***CK. The terrifying spiritual energy made Chen Daoxuan say a swear word for the first time in a long time. Outside the quiet room, where Chen Daoxuan was in retreat, Kinzen suddenly opened his eyes. He glanced at the direction of Chen Daoxuan's retreat and murmured, "It started." As he said that, Kinzen waved his sleeves, and the terrifying spiritual energy fluctuations that erupted in the quiet room were instantly covered up by him. In the quiet room, the situation Chen Daoxuan faced was far more difficult than Kinzen expected. The spiritual energy contained in the green Xingyuan fruit was even more terrifying than Chen Daoxuan imagined. As everyone knows, if a giant cultivator wants to improve his cultivation, he must rely on refining spiritual energy day after day and polishing the golden elixir in the Danshan Qi Sea. But at this moment, the daily accumulation and polishing has become a concentrated spiritual energy flushing at this moment. Although this concentrated spiritual energy flushing saves the giant cultivators countless hard work, it also has extremely high requirements for the giant cultivators' physical bodies and Dao realm. Chen Daoxuan absolutely meets the requirements of the Dao realm. Not only does he meet the requirements, his Dao realm can even make more than 90% of the Yuanying Zenjin Sai. But Chen Daoxuan has a weakness, that is, his physical body is too weak. Generally speaking, the physical strength of most giant cultivators has reached the realm of rebirth by dripping blood. There are even a few strong ones who have begun to integrate the immortal true meaning into their bodies. For example, when Chen Daoxuan just broke through the giant stage, the blood slaughter Zenran Jimenghu who was killed was such a giant Zenran with an extremely strong physical body. As for the Yuanying stage, the cultivator's physical body will be further strengthened. Basically, the weakest physical bodies among the Yuanying Zenjin have begun to integrate the immortal true meaning. As for the Zenjin with strong physical bodies, they have begun to condense the immortal true body, reaching the realm of immortal true body and immortal physical body. And what about Chen Daoxuan? Even though he had caused a lot of chaos in the Zuanqing Dao League, and many Yuanying Zenjin died in his hands, but in fact, his physical cultivation had just reached the realm of rebirth after the broken skull, and it was still in the early stage of the broken skull realm. If you tell others about it, it would probably shock everyone. It is unbelievable that the top level strongman who killed the Ming Huang's engine in a head-on battle had such a weak physical body. Under normal circumstances, because Chen Daoxuan's Dao realm is too high, the weakness of his physical body cannot cover up his strength that is only slightly weaker than the top's engine. The physical body is not a weakness at all. But at this moment, when he was improving his cultivation, the weakness of his physical body made Chen Daoxuan suffer a lot. Chen Daoxuan found that the violently erupting spiritual energy was madly dissipating from the Danshan to the outside of his physical body. What is even more desperate is that these crazy dissipating spiritual energy did not rush out of the physical body, but was restrained in his physical body by a mysterious force. At this moment, Chen Daoxuan's body became a container for this terrifying spiritual energy. In Chen Daoxuan's perception, his body was melting bit by bit. The body of the Broken Skull Rebirth realm seemed to have lost all its recovery ability under the impact of the terrifying spiritual energy, and could not stop the melting of the body at all. Seeing this scene, Chen Daoxuan's heart sank. But he was not too panicked. For him, there were at least two ways to solve the current dilemma. First, use the Star Sword Dao diagram. With the suppressive power of the Star Sword Dao diagram, this so-called terrifying spiritual energy could not make any waves at all. Second, use his superb law realm to forcibly suppress this terrifying spiritual energy. Chen Daoxuan chose the second one. The next moment, both the air and water laws were mobilized by him. The space law of the high stage of the law realm and the water law of the middle stage of the law realm, under the mobilization of Chen Daoxuan, were like two peerless masters standing in front of the surging spiritual energy wave like a tsunami. I saw that miniature space cages were formed in Chen Daoxuan's body. The crazy surging spiritual energy was all isolated in Chen Daoxuan's body by the space cages like bubbles. The bursting spiritual energy was blocked by the space cage, and the remaining spiritual energy suddenly became quiet. Then, he slowly guided it with the water law. Under the guidance of the water law, the spiritual energy instantly became gentle, and began to wash the golden elixir in his Danshan purple mansion to the extent that Chen Daoxuan's body could bear. The golden elixir began to transform rapidly under the washing of this special spiritual energy. His cultivation also began to improve wildly from the first level of the golden elixir. Compared with the purple mansion period, Chen Daoxuan's Danshan purple mansion at this moment is much more magnificent, and it really has a hint of the atmosphere of the immortal mansion. Especially when the round golden elixir in the purple mansion, which is shining with golden light, sits in it. It adds to the immortal atmosphere of the purple mansion. At this moment, the spiritual energy is still surging, but it is within Chen Daoxuan's acceptance range. Soon, his cultivation level broke through from the first level of Jiandan to the second level of Jiandan. When the spiritual energy subsided, a space bubble formed by the space cage condensed instantly burst, and a large amount of spiritual energy once again rushed to the Jiandan in the Danshan Zifu. Time passed day by day. In a blink of an eye, 3 months passed. During these 3 months, Chen Daoxuan used his superb Dao realm to control the absorption of the special spiritual energy in the Xingyuan fruit by the Jiandan, and finally raised his own cultivation level to the 8th level of Jiandan. And it was only one step away from the 9th level of Jiandan. In 3 months, he raised his cultivation level from the 1st level of Jiandan to the 8th level of Jiandan. This is the horror of the Xingyuan fruit. Although Chen Daoxuan's Dao realm is extremely high, the effect of taking the Xingyuan fruit is far better than that of other Jiandan cultivators. But don't forget that Chen Daoxuan took the Xingyuan fruit directly, not refined it into a pill. If other Jiandan cultivators refine it into Xingyuan Dan, and then take it, the effect they get may not be worse than Chen Daoxuan. In the quiet room, Chen Daoxuan opened his eyes again. Suddenly, the quiet room, where he was in seclusion, was as bright as day. The empty room gives birth to white, and the sun shines 3 times. Seeing this scene, Chen Daoxuan's face was filled with joy. This is the phenomenon recorded in the Taoist scriptures that occurs when the inner alchemy practice reaches a very high level. Only at this point can it be called the golden elixir, which is the late stage of the golden elixir. 3 consecutive months of seclusion. But Chen Daoxuan was not tired at all, but full of energy. After carefully feeling the powerful and pure mana in the Danshan Ki Si, Chen Daoxuan's face once again showed a trace of satisfaction. All along, the lack of basic cultivation has seriously restricted Chen Daoxuan's true strength. If it weren't for the huge difference in basic mana, he would never have been so embarrassed when facing the Lord of Yaoyu Palace last time, so that he would not be the opponent of the other party, even if he used the Star Sword Dao diagram in the end. If he had the current cultivation at the beginning, it would be hard to say who would win and who would lose. After all, his current Dao realm is higher than that of the Lord of Yaoyu Palace, and with the advantage of the magic weapon, Chen Daoxuan is full of confidence. Thinking of this, Chen Daoxuan looked at the 23 bottles of the power of creation placed in front of him. This was borrowed from the master of Zhenhe Palace, and it was also the largest amount of power of creation that Chen Daoxuan had obtained. For others, the role of the power of creation may be limited to the promotion of various spiritual objects. But for Chen Daoxuan, the power of creation combined with the Star Sword Dao diagram can directly promote the law of the Great Dao. From this perspective, this thing is even more perverted than his Hongmeng Enlightenment Sutra. Although the Hongmeng Enlightenment Sutra can theoretically improve the understanding without limit, it is actually limited by the stars of understanding, and cannot be improved without limit. Generally speaking, Chen Daoxuan will control the understanding to the state of just breaking through 100 times. Because this level of understanding, the stars of understanding can play the greatest role. As for the higher understanding of 200 times and 300 times, the stars of understanding in his sea of consciousness will not last long before they are consumed. Therefore, although the way of using the stars of understanding to improve understanding to comprehend the laws of the Great Dao is much faster than other cultivators, it is not as shocking as the power of creation directly promoting the laws of the Great Dao. Every time when Chen Daoxuan saw his Dao law being promoted along with the promotion of Fixu and Shengying swords, he always felt an inexplicable shock. What kind of terrifying force could create such a terrifying immortal weapon as the Xingqian Sword Dao diagram? What's more exaggerated is that this is also a standard immortal weapon. According to the Taoist in white, every seed that passed the screening can obtain such a magic weapon. If it fails to pass the final test, the magic weapon will be taken back after the seed dies. If it can pass the final assessment, it can become a formal disciple of this force. Every time Chen Daoxuan thought of this, his heart was like a cat scratching. This unknown upper realm force allowed him to glimpse a wider world, which made him yearn for it. Taking a deep breath, Chen Daoxuan suppressed the distracting thoughts in his heart and summoned the Fixu sword. The next moment, the light blue Fixu sword appeared in front of him. Without saying a word, Chen Daoxuan opened a bottle of jade and poured the power of creation into the light blue Fixu sword. He is now familiar with this kind of thing and is very skilled at it. In a short while, a whole bottle of 100 drops of the power of creation was poured onto the light blue Fixu sword. Then, the second bottle and the third bottle. When the third bottle was less than half poured, the aura of the light blue Fixu sword suddenly surged, and it was directly promoted from the 5th level middle grade to the 5th level upper grade. With the promotion of the Fixu sword, Chen Daoxuan's water law was also promoted to the high stage of the law realm. So far, Chen Daoxuan's space law and water law have all reached the high stage of the law realm. But he was still not satisfied. He saw that a set of green spiritual armor was taken out from his danshan. This green spiritual armor was Chen Daoxuan's life spiritual armor, the 4th level upper grade power spiritual armor. He immediately followed the method and poured the power of creation madly onto this power spiritual armor. Fin est capitulo muchas gracias por legahaster el final no se olviden de del lake buscas más contenido exclusivo y acceso inmediato, suscria bet en nuestro Patreon. Recuerda, cada like, suscripción o donación nos americana. Gracias a todos, nos vemos en el próximo video.